What's up, everybody? I'm a nobody trying to be somebody, and this is the start of the Silver Show. Cue the intro. Hold on, that was kind of nice. Sorry, why did that was the quickest bop of all time? Sorry. Cue it. Okay, head's looking a little Neanderthalish. Love that. Look at that picture, though. All right, my bad. 1 second. Started my stream at 12:30. That's outrageous behavior. Starting stream at 12:30 is outrageous behavior. Tony! Tony, I gotta admit. I'll tell you in a minute, Tony. Tony, I got something to tell you, Tony. Actually, I'll tell you now. One of my best friends in real life is named Tony. So shout out. Shout out to Tony. It's a little secret. Don't tell nobody. 1 second. What'd you do today, bro? What'd y'all do today? Me? Kind of scared to say what I did today. Yo, Snakey. If you're here. Hold on. Gotta put my little world in there. Okay, yo, Snakey called me out on like some aquatic formula. Let me correct you. I always say I'm gonna be live in like 10 minutes, and I'm like live in 30 minutes later. I do apologize about that. I actually like don't like doing that. Just kind of, I'm bad with schedules, bro. I'm bad when you're a go with the flow person. You're bad with schedules. Bah, bah. Sorry about that. Sheffy, Tony, Mono, Solid. Yo. Sup, I'm distracted by lurking from the Algonquin mistake is crazy. Algorithm. Yo, that is crazy you said Algonquin. I actually just heard that in the wild. I watched The Martian, Solid. And it was talking about Algonquin, bro. Something said Algonquin recently. And it was the funniest thing ever. At J-Dog, I watched a movie or some show that said, hold on, I got a crazy thought. Algonquin in the wild. It was an Algonquin in the wild angle. All right, my bad. Yo, I got a crazy thought. Hear me out. Let's vibe to this song because this song is so vibey. Hear this, bro. Actually, pause the song because this is crazy. Every time I have a dream, okay, hear me out. Holy moly, hear me out. I'm going crazy. I'm going deep. Bah! Sorry. Yo, the fact that I can stand on my legs and not get very much taller is kind of embarrassing. Whenever you go to sleep, have you ever noticed whenever you're having your dream? How does this make sense? Whenever you have your dream always ends up in a state of you waking up. But sometimes you do wake up into another dream, right? Isn't that kind of crazy? So like I've always noticed, like I'll be dreaming and it'll be like some like, okay, say I'm dreaming. 5 minutes later, whenever, say this dream starts, right? It doesn't matter. Like 5 minutes later, it doesn't, like, this is a random time. Something's gonna happen in real life that wakes me up. Like I'm never just asleep, having dream after dream after dream. Like seriously, okay, I guess it's only when you're in REM sleep, actually, right? You only dream when you're in REM sleep. How do you get to, oh, bro, I don't know. I guess what's crazy is I guess the better sleep you get, you end up falling into REM sleep, right? Which allows you to sleep more. But I just always notice, like, these dreams, I don't really know how to put something to it. You're always doing something in your dream, and you wake up. I don't know, bro. There's something to that, I swear. Ready for connections? My bad. Hello, Mr. Silva. Time is the most valuable thing you ever have. Die! Algonquin, a Googleology. We ready for connections, man? I haven't drawn in a hell long time. I've too been busy with a relationship. That's good, Mono. I'm glad. What's up, bro? You cycle from deep to light sleep. Right. Why do you not stay into a deep sleep? Why don't when we sleep? Why? How is there different sleeps? Bah, sleep over here. Bah, sleep over there. Bah, sleep over here. Why is there different sleeps? Yes, I'm always running from zombies. This life is weird, bro. How do you go from sleep to sleep? What are we talking about? You're talking about when I sleep? There's different sleeps? Like, it makes sense, right? But like, how does that make sense? Where do you go when you sleep? So you're telling me, all right, one part of my dream when I'm sleeping. Hold on, this song's too hard to be sleeping. No joke, I'm just like listening to this song, just vibing by myself before the stream. When you sleep, life's weird and pretty cool. You watch movies, right? You watch movies and you go into a different world, right? Like with your imagination when you're in these movies. But you also do that when you're dreaming. But that actually happens. That's like a thing. That's not like I'm watching like, no, on the TV. This is like, I go to sleep and go to another world. What? What's that even mean? I'm always running from zombies. Wait, what does that mean? You're always running from zombies? Like, metaphorically? Speaking of deep sleep, good night. Good night, Mono. I hope you have a good night, bro. Thanks for coming. It's evolution in a group of 20. There's always someone up. It's evolution in a group of 20. There's always someone up. What do you mean by that? You should play chess PvP. All right, let's play one game of chess. Chess PvP. Is that a game? How do I play it? I'll play one game of chess right now. I haven't played chess in like 10 years. No joke. Dude, can I play that song again? God, I just want to play it over and over and over and over. Is that okay? I don't know. This isn't the song one. Here, what is this? Hold on one second. That song's too chill right now. I'm on a hipster banger vibe. One second. This is what I was gonna play. She goes so hard, bro. Shout out to Mike Hunt. She put me on to Kenya Grace. She's so fire. Evolution in a group of 20 is always someone up. It's like deja vu. I guess I just go to chess.com. Which is right here, apparently. What's the first thing that pops up when you type in chess? Chess.com. Everyone has an ideal time they're awake for tribe safety. Interesting. Okay, I get you. It's evolution in a group of 20 is always someone up. Okay, that makes sense. Over evolution, we have different cycles of sleep. You can't just fall asleep and be in a deep sleep. You have to be in a light sleep to be able to be aware of your surroundings. Ooh, that's kind of interesting. You can't automatically fall. So over time, right? Maybe like people didn't even sleep. Maybe like the apes, they were always in a constant light sleep, right? Because they had to be awake, or like, you know, they're always getting attacked, right? As soon as they fall asleep, a dinosaur, right? But as we got older and older and older and we got more safe and secure, we were able to fall into like our sleep was able to develop. This is interesting. So you know how they say like the stoned ape theory, right? I mean, that could be a possibility. That could help, right? But also deep dreaming, the ability to get deeper sleep, which may be because of like eating fermented fruit. Hear me out. You know how they get drunk off the fruit? They go into a deep sleep. Hold on, that's kind of interesting. And maybe this deep sleep their neurons, you know, they're like one or two little neurons that were clapping together, was started like forming new neurons. Their neurons started and created more neurons. Hear me out. And that's how our brain was created. I'm just yapping. I don't know. What am I saying? Chess? Give me an opponent right now, bro. I'm taking them down. I'm freaking advanced. I can't go advanced, bro. Please guess. Is this gonna give me an opponent? If I just start game, am I just gonna get like a new person in the world? I should make an account. What's up, Fast Boy? My bad, I'm yapping. 1 second, let me catch up. You can play on Discord too. Interesting. Oh my God, Jesus Christ! I command you to like the stream, buddy. What's up, Nomad? What's up? Is Jesus Christ? What's up, buddy? Yippee-ki-yay! Why did I just recognize that name? I swear I've said that before. Yippee-ki-yay. Yo, that's kind of interesting. Yo, man. Bruh, I thought about what you said, and apples ain't the best in my opinion. No, okay, you actually changed your mind. I'm so happy. This is so funny. He said, or Yippee-ki-yay said, yo, man. Bruh, I thought about what you said, and apples ain't the best in my opinion. I changed it to pineapples. That's my favorite. Yo, on my mama, bruh. Yo. I agree. Pineapples, very acceptable, number one. Hold on. My boy said apples was his favorite fruit. And I had to bop on that, bro. Because what? Who's ever said apples their favorite fruit? I will. Bro. I'm just playing. I wouldn't do that. What's your favorite type of taco? Definitely meat. What? Probably fajita. I got something to say. Hold on. I'm gonna admit something. Hold on. Let me say. I'm gonna say it.
You know what? I'm about to say.
Hold on. I kind of want to. Hold on. Let me set this like 5-minute joke up for like a 1 minute, for like a 5-second thing. Hold on. Files, memes. 1 second. I'm gonna, speaking of tacos, since we're on the subject of tacos, since we're on the topic of tacos, hold on, I just wanted to show this guy. Look at this dude. I drew this guy on stream one day, so you see him. All right, let me set this whole joke up, which took incredibly way too.
You know what? I'm about to say it. I don't care that you broke your elbow.
I haven't tried Birria tacos, and I think they're probably going to be the best kind. And I haven't tried them yet. And I'm a brown person. How has, like, all brown people have probably tried Birria tacos, but I'm probably in the 1% that hasn't. Shout out Birria. Shout out to Liberia and the library. Tacos de tripa in my foot. Tacos de tripa. Carnitas? Oh. Dude, solid. Yo, hold on, Fast Boy. Is it okay if I ask you this, Fast Boy? Are you... What descent are you from? Does that make sense? What tribe are you from? Wait, what? Probably can't ask that. What culturality? Nationality? What are you? Sorry. No, respectful. Because bro is super cultured in everything. And in the one picture I seen, I don't know, he's from Cali though, so he seems super cultured. Trips esta chingon. What are my favorite type of tacos? Okay, hear me out. You just made me go to a throwback thought. So my friend was like from Honduras or something. I don't know where his family's from. Shout out my friend Samuel, I'll just say it. His family is like from Honduras or something like that, bro. I ended up, so like I grew up in one school, right? And then like, so these two schools were like arch enemies, right? I went to this school over here. And then I ended up connecting with this school over here, right? So I ended up going to this school. Both of them. So anyways, I met him at the next school, right? At the second school, at the arch enemy school. I thought everybody, whatever. Anyways, so shout out my boy Sam. I didn't know him for too long. I only knew him for like a year or two. But anyways, long story short, he had a food truck. And I would go around with him and his family on the food truck. And we'd be whipping up tacos, bro. It was fire. But anyways, the whole point I'm saying that is because we put like 3 different meats together. We had we had the Mexican meat mountain. Yo, I swear I'm sort of creative, I gotta be honest. We had the Mexican meat mountain in like 2007. You know how what's the meat mountain from Arby's? The meat mountain sandwich. We had the Mexican meat mountain taco, bro. We stacked like, I swear it was like 3 to 4 to 5 different meats at one point. Yo, yippee-ki-yay, pineapples are fire, buddy. How's everyone doing today? My day, bro. All right, I'll eventually catch back up. But this is what happened to me today. All right, actually, to explain to you what happened today, for how my day was today, I have to explain to you what happened yesterday. Yesterday, I stayed up pretty much 24 hours. Well, I went to sleep before stream for like 2 hours, right? So that was like my break. Like my actual sleep time, whatever. Then I stayed awake from like, what, 11 p.m. to like 11 or 12 a.m. today. And I knew as soon as I went to sleep, I'm like, dude, hopefully I don't sleep until like 11 p.m. And I slept until like 11 p.m. Anyway, so that's how my day went. I've always been a night owl my whole life, though. I've always been a night owl, so like, it is what it is, you know? Quesaberia tacos with Kasume. Beria is the best, hand down. Yo, Encanto, though. Encanto? What's Encanto, bro? I don't speak in this Spanish, bro. I'm supposed to. All right, lock in, buddy. I'm white, but my grandma was half Mexican or Native American. We don't really know. Bro, Fastball, you have to get a 23andMe, bro. You have to sell your DNA. You have to sell off your DNA to find out who you... Wait, what? My grandma was half Mexican or Native American. Hold on. Let's put it in reverse. So how can you be white if your grandma was Mexican or half Mexican or Native? Wouldn't that technically make you 25%? You're a 25%er. One of us. Plus, Cali has the best Mexican food. I feel like Cali is. Oh man, I don't know. I just now realized, or I just heard Sacramento and all that was like not very. I thought the entirety of Cali was like pretty city, but apparently there's parts of Cali that's not very city. Sell my DNA? Hey, yo! Hold on, don't sell your DNA. Oh, hold on. Don't do that. Like, metaphorically, that was like, don't do that actually, though. I meant get a 23andMe. Devs, Trent Sills, what's up, bro? Hey, this is Camden on a different account. Yo, what's up, Camden? Thanks, bro. Thanks for coming. Bro, what? Sorry, Divs. What's up, Divs? I'm just joking. So, excuse me. Fastboy said he doesn't know what his heritage is, apparently. I don't either. And honestly, I feel like we all... Okay, so you know there's 23andMe, and then there's Ancestry.com. And you, like, send in, like, mouse swabs or whatever, but it's actually, like, your DNA. You actually send in your DNA, and they, like, test it for you, right? But they one of them went bankrupt recently. So, like, now they have the ability to, like, sell your information. Shout out. I'm smashing my sleep schedule to the ground for this. Yo, what's up, Yuhi? Thanks for coming, bro. Check vibing for a W clip. Hold on, is that not a decently solid drawing though? Oh, I just don't like this, bro. This was terrible. It's supposed to be his little finger like pointing. Doesn't look good though. Get that out of here. Hold on, that's kind of interesting. Wait, what? Hold on. Bro, why did I just bop on my head top? That was a bop on my top. Hold on, that's kind of interesting. And maybe this deep sleep, their neurons, you know, they're like one or two little neurons that were clapping together, which started like forming new neurons. Their neurons started and created more neurons. Hear me out. And that's how our brain was created. I'm just yapping. I don't know. What am I saying? Hey, hear me out though. I was going there. I was eject. I'm not gonna say that. I was thinking. I was creating good idea right there. A good line of thought. That's crazy. What's up, Sancho Villa? Pancho Villa, Sancho Villa. One of my great grandpas fought for Pancho Villa. Chevy Jake, no te pre. Yo, Chevy, do you actually speak Spanish, bro? I gotta translate this. Don't worry, Silva. Don't worry, Silva. You're not a bronze-faced hunk on the outside, but you're a gringo on the inside. I'm not a gringo on the inside, buddy. I'm a melting pot of the culture of society. I'm literally, if you could put black, white, and brown in one, I just happen to be brown. Ish. I'm like light. I'm like a light. I'm like a blight. I'm blight. Yo, I'm blight? That's kind of crazy. Hello, can you play Sweeter Weather? I got you, Camden. I was jamming that. I was listening to this song so much at one point. I haven't listened to it in a minute though. Like at least like a week. I used to listen to this song as soon as I wake up. I'll try to like rotate that song. This goes hard. Is a man. What does this make you think of? Seriously. Look at the earth rotating. We're rotating right now. Like legit, this is legit us. That was kind of cool, bro. As soon as I went like that, they're like shooting a little star flew by. I did a lot though. Can't wait to see my clone walk by me because I sold my DNA. One love. All right, hold on. Fast Boy said, can't wait to see my clone walk by me because I sold my DNA. Now you got me back on the clone talk. So if you don't know, we cloned, we cloned a sheep. What did we clone? We cloned a sheep named Dolly in like, when was it? 1997. Dolly was born on 1996. So think about this. Dolly was born on July 5th, 1996, and her birth was announced on February 1997. That's very telling. See, this is how we can back engineer the thought-making process. Look. So the government, and this is just Dolly, right? The government created Dolly the clone. This is real. Think about this. This is real life. This isn't like some movie, video game. I'm creating a clone. Video game. This is real life. We created a clone called Dolly in July 5th, 1996. It took them until 6 months later to actually announce it. So, like, that means that for a guaranteed certifiable fact that they straight up told us, like, yeah, we hid this from you for 6 months, right? Hey, yo, we hid this from you for 6 months. And I'm never, like, a conspiracy theorist type person, right? I'm very reasonable. That's what I try to be. It's very, like, it's an open-ended, like, oops. Like, yeah, they just have to straight up say, yeah, we hid this from you. So what does that tell you? What else do they hide from you, right? sorry, yo, CIA, FBI, all those other eyes, bro. I'm just yapping. Ah! Wait, not that. Just saying, but my bad. Before I go on, let me just like go a little bit. Let me just like wrap that. Let me just wrap that. Don't say. Let me just wrap that story up. How long have they been working on this? Right? Because this just says that it was successful. What if they've been working on this for 20 to 30 years? What if they did rat? The reason why they said they cloned a sheep in my head, because that's fun and cute. Cute little sheep. How they've probably been doing rats. Of course they started on rats, pigs, all that way before that, right? So like how many other things did they have cloned beforehand? Like, so which leads me to believe, think about this. Let's say they've been actually working on this stuff for like 50 years, right? 20 to 50, 25 to 50 years, something like that. That means like, think about it, bro. They're going to try to do a human, right? Like that's only the logical thing, right? And Solid Tank said this too, like it would be irresponsible for them not to clone humans because like, what if we could clone humans and like use their body parts for like, you know, organ donors, stuff like that, right? So that's another interesting, that's like one side. So the other, like the different side is like, what if they have like 20 to 30-year-old clones, bro, like that are actually out there? What if I'm a clone, bro? What? Rebooting. Confirmed. My bad. What were we talking about? Ba ba ba. Says Yuhi, turn your chair around and play the vid, Olo. Turn my chair around? Dude, speaking of video, watch this. Watch this AI. Yo, check this out. Sheffy created this. This song's going so hard.
We're never gonna get this.
Watch this, bro. Sorry, I'm gonna catch back up in chat, but I just like to yap. Sometimes I just like to talk. I'm such a good listener, but I've never had nobody listen to me, bro. I just want to yap and talk and have creative thoughts, bro. Actually, I have had people like listen to me all the time. That's a lie. But the last 5-10 years is I've like wanted to be a loner, right? Which is lame.
We're never gonna get this. We're gonna get this. Dude, I can't even see the letters straight.
This is like me playing Wordle. Are we not all just clones? Bro says, welcome to the Silva Show. Hold on, I'm about to play it. Hold on, this is one of the best parts. Cause it's too cold. No, that song goes so hard though. I'm gonna die, bro. I'm terrible at spelling though. Silva's our science teacher. I'm not a science teacher. Said hi, what's up, Robin? I'm not a science teacher. Well, like, let's say, listen to me, I can never be a teacher because I'm always learning. I'm always in the process of learning. A teacher, but you know, this is me being profound, right? Sure, teachers have to stop and teach also, right? But they're also learning. And I'm no better than you or anybody else. I just have been thinking and been open-minded for a long time. So I've had like more time like doing this, whatever. But like for the last 5-10 years, I wasted that. So I'm still where y'all are at too. Like I didn't develop. I stayed in a spot. But what I'm trying to prevent is from people like being very smart and then falling into that sadness and like not developing. Essentially. He's when you mix all of your Play-Doh together, it makes that one color. What happens What color is it when you mix all your play dough together? I'm actually interested. Muddy brown. Hey, yo! Bah! Muted brown or gray. Interesting. I've never actually seen that. I want to see this happening. Bro, we just went from...
Welcome to today's lesson. We are going to be learning.
I don't want to speed past that clone conversation, though, because that's very interesting. Like, what if there are 20 to 30 to 40-year-old clones out there? You don't think the government wouldn't experiment with something like that? Am I actually... This is the first time in my life where I felt like I'm kind of talking too much.
How to mix
I'm saying too
Play-Doh
much,
to make
bro.
different colours. In the
Is that
previous
high?
video, we made the three
Yo, see
primary
karaoke, Irish, Scottish, Cheeky, and a little bit Scottish. Yo, soy Cherokee. You're Cherokee, Irish, Scottish, and a little Scottish. Translate. Don't worry. That's not it. Copy. Paste. This is Cherokee, Scottish, Irish, Scottish. It's chalk. Or my bad. Hold on. What color is every
So
color
our
together?
Secondary colours that we have created are
Interesting. She ain't gonna smash them all together. Let me see if I can find a video where it smashes them all together. Play-Doh all colors together. My bad. I'll catch back up in chat right now. I get on a yapping screen. I like to yap. I like to give everybody's comment a deep, introspectual, metaphorically at least. No, well, not metaphor. That was like a metaphorical bot, but like it was like, what? What am I saying? All right, get me out of here. What's up, Robin? Thanks for coming. Not much. How's everyone? I'm just yapping. Sorry, I'm like very far behind. I'll catch back up right now. If you want the mix, it's called Sweeter Weather X After Dark. Ooh. I have to play that like after a while, but just give it a quick listen. That's tough. Yeah, I remember this. Yeah, that is tough. Robin, we're just Robin, we're just talking about life. Just yapping. How can we're just lapping, no? Yapping about life? Yowfing? We're just yowfing. Yowling. July 5th, what a coincidence. Hold on, what's a coincidence, July 5th, Yuhi? Or Solid Tank? What was July 5th? I forgot. Yeah, wait, today is July 5th? Said hi. What's up, Reboot Wally? What's up, Wally? Hello? Sorry, I just caught back up. Cells have been regenerating for a hot minute now. Cells. Hold on, what is that? Dude, no way I'm this far behind. Let me catch back up, sorry. LA cells have been regenerating for a hot minute now. What were you saying, Fastboy? Sorry. What's up, Wally? Hey, Tori. What'd you do yesterday, Tori? How have you been? Howdy, Tori. Smiley face, says Reboot. Hey, yo! What's up, Charlie? So did anyone watch Analog Horror? Little Red Riding Hood, and the Three Little Pigs, and Hansel and Gretel? I don't think we have, Reboot. No. I think none of us have. The Three Little Pigs? Hansel and Gretel? Little Red Riding Hood? Like back in the day? Yeah. Recently? No, if they came out with some new ones recently? No, I haven't. Fastboy says, Charlie, what's that? Tori says, howdy. Yo, Sheffy, how are you? Fastboy, Tori, hey, y'all. Because I watch it and it was sad. What happened to Hansel? I was going to look it up, but I don't want to spoil it for nobody. Yo, I want to play a game of chess. And Tori, this is where I'm at on the word. Good, Charlie. How about you? Whoa. Yo, Sheffy, what'd you say whoa about? I forgot. I had like 7 different conversations there. Doing good, Fastboy? I listen to Overwhelmed. I get overwhelmed by everything. You said you get overwhelmed by everything. Why do you get overwhelmed? Try to go into something and don't. I understand that. It's like the anxiety, the anxiousness. No joke. And that's what's so not weird. That's what's so crazy about this life is I've always been like confident. I don't care what people. Yeah, I don't care. Whatever. I'm gonna do whatever I want because I think it's cool and fun. Like I never do stuff to like be mean to people, etc., etc. Right? So if you never do stuff like that, you don't ever have to like care or think about what you do, right? Because you only do what you like to do. And it's never mean or rude or, you know, it's just like what you enjoy. So you never like you never second guess or question your thoughts, right? You just do it. I'm going to say something funny or I'm going to be the joke or make a joke because I like doing it. For example, I was watching fireworks the other day and this dude, like he was the only one. He was like, yeah, when like the fireworks are going off. And like in my head, I'm like, dang, you got to have a lot of like, not courage or whatever. You got to like be comfortable with yourself to just be like, whoa, like 4th of July, woohoo. You know, he was like having a good time, right? And like he got some people to start clapping and stuff too, right? And nowadays, it's my bad. Going back to like the anxiousness and like anxiety, I even have like, and I've never like second question guess myself, et cetera, like just do what you like to do, right? So I'm trying to like, I'm also like, this is why I explain, like, I'm being very serious. Like, I feel like I've been at the top and I've been at the bottom of like not having confidence, self-esteem, et cetera, et cetera. Like, I've always been confident, had self-esteem, but just like not even caring about that. I guess that may be two different things, but the anxiety is always like, is a similar feeling though. The anxiety, the anxiousness, the questioning, oh God, but I don't think like you have to be like that. That's like that's like you battling yourself. Like you're already setting yourself up for like a failure, right? Set yourself up for a win. Oh, I'm gonna win. And if you fail, who cares? Like, don't be prejudging yourself, you know? Where you been, Tori? We've been needing you on Wordle. We actually have. I'll be right back. Shout out Fastway. Y'all ever bake Play-Doh? Baking Play-Doh is absolutely insane, Chefy. What's up, Reboot? Hello, I'm sure you're all fine. Yo, Robin bought me a new set of Bluetooth earbuds, and they are actually decent. That's what's up, bro. Love that. The Bluetooth headphones bang. I used to use Bluetooth headphones for like, well, literally last 5 years when I was working. Y'all number one? Shout out. It's a lot of balls. Hey, yo. What are we talking about? Guys, did you watch Analog Horror Little Reboot Wally? I answered that earlier. No, I haven't actually. Bop, bop, bop. If you do the mix right, you get cool marbling though. If you do the mix right, you get cool marbling. I forgot what we were talking about. I'm sorry. I'm going to sleep night. Yo, Yuhi. Have a good night, bro. Hope you have a good day tomorrow. Night, Yuhi. Says Reboot. You get the bop, bop, bop if you smash. Excuse me. Instead of fold. I'm so far behind. I gotta like catch up. Do you listen to Overwhelmed? I guess you were talking about the song Overwhelmed. No, let's try it. Let's listen to it. Overwhelmed song. Because I said I used to listen to the Sweeter Weather song every day. You said I think you listen to this song every day. I think that's what you were trying to say. Silva just yiffing. Dude, no way I'm this far behind. Night, Yuhi. Do you listen to Lapping? Lapping about life. That's what I was talking about. I'll be right back. The day they cloned Dolly the sheep was the 5th, 1996. Mangus, it became the 6th 2 hours ago for me. Am I the only one that's here on this July 6th? Yo, that's Camden. What's up? That's Camden. My bad. Cloud Sound Pound. Ooh, I love the clouds. Sound is good too, though. The D doesn't go there. It's not sound. Donut. Clown wound. Wait, Robin's here? Hi, baby. Proud. Plow. Mound. My bad. Me too, solid. It's July 6th. July 6th, 2003. That means I'm 4 minutes behind. Bad guys bound gourd. This dude, look, I'm about to fast forward time. I'm about to fast forward time in one way. I'm 4 minutes behind. You said me too, Solid. It's July 6th, 2:03. It's 1:07 for me right now. So it means like I'm literally I'm in the past right now. No joke. Yo, speaking of which, I watched The Martian last night, Solid. I'm in the past right now, actually. Hold on. Without reading the chat. And in my brain, I'm in the past. Which is kind of like, sure, like, if we think about it real, like, dude, you're not in the past. Oh, you're watching. But, like, in a way, I am. Bad guys? What's up, Reboot? Bound gourd. Do that too, Silva, but it embarrasses Robin. What did I say? Charlie, I'm sorry, I forgot. I've returned. What's up, Fastboy? It was funny, bro. I was walking around dancing to all the music they were playing today. Oh, Charlie went to see a bunch of fire. Oh, he was cheering and being like, whoa! I got you. I need to go, guys. Have a good night, Wally. Thanks for coming by. I appreciate it. Sorry, I'm just now catching back up. Thanks for stopping by, Wally, for sure. Thank you. Thanks. Bye, guys. Soba's not catching up with chat. I am. Give me a second. Good night, Reboot Wally. We got to give him a minute. Don't. I appreciate not giving me a minute because obviously, like, I'm a yapper, so I need things to yap about, which I really don't ever have a problem with. We got to give him a minute. Wait, Soba, I do have a song request. If you have a minute, of course. Shout out to Overwhelmed. Please. Wait, please play. Don't listen to it. If you have anxiety, and don't listen to a song that says I have anxiety. That's gonna reaffirm your anxiety, bro. I'm joking in a way, but like it could actually like reaffirm your anxiety. Ah! What's up, Sheffy? Yo, I got a girlfriend. Yo, Green Sharks. Congrats, bro. That's awesome. Shout out my boy Green Sharks. Yo, I got a girlfriend. Can you do Wally next time? And by the way, it's 208. Wally what? Wally as the starter word? Let's see. Ooh. Yo, I want to play a game of chess. I want to play a game of chess. Check this out. Y'all think I win? Yo, can I play a friend? Yo, who wants to play me in chess? Oh, I gotta sign up. I swear I have an account. Let me see. I swear I've like made one at one point in time in my life. Oh no, I started a game on accident. I accidentally started a game, bro. Oh God. I can't even see where I'm clicking, bro. Hold on, my boy's finna bop on his head. I gotta play through this screen because I can't even see half my screen over here. About the guy climbing the fireworks? Yeah. My bad. Donut, good job. Green Sharks? But I beat you to it. Shout out Camden and Green Sharks, bro. It's not a challenge, Green. It's not a race, Camden. We're proud of all y'all. Is this still gonna go? Oh, it's my turn. Oh, I just set him. Bro, I haven't played chess in like 10 years, I swear. Prepare for this is a banger? This is a banger. How'd you like The Martian? Very interesting. I have to talk about that in a little bit. I'm locked in. Ask me about that again in like 5 minutes, Solid, please. Why is he bringing his queen out on my What did he take? He took one of my dudes? He took my dude!
gathered here today to honor the memory of the and although they are no longer with us,
I'm getting one of you freakers back, bro. I'm getting one of these freakers back.
we will start today's ceremony
I haven't played this in like 10 years, bro, I swear.
words.
Start with the retie. I don't know what a retie is, bro. I'm tired, but I want to play GTA so badly. What would you play on GTA, bro? Having a good day, bro. I'm having a bad day. Why are you having a bad day, Christopher? I do? What did I say? What did I say? I forgot, bro. Sorry. What was I talking about? I honestly need to catch back up because I don't like doing that. Hey, Chris, why are you having a bad day, bro? I'll be back in 10 minutes. Have a better day, Christopher. Is it my turn? Oh, it's his turn. Why did he give up? Why- One. Hey, I take that, bro. Don't play with me. Oh, I do? You wanted to play me in chess? You're done? If your OP is smart, he's got you. Charlie laugh. Laughing emoji. 5 minutes, he would still be yapping, take back. Yo, chill, yo. 5 minutes. Bah, bah, bah. All right, let me get back to the conversation. How do I like The Martian? Okay, let's start from the beginning to the end. Have you seen the movie The Martian, anybody? It's a guy who gets left on Mars, and he has to build his own foundation, et cetera, et cetera. There's two angles I could take about this, right? Remember, life is perspective, subjective. It's all about how you want to look at things. Do I want to look at the realness of it? And the logical, like what I think is logical about things? Do I want to say, this is a good portrayal of, like, you know, a good idea and is a fun, good, awesome movie, right? On the fun, good movie, awesome side, I would say a solid like 9 out of 10. It was like really fun, cool to watch, interesting. Logical side, I'd have to run it fully back to like actually give that a rate. I have to like watch it twice. So if you don't know the movie, it starts off with them. A big storm comes, right? They're exploring, big storm comes. They have to leave the dude because they think he dies. That's pretty cool. Speaking of which, isn't there another movie, a space movie, where there's some dudes like, they're like exploring a planet, and then one dude like pretty much pushes the dude to like die down a mountain cliff or something, and then they leave him? Isn't that a movie? What happens? Isn't that some movie? But anyways, okay, so the dude gets left on Mars. He has to survive. He creates his own shelter, left over from the stuff. Honestly, the movie was really fun and thoughtful. Things I didn't like, and I think mostly the things I didn't like just have to do with like, how do you create a movie around this subject, right? Like, how do you create a movie that's entertaining? Because I got lost on some things, like, I can't be like exactly specific, but things that weren't very like, it's just like movie things, I guess. I like the movie a lot. If I had to rate it all together, solid 8 to 8.5. My issue with movies, though, and where it tries to portray like something like accurate, I'm just such like a stiffler. Where it's like, why would they do that? But it's like, you know, okay. I mean, it's just a movie, bro. Obviously, right? Like, I end up catching myself saying that a lot, right? That's something that's a me thing, personally, I guess. Dead? Fast Boy dead? Grave? You're done. I think we should do a chess tournament on Discord. That'd be fun, bro. Hey, Fast Boy, I got a question. Okay, who took my spot? I'm number 2 now. I have no idea how that works. I was gonna call him a stream sniper if he beat you. Interesting. Dude, let's run this back. Should I play somebody else? Game preview? How did I do, bro? Tell me how I did. All right, I don't. All right, get me out of here. Sorry, I don't want to game preview no more. Play. Yeah, I want to play one more time. Hold on, I'm kind of goated. I'm kind of goated, bro. I'm like one of the best chess players of all time. Watch this. I think I'm just playing a robot where they just let me win to gas me up. Hello, dude. Shoot. What would you say was your favorite part of your trip to Cali? Thanks for asking that, Charlie. I appreciate that. What do you think is your favorite part about visiting Cali? It's a great question. Okay, so then we move this dude out. No. We move yeah, this dude up. So then we can move this dude like somewhere. Then we can move this dude. I don't like what this dude's doing here. I'm scared. Being with my friends and family. Food is a close second though. Dude, being with friends and family. Wait, so who did you all visit in Fastboy? Who'd you all visit in Cali Fastboy? Like, if you don't mind being specific, I guess. Like, you live with this family, I guess. I don't know your situation. But you went to visit this family, I guess? Not sure. For example, I go and visit my aunts and uncles and stuff in Texas, my cousins. Dude, I'm down to do challenges like this where, like, let's say I lose, I have to do something funny, you know, something embarrassing. If I win, I was gonna say something crazy. I probably can't say that. If I win, let's be appropriate and thoughtful and chill. I got nothing, bro. Wait, where am I? Which one's me? Why do I got two? Okay. Where did he go? He moved this dude up. Dude, I'm gonna create an account. Bro, look at my defense. My D is crazy. What? Good answer, brother. Catch these chessy hands, bro. I will literally put my chessy on your cot. Wait, what? That's not what I wanted to say. Play me in chess over? Let's play, bro. I'll make an account. The sushi is a banger. Sushi is probably my top 5 comfort food. That makes sense. I don't even know. Yo, my D is going crazy right now. Is this too much? That's now I'm going on O. I'm changing my D to a O. Probably shouldn't do that. Bro, I'm scared. I don't know what to do after I move these guys. After I move these dudes a few times, I don't know what to do. Psych, watch this. Now he's got like backup. You're playing people right now. There's a separate niche mode, NPC. Okay, so this is our people. It's definitely a bit of acquired taste for people. Sushi? I think you can find sushi for generally all people if you enjoy rice. If you don't like rice, then you're just not really gonna ever like sushi, right? But if you like rice, you could put like a piece of fried chicken in there. Can you actually? Does that mean sushi if you put like a piece of chicken? Has anyone put a piece of chicken in sushi? Be honest. I kind of just made that one up. Wait, what? Bro, I don't know what to do anymore. Dude, look, he's gonna steal my thing and not even know my thing is gonna be on his thing. What? It's, bro, I've always wanted to visit Cali. Me too, Charlie, my entire life, no joke. I don't get anything too fancy, though. Bro, I need to make a trip back to home to Indiana. I miss my friends and family like you wouldn't believe. I bet you do, Charlie. Definitely gotta get you a trip back to Indiana. My dad, aunts, and great aunts, and uncles, and my grandma. Shout out. Shout out Fastboy's dad, his aunts, and great aunts, his uncles, and his grandma. If you don't know, Fastboy's grandma is a living legend. I think that's her, right? The one with the Wikipedia page? I'm kind of goated. Am I a grandmaster at chess? Be honest. Do I have grandmaster potential? Be honest. That's awesome, Fastboy. I'm glad you got to see everyone. Family is very important. No joke. I promise you. Like, not even trolling. All jokes aside. When I first learned how to play chess, I always wanted to be like a grandmaster. Like, I'll be able to beat anybody. Like, that's how my head worked. Like, okay, I can memorize these moves. What's the pattern? Like I said, I love patterns. I'd always be able to recognize, but it's weird how life works. Like, I could have dove headfirst into chess, but I played sports and I had friends and I liked gaming and I was good. It was like, and I think people that actually dive into like certain things flourish. Like, I could flourish too, like in many different avenues. I said I like having fun in a lot of different things. Once I get good, I'm do something else. All right, this is fun. Do something else. Plus all my friends. What's the game called? I'll play you. This is chess. Chess.com. Oh yeah, friends are important too. I was just at Dairy Queen with them before the stream. Shout out, bro. Bad guys, thanks for coming back, Reboot. I was just at DQ with them. What'd you get from Dairy Queen? Like, did you get some food or ice cream? Dragon rolls and chicken tempura rolls, bro. Hear me out. You want to hear something sad? Speaking of chess, I mean, it's not sad. It's whatever. On my birthday, I went and ate at the seafood at the Chinese restaurant by myself. Kind of sad. That interesting. Like, well, it's also my dad's birthday. Me and my dad have the same birthday, if you don't know. This is a little silver lore. Me and my dad have the same birthday. I believe my dad and my mom, my nephew, my cousin, or my niece, they went to go do something. Not my cousin. And my niece, they all went to go do something, right? So. And I've always been, like I said, a loner for the last 5-10 years. So it's like. All right, here's some deep silver lore. Holidays, typically the best days, haven't really been the greatest of times for me of recent. Let's just put it like that, right? So, it is what it is, though, right? Life is what you make of it. So instead of being sad, I was like, dude, I'm gonna go eat some sushi. I don't even care. They have fried chicken in sushi. That's what I'm saying, bro. As long as you like rice, it'd be good. Yo, I'm back. Just lost a round of GTA races. That sucks, Charles. That's how it goes, though, sometimes. You cannot win them all, buddy. DQ gang. And fried shrimp is also pretty common. My favorite sushi rolls are like the ones that are like have crab wrapped around the sushi on the outside. And then it's like fried tempura something. What is tempura? Tempura is like the crispy friedness, right? What is tempura? It'd be like shrimp tempura. Battered and deep fried. Yeah. It'd be like a shrimp tempura. You have the crab on the outside, then like a shrimp tempura. Or you could even have crab on the inside. Firecracker shrimp is my jam. Yo, I don't know if I can even show graphic things here. Like, not graphic, but like, there was a guy that was playing with fireworks, and he ended up blowing his hand up. Very crazy. Hold on. Let me see if I can show this one video. Like, it's not going to show anything. It's going to show him talking for it right before it happened. Let me make sure it doesn't show anything. I don't see it. No, here's okay, and they got it covered up. Yeah, cool. This is what I want to see. Bro, this dude right here, man, this is like life. Life, you got to be careful, bro. One mistake. 1 second. Literally, my dad always says like 5 to 10 seconds of like not using your brain, of like a lapse in judgment, right, could ruin the next like 5 to 10 years or 50 years of your life, right? And if you don't know who this dude is, he's like a rapper. He's like a rapper who went to prison, and like he comes out, he like fights a bunch of people, right? He's known for like fighting, right? This is him talking about, this is him on July 4th. And like he's joking around, and this sucks because he's kind of joking around, right? He's like, man, I'm gonna blow one of y'all up. And this is funny to me, right? And I would make a joke like this, but I wouldn't do something dumb like this, right? The thing is, he made a joke like this, and people will clown him for it. And like I even clowned him for it. Like, yeah, you blew yourself up, right? That was my first thought. And so the people that kind of put themselves out there to like joke around and be creative, they also will be the first ones to like, I guess it is what it is though. Because he gains the popularity and all the charisma and all, like he has all that, so like he gets the popularity, right? He said, I'm about to blow somebody up. Like joking around though.
Stop playing CDs. I'm throwing them in your house. I'm throwing them at you. Vernon Avenue.
He said he throwing them in your house. You want to hear a terrible story? Listen to me. I got a bunch of stories like this, but this is why I don't feel comfortable like yet saying stuff. Anyways, one time me and my friends had some like stuff like this, but they weren't these. They're the ones you put in a tube and it shoots in the air and makes the big like big firework, right? You know how you drop it in the tube, you light it, and it shoots up and it makes the big explosion? Man, me and my friend had like 3 or 4 of these like left over. And bro, we threw them in people's backyard, bro. And it literally, when we lit it, it blew up. We're running. I'm laughing. I'm running. I turn back around. My friend is slower than me, right? He's like a bigger dude. So when I'm running, I turn around. I look at him. He's running like this. Boom! You just see like a big green explosion. I'm so horrible, right? That's why I feel so bad. But like, we all live and learn. That's why it's okay to make mistakes, because like, what if I was judged on my past, bro? I got a crazy past, like. And I've left a lot of my past out there because I don't care if it gets found, because I like, it's a part of me, and it's a part of like learning and growing and becoming somebody else, right? So bro, we did that, man. It's so stupid, so dumb. Don't do that. Feel really bad about that. I don't know who I could have endangered. What if there was an animal in the backyard? All kinds of stuff, right? Very dangerous, very stupid. But that, I'm telling you, like, I got a crazy past. So imagine that we would have lit it and threw it in their backyard and blew up in our. What if it would have blew up in my hand, right? Like,
I'm blowing somebody up today off the bat.
He said he's blowing somebody.
The bat. I'm blowing your ass up. I'm blowing somebody up today off the bat.
He really spoke that into existence. Do I think that's a thing? Sorta. This is him after like it happened. Thankfully they got it like covered and stuff. Anyways, yeah, that was random. Speaking of fireworks. I have so many stories though. One time me and that same friend, we were on four-wheelers. We're on four-wheelers and we take this turn. He always had like this massive four-wheeler, right? So I was like on the back of it. It was his dad's. So we're riding it. Boom, we go into this ditch and it just sinks into it. Zoop. We just like sunk into the ditch. The four-wheeler is like halfway in it. We're like revving it, smashing it, trying to get it up. He's like so scared. He's like a big dude. Like he's the type of kid that could beat his dad up at like 13, right? He's like that big and massive. But like his dad, like, you know, was like the dad, right? He was like, he still was just his dad regardless at the end of the day. His dad was like kind of a smaller dude. It's so funny. I can just hear him saying, God dang it, boy. Like saying his name. God dang it, Jeremy. Let's just say his name is Jeremy. God dang it, Jeremy. Just the way he screams at him. So his dad ended up not liking me for a while because, like, well, we grew up together for like 10 years. So at one point in time, his dad thought it was me getting him in trouble. I'm like, it's not me, bro. Your son is crazy. Not really crazy. He's just outrageous. We've been eating a lot lately because they have a good deal on it right now. It's a 3-piece chicken strip with fries, ice cream, and a drink, all for $7. 3-piece chicken strip with fries, ice cream, and a drink. Oh, that sounds fire. Play me? Sheffy, I gotta make an account to play people. Should I make an account right now? Oh, and my brother can't leave him out there too. Shout out Fastboy's brother. How old's your brother, bro? Is he your younger brother or your older brother? So I've been living in Georgia for 6 years. We've been to visit everyone twice since I've been down here. Twice is decent, at least. That isn't like much at all though in 6 years. Like, that's nothing, right? I thought at least you have visited him. I mean, that's something, right? That's a little something. Nowadays, with like video chatting, I think life is kind of different. Life is so much different now. Now that you can just like video chat and be like, hey, cuz, or hey, you know, what's up, instead of having to go see somebody, it's way different, right? Obviously, seeing your family in person's way better. It's not even comparable. But silver lining, at least we can see our family like across the world and stuff. Interesting. Is he older or younger, Fastboy? I was thinking the same thing. Both my brothers are older than me. Interesting. What's up, Chris? Hold on, I'm still on top chat. Oh god, hold on. I probably missed a bunch of messages. My bad. I'm about to catch back up. Troll alert. Always get a medium cone. I'm not typing, but I'm here. Yo, what's up, Radio? Thanks for being here, bro. How have you been? How's your night, Radio? Oh, bro, that sucks. I always draw and show it in Tumblr. Do you draw on Tumblr? I've never used a Tumblr. I want to play somebody ranked, bro. Let me make an account. Let me see if I can log in. Oh, I do have an account, bro. I do have an account, apparently. When did I create it? Yo, I'm an OG! Yo, I'm an OG. Bah, bah. Yo, Chef, you respect that or nah? Apparently, I was terrible at chess my entire life. I played in 2020. I played a lot. I've only played 5 games ever. I started in April. Medium chocolate cone dipped in cherry. Medium chocolate cone dipped in cherry. I'm just a plain vanilla guy, bro. The most I get some nuts. I might get some nuts on my cream. Cream on my nuts? No, that's not how that works. I'll be back. I'll work on that one. You guys have a Tumblr? I don't actually. Chevy, that's dangerous. I go in raw, I don't dip it. I feel you, Fastboy. I'm straight raw. I raw dog it. I always eat my meat and vegetables. Yo, Silva, I have a question. I'm all about that tuna action. Tuna? I've never liked tuna ever in my life. Meat and vegetables, love it. Yes, his hand, not his head. Roughly how many fingers are lost every 4th of July? I've seen a lot of posts, literally. I've seen a lot of posts talking about get ready, and like there's a bunch of people that like had accidents. Silva! What's up, Reboot? Ask me a question, bro. I have a question. Hey, I switched accounts. I downloaded the game Chess. Can you play me? Yeah, what's your account, Camden? The guy in white shirt? Yeah, the guy in the white shirt that I was showing, Tori. He was the one that blew his hand up. Yeah. Yeah, okay. I said I have a question. Sorry, Reboot. I haven't been reading chat. I'm talking a lot. Yo, I got it, y'all. Instead of bop, 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 it should be yap, yap, yap. Not bad, Charlie. Not bad. I hear you, Charlie. Hey, have you signed into the chess game? Troll alert. I have a question. I did my name is Camden321. Friends. Search by name or username. I don't have any friends. How do I add friend? It says friend link. Find friends in friend link. How do you add a friend? Yeah, I'm an OG double OG. Don't play with me, bro. Get out of here, fuck. Get the troll out. I just seen him. I didn't see anything. Sorry. Troll right now. I just got cranked a 90 on that scrub. I just cranked a 90 on that scrub. Appreciate that, Fast. Well, I didn't see anything. I didn't even see it. Do you have Tumblr? I don't have Tumblr. Oh, nah. I don't know what that is. No, I don't have it. I've been drawing and showing it in Tumblr. We have an art tab in the Discord. Yeah, we actually do have an art tab. Yo, Fast Boy. Fast Boy, have you seen... Yo, Tori. I don't remember if Tori seen it. Did you see this? Did you see the AI that Sheffy made, bro? Look at this.
Dude, I can't even see the letters straight.
This is me playing Wordle, apparently. Or Latino. It's a Latino guy playing Wordle, but essentially it's like me, I would assume. With long hair, you know.
We're never gonna get this. Dude, I can't even see the letters straight.
Isn't that kind of weird? Which brings me back. When this gets so good and we develop what's stopping somebody from developing this so good over time? Think like 1,000. Think of 100,000 years down the line when somebody is able to create AI so good. When we're able to give robots feelings, right? How do we not just become a simulation after that? Like,
We're never
so
gonna get
crazy
this.
to me.
Dude, I can't even see.
Welcome to the Silva Show.
Welcome to the Squatch and Silva Show.
The Squatch and Silva Show.
Welcome to the Squatch and Silva Show.
That kind of weird.
Well,
It's just a fake. This is a fake person talking. Hold on, but I just realized this is a fake person talking.
welcome to the Squatch and Silva Show.
Emotionless, right? But this
Letters
person,
straight.
this dude has emotion. This dude has the emotion of laughter, right? Something's funny.
We're never gonna get this. Dude, I can't even see the letters straight.
Like, I get it's just layered on sound onto film, I would assume, but like, very interesting, you know? Let's choose a Wordle. Do I play another game of chess? No, I don't have it. Reboot, you should join the Discord channel. I agree, Charlie. Does anybody want to play me on chess? My username is... I'll play you. I don't know how to add, bro. Somebody add me. My name is Half Baked. Add me. Add me on chess, bro. I don't know how to play. Messages? Apparently I got a message. Hold on. Couldn't chat during the game somehow. Sorry for the confusion. That pawn move is called input, so you can take a pawn that moves up to 2 besides your own. Wait, what? What's an en passant? Sorry, I'm over here. My bad. I just realized that you couldn't see the screen.
This is the chess rule that no one knows. Imagine this situation. You're playing white, your pawn is on the 5th rank. Your opponent's black pawn jumps forward 2 squares, and now these 2 pawns are side by side. Can you capture the other pawn? The answer is yes. Your pawn still captures diagonally like normal, and the other pawn disappears from the board. But it's not magic, and it's not a bug. This is a real chess rule, and this move is only allowed on this one turn. So you have to pay attention and don't miss your next chance to capture.
So whenever their opponents haven't moved their pawn, and they just so happily move it 2, if it's side by side, obviously if they move it 1, you're gonna take it. If they move it past, you can take diagonal. Wow, okay, did not know that. Okay, interesting. Bro, add me on chess if you can. I don't know how, bro. Find friend. Camden. Maybe I should just type it in here. 12. Oh yeah, I should have. Camden 321. Camden, let's play, bro. Sheffy, what's the word, bro? I'll play you after. Yo, who's trying to get clapped? What? I don't really have Discord. Sorry, guys. That's okay. My name was Half Baked. Half Baked? Shout out, Fazboy. You understand. Sheffy, you get it? You get me? Yeah, video chatting does help, but it's nothing like actually being able to hug them, bro. I've been wanting to give my older sister and huge I miss her a lot. No, I hear that for sure. Like I said, it's not gonna be the same. Of course, seeing them in person is a lot better. It's never gonna be the same as, like, yeah, like you said, hugging them, you know, giving them a kiss, a love and affection, you know. 2013 is a million years ago in internet time. That's what I'm saying, Solid. I'm pretty OG. That's respectable, right? It's pretty respectable. Start game, did he enter? I think he entered. Yo, Cam, are you trying to get your cheeks clapped? Metaphorically speaking? My username is Angel Bunny. On chess, or are you talking about on Tumblr? Reboot. I do, LO. I got you, Chevy, after this. Half Baked. 2013. I said, do have a Tumblr? No, I don't, Reboot. Reboot Wally is just Angel Bunny. Yes, if you've seen photo of a kid with blue shirt and brown hair, that is me. Shout out. Send you a challenge on Discord. My bad, I got you. Search up a here. I kind of don't ever go in the DMs when I'm streaming, Chevy, so that's why I like don't notice it. I'm coming for that. If you posted in like the Discord, I would, but I think somebody else could like accept it. I'm not sure. Search up a here names and see if that works. I found the suspect, Sheffy. I'm coming for that #1 spot, boy. Sheffy, my boy. Start the game. Who am I playing, bro? Game aborted. Now I'm in a new game against this guy. He's 880, bro. What am I? Oh, I'm 857. Put some respect on me. I'm 857, bro. I'm kind of like that. Watch this. Click play a friend, then search up 321. My bad. It's based off time watched and messages sent. I can't find you, Ella. I'm still coming for that spot, Chef. You better watch your bag. Shout out. What's up, mean boy? Look up a Lion. Dude, if you're like 1200, screw you, Chefy. What's up, mean boy? I'm gonna go to bed, y'all. Yo, fast boy, sorry. I'm just not catching up. I'm sorry, bro. Have a good night. I appreciate you. Thank you. Hope you have a good day tomorrow, bro. Thanks for being here, fast boy. Goat. I'll be right back, y'all. Shout out Charlie. I can't find you on chess. Half Baked. HLFBAKED. Good night, Fast Boy, says Snakey. In the chess game where you can play coach, look under him. There's a more button. Click that and make a custom match. I got you after this. It put me in the match against this guy. Am I playing against myself right now? Oh, this is just fake. My move stock. Oh, so this isn't a real person. Okay, so okay, I can just like leave this. I thought I was in a real game. Okay, Play coach, custom game. Custom challenge. Challenge link. Actually, I'll play Sheffy right now. I'm pretty sure you wanted it. I got you, Sheffy. Sheffy, you're not even an OG, bro. Sheffy just started this. He's not even a real OG. I'm playing. Challenge? What rank is he, bro? I'm scared. $1,100 or 100? 400? Sheffy, I'm finna bring that here, boy. Silva, are you a fan of Five Finger Death Punch? I know they're OG, classic OG. I haven't listened to Five Finger Death Punch in a while, though. Said hi. What's up, Cam? Thanks for coming back, bro. Night Fast Boy? I sent a challenge and a friend request. That's what you think. I got money on Silva. Don't let me down, man. Dude, have I ever lost at chess before? I've literally never lost at chess on stream in my life. And that's a fact. That's just a fact. Sheffy is a fake 100. He's like 1,000. They're releasing a best of album on the 19th. Shout out to Five Finger Death Punch. Sheffy. Kind of scared, bro. We can also hit up this Wordle at any point in time. I can send audio real quick. Ay, ay, ay. Who is this dude? Hold on. Forgot, it's hard for me to see. Let me do this. I've never lost a game of chess before. And I'm not gonna let freaking Sheffy take that from me. Wait, where's my guy at? Oh, here he is. I'm scared. Yum, 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 yum. I would love to stay, but I get some sleep, y'all. Y'all take it easy. Yo, Charlie, I appreciate you, bro. This is the latest I've stayed up in like a week, and I'm totally drained. Yo, Charlie, you're a go for that. Thank you. What song is this? I need to add to my playlist. This is Young Kai Blue. Add that thing, bro. Add that thing. Young Kai Blue. Very relaxing and chill. Charlie, or he moved forward. Bro, I'm definitely yomping on that thing too. What's my this is my king. Interesting. Interesting. Yippee-ki-yay. Have you heard about this yet? I found a rare quarter worth almost 27 cents in my left pocket at 2:47 p.m. Wait, what? You found a rare quarter at almost 27 cents in my front left pocket at 2:47 p.m. today. I haven't heard about that, Yippee-ki-yay, no. Got it. I'm adding it now. Night, y'all. Have a good night, Charlie. Appreciate you, bro. Chefy just moved from here to here. I definitely chomp on that. Yep, I do understand. Thanks, Tank. I'm gonna stay for a minute while I finish my smoke. Appreciate you, Charlie. Charlie, watch me finish off Chefy real quick, bro. This is for you, Charlie. Remember, this is for you, bro. Watch, I'll make this spiffy. I'll spiffy on. Don't say that. I'll make this thing spiffy. What does spiffy even mean, bro? I don't know. Hopefully, I'm not saying something crazy. Solid Tank took that #1. Take that, Chefy. Actually, he hasn't, bro. Solid Tank is #2 for me. Charlie's #3. Who was the last person you killed? That's a great question. Who was the last person I killed? It would have to be in Valorant. That was the last game I was playing where I would have killed somebody. Like, actually, like, like in a game, right? I'm trying to give you a very thoughtful answer, like, actually correct answer. The last person I would have killed, who was the last person that I played as Chamber. If you know the game Valorant, I play as Chamber. So I was sniping most likely. It's probably a Jet, a Reyna, a Fade. One of those characters. All right, where am I at? You move this. Has LC ever had diarrhea? I know I'm not alone, sister. I know that's right. What are you even saying, bro? Dean, what is that? What are you even saying, bro? I don't think that can actually happen. Like, logically speaking, I don't think that's a thing. I think that's the wrong area. Get him, bro. I got you, Charlie. Watch this. Watch this sick move, bro. Charlie, watch this sick move, bro. Watch how epic this is gonna be, Charlie. Charlie, did you see that, bro? Now watch this drive. Yo, watch this. Hold on. Check this out, bro. Yo, Charlie. Yo, everybody, watch this, bro. Oh, this is gonna be legitness. Watch this legitness. Charlie number 1? Charlie is number 1. Shout out. Sheffy's not even a real one. Sheffy's such a not a real one. Yo, watch this sick move. Hold on. I'm cooking up something crazy. Hold on. Hold on. This is gonna be sick. Did you see that? Hold on. Did y'all see that? Tell me that wasn't freaking awesome, bro. Dude, tell me that wasn't awesome. Bro, I don't know. Ish about chess. What you just witnessed was a pure display of excellence and brilliancy. That's pure dominance. If you don't know, I moved this guy to right here. What does that do for me? This guy establishes pure dominance in this area. Like, look at him. Not a single person would dare approach them. Because his aura is like radiating. See what I'm saying? He stopped. Where has Caden been? Has anyone talked to him? Yeah, he did actually stop by like 2 or 3 days ago. I think he's been busy. I'm kind of upset with myself because I keep starting my streams at 12:30. And I should be doing that at like 11:30. Or like 11. You know, that's all me. Alright, watch this epic legitness. Hold on, this is gonna be crazy. Watch this. This one's gonna be so crazy. Hold on, that one's actually kind of fire. Okay, it's 3 a.m. I'm taking my at to bed now. Yo, appreciate you, Charlie. Have a good night, bro. I'm literally just about to wrap this cock up. Wait, what? I'm literally just about to wrap Sheffy up and put him good to bed also. Sheffy's gonna be right there with you, bro. Have a good night, Charlie. Sheffy's gonna be laying his thing beside your head. He's about to be laying his head beside your head. You and Sheffy are about to be laying heads beside each other to bed. What? You've been streaming like an hour and a half? Yeah, like an hour and a half. I'm just playing this. I'm not gonna end stream. I was just joking. Like with Charlie. 1 second. I gotta go back to these bangers. Shout out Mike Hunt. Did I beat Sheffy? He gave up. The connection was lost because you logged in on another device. Oh wait, I'm almost out of time. Sheffy's gonna beat me on time. Only have 8 seconds. All right, now. Oh, okay. Now I gotta go. Now I gotta go. Watch this. Watch this now. I love to be pressured. I need pressure to come alive. If you look at the bottom right here, I have 8 seconds. Sheffy only has 50 seconds. Okay, that one did throw me off a little bit. I wasn't expecting that. I don't have time to think either. Okay, he moved that to there. What did he take, bro? Interesting. He's trading this for this. No, bro, you gotta take that. Oh, he takes it with that. Interesting. Oh, I gotta move this over here. Interesting. I just need to move it out the way. Kind of dumb. How much time do I got left? Oh, I think I get more time to work. Tiffy's out of time. Dude, thankfully I realized like I was almost out of time. All right, let's wrap that cack. Back to regularly scheduled program. Shout out Sheffy. I was half baked in 2013. Kind of crazy. I told you, Sheffy, that spot is mine, buddy. Wow, you actually got it too. Charlie's a go for that. Why didn't you give me time? That wasn't fair, LOL. I was gonna get you too. You almost cooked me. I gotta be honest, you were cooking. You started cooking. But the reason you started cooking is because I realized I was running out of time. You should have realized you were running out of time, buddy. You gave me none? Sorry, bro. So like at the end, I think like I gave you time. Wait, what does that mean? You gave me time? I didn't know that's a thing. That's how I got more time? I noticed I had got more time. We can give each other 15 seconds. Bro, how you think I know that? How am I supposed to know? Oh, okay. Let me time. I don't know. I've never played, bro. I don't know. I spanned it for you? My bad. All I know is in chess rules, you have like 5 seconds and left. If you don't make that move in 5 seconds, it'll add 1 second above it. So I was ready to add 1 second, bro. You didn't have to help me, buddy. Read the chat. I was typing. I wasn't looking, bro. Sorry. My bad. All right, let's see. All I gotta say is get pooped on, buddy. O-E-R-Y. I was prepared to have no time. So sweet. I did say I had extra time at the end there. Sorry? No. Tory? Question mark. T-O-R-E-Y. O-R-E-Y. O-E-Y. It's just a O-E-Y thing. O-E-Y. O-E-Y, I'm not sure. Oh, we got a rematch coming. No time limit for you, not for me. Hit the chef with the Miyama Mushi trick. Sheffy, getting pooped on, buddy. Look, yo, Sheffy, I got something. Read the chat right now. Hold on, let me at you. Watch this, Sheffy. I got you. GG, no, great, bait, mate, I rate 8 out of 8. You almost lost. I gave you time. Yeah, right. You can say that, Sheffy, but I was prepared. I was prepared, buddy. I wouldn't have ran out of time. O-E-Y. I don't know any O-E-Y word. Is this a word? O-E-Y. Y-E-O? O-E-Y. Buoy? I don't have a U though. Blank, O-E-Y? Boil? Wait, what? B-O-Y-L-E. Wait, that works. No, that's not a word. That's a word. Blank. Oh. Where would this E go? This stuff that's not at the end. L-E. That's all I can think of. You lost, but I was too nice. Next time you face Batman. All justice. All right, Sheffy. I feel like Sheffy has like 7 accounts he plays on. Next time he's gonna unleash the fury on me. Pollen. Golem. Golem? Pollen? No, boil. got to be something like that. Pollen. Pollen is 2 L's. Boil? It would have went like this. Never mind. All good. Is pollen 2 L's? Pollen, weak, third person, singular present. What the heck is soil? That's a great question. How did I even get that? Listen, bro, we don't ask. We don't ask questions around here. That's for them. I was gonna say like hipsters or something. Dude, this is my like one of my favorite songs right now. Soylent Green is people, I know that. Soylent Green. Interesting. That's what it looked up. Alright, watch this. Is this even a word? Okay. Blank, 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 EL. Cowl? Vowel, towel. Ooh, I probably should have said something like that. Towel. Towel, I think. Vowel, cowl. Did I? Cowl, C-O-W-L. Colin Powell. Shout out Colin Powell. Shout out my boy. What? It's not my boy. Actually, I don't know what he's known for, actually. I probably should not be saying that. Towel. Definitely towel. Hotel. HTW. HTW. It'd go hotel. What was the other one? Towel. Bowel. O-W-E-L. So, wait, just do this. Blank O-T-E-L. It's towel or vowel? How do you spell vowel, actually? Starting the Afghan conflict during HW's run. Run what's for? Ooh. Ooh, yeah. What's? Hotel. This would give me vowel, towel. Oh, but I don't put the L in the right spot, which is kind of interesting, but I feel like we know what it is. Hotel is too easy. H-O-T-E-L. Right? It's too easy, bro. I kind of want to run that song back, too. I'm like, it's such a vibe. Such a vibe. Yeah, wait. I predicted the future the other night. I can't talk about it, actually. It just needs to be genuine. But I kind of want to know, like, I wouldn't do more or less because of certain things. I just kind of wanted to know what the general area is. Let's speed run some, though. Watch this. A-E-Y? Can I recommend a song you might like? Of course you can. Tori? Nice, appreciate it. Fire? Okay, so the E. Unless it starts with the E. A. R. Or a T at the beginning. T-A-R-E blank. Earth? Ooh, I love Earth. I don't even care. I love Mother Earth. Because I love number 3. Just speed run a few. Watch this. It's gonna go like this. Watch. First we put in audio, and then we put in whatever it gives us off of that. Because I went yearn, you run it back. It's too easy, so we go steer. It's literally a hack. Psych. Blank A R E. Are we in the same situation? Blank R E R. No, R can't go there. No T. Probably the same situation. Parse, large. I think we had parse. Bang. Bang! Barge? That was you, because I could not think of farce. That was the setup, though. That was a good one. That was solid. Dude, I just want to listen to her music. Actually, we're just gonna put some. We're gonna do a little exploring. I'll explain. We'll figure out how I like music. Like, how do I figure out what music do I like? That's what I'm trying to explain. Oh, let's watch a couple of her shorts, bro. Her shorts are kind of fire. I gotta be honest. Watch this. They actually make you vibe. Like, watch this. And it goes like this. We'll get in your car and you'll need to kiss me. We'll down for hours and lay on the backseat. So fire. It seems like it's not in 4K though. So I think so. Look, I noticed. You see how it's kind of blurry? Watch this. You have to go to a video. You have to go to a video. Click on it. It doesn't matter which one it is. Go to it. Make sure it's in 1080p. So like you have to come over here and click on. Make sure it's on 1080p. Then whenever you go back to a short, this is. I swear I know how to like. Anyways, watch. This should be way more clear now. Is this one? Is this it? Nope, still blurry actually. Interesting. Maybe it's just this one. Yeah, it was just that one. Dude, the raw lyrics are so sick and like hypnotizing. Trash? That's cool, radio. It's your opinion. Barge? It's like graceful and elegant. I typed a comment. It's like if elegance and rhythm bop together. It's like grace and elegance together. No, grace, it's like elegance and rhythm. It's like soothing. Very fire. I like how she like makes it though. I thought it's so cool. Anyways, all right. Shout out. Oh wait, but I wanted to listen to some of her music actually. Sorry. Bro said trash. It's okay. I don't think it's nice when people like just straight. You know, because it's very easy to say, yeah, that's trash. But then, like, it's easy for me to say, okay, do you have anything that do you create music? No, I don't create music. Of course not. And then it's like, roll his eyes, you know, sigh, like, of course, you know. Do you have to make music to have an opinion on if music's trash? No. It's not what I'm saying. I think that's the issue, is a lot of people assume nowadays. Like, the dumbest people you know assume. That's like the worst thing that could possibly be happening. And like, now everybody's assuming. Like, not even the smart people. Like, it's okay for the smart people to assume because they can think ahead. They can like put everybody's feelings together and think ahead. But now the dumb people are assuming. And that's like the issue we're kind of having nowadays. Very interesting.
Take me to Paris.
For example, I could say something mean like, he assumes we care about his opinion. We don't care about his opinion, right? Like, I could be mean too, but what does that do? Like, I just put more evil energy into the world? Doesn't really help, you know? Smith. Georgia Smith on my mind. Got you, actually, sorry. You did say you had a song for me to listen to. Acoustic remix? Barge. Let's just knock some out. I forgot we're on a speed run. Back to the speed run. That was a quick intermission. Shout solid.
Don't want to feel you. Don't want you on my mind. Don't want to feel you. Don't want you on my
Let's hit it backwards.
Don't want you on my mind. On my mind. On my mind. 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 Would I leave if you were everything I wanted you to be? When I saw what you did, who you were with, got me questioning the things that I believe.
Spore or s'more? I think s'more is more common. I think the answer is spore. I'll put the R in the same spot. Don't rush your greatness also. Speed running, you might run into some errors. This is 2 wasted letters. Thankfully, I got the O spot on. This is 2 wasted letters here. So out of the 15 letters remaining, I could have had 17. So 17 letters compared to 15. And really, I'm going to always have to use a O. So it's 1, 2, 3, 12 letters. So I could have had 14 letters over 12 letters. Not very smart. It's okay. It's okay to make mistakes. I'm going back drinking iced tea, and my dad kicked that. My brother and I was very alone without him. I'm getting worried about my brother. If he is dead, I'll be very sad all day again. Yeah, Reboot Wally, I'm sorry to hear that, bro. What do you think's going on? What's wrong with your brother, bro? What's up, Rascal? It's a good song too. Definitely not trash. I feel that. Like, the thing is, do you let people, like, you see how I'm trying to be kind to like somebody who's being rude, right? How kind are you to somebody that's like that, right? Like, let's say we're kind to that person, kind to somebody that's rude all the time. You're kind to people that don't deserve it, right? And then the one time that I'm rude and mean to this person, right? They win. I win. Look, he's mean. He's like me. He's like me. He's mean. Haha, look, everybody, record this clip. Clip it, send it to 1 billion people. Look, he's mean too. It's like, really, at the end of the day, you have to ignore those people. Like, do you just straight ban them, insta ignore? Then there's the people like, oh, you don't even listen to it. It's like, how do you win, you know? Interesting. I think the song is fire. I love the song, bro. Thanks for recommending it. Prove? Crown. I could go. Instead of going VE or like. Sound word. Crone. Groan. I could do groan. But it wouldn't give me P. It wouldn't give me the P or prove. P-R-O-V-E. Grove. Bro, I need to put a V. R blank V. R blank B. Riven. Given. G-I-V. I recommend because it gives me a Kenya Grace vibe. I love it, bro. Thanks for Prong. Thanks for recommending it, bro. There we go. Prong. Love that. Okay. All right. Now we're getting down to the nitty and gritty. Okay. Now we're getting down. Now we're getting a little weird. Let's get weird. Yeah. I like getting weird. Force. Force. Oh wait, no, it's R-O. Wait, what? I'm dumb. Hold on. I must have slight dyslexia. R-O-E. Sorry. Oh, this is kind of going hard. Thanks for recommending it, Tony. I love this type of music, bro. Oh, let's see what Reboot Wally says. Reboot says, my brother was smoking in pen and drinking 2 beers with his bad friends, and I told my brother stop. And my dad and my brother had a fight, and now my brother got kicked out, and I hate hearing yelling. No, I hear that. I honestly understand that, Reboot. I really do hate hearing that too. And I remember when I was younger, I was in a bad time with my mom and dad yelling at each other, and I thought I was in danger, so I called my grandma for help. Yeah, Wally, I really hate that. And she picked me up so fast. Well, Reboot, thankfully your grandma was there to, you know, help you out in that situation. I'm like, that's awesome. I'm really grateful for that. What I would say about your older brother and your dad, about them yelling and arguing, is I think a part of like growing up and maturing is like you're going to argue and have differences, but you have to be able to get past those differences. And like a father and a son arguing is very common, you know, because I've argued with my dad, like even recently. So like I understand how that goes. And I think they both just have to be able to get over it, you know, to get past it. Don't hold on to grudges. This life is short. You never know what can happen. And he may be kicked out now, but you never know. Like maybe over time, he may be able to come back and he says sorry and stuff like that, you know? So I hope it gets better, bro. I really do. Broke. Broke. Bro, what's up, Tony? Low key. Broke. E? No. UE? No. HE? No. JE? No. LE? You kind of look like Milky Chance. It just helped me. Bro, who is Milky Chance? Let's look this. You talking about this guy? Who's Milky Chance, bro? Hold on. I swear I have a jaw under all this. What? Who do I look like? I feel like I had a dream about that. Cause I remember saying like, yo, that dude looks like me. I swear that was a dream. And I've been asking myself, do I have somebody that looks like me that I actually genuinely think looks like me? Because like, what if like, you know how they say in a multiverse, there's other you doing you in a different, what if there is just like, dude, it all leads down to like sperm, to be honest. I know this is crazy, but like, be serious. What is like the DNA in the sperm that makes like the different humans? How do we create that? Isn't that crazy? Because isn't that like what it is at the end of the day that makes us different? A modern day Carlito? Who the freak is Carlito? Carlito's way. He bites the. It spits it all in your face, bro. This was crazy. Yo, if you remember this era of wrestling, you can survive the fallout. Yo, if you remember this era of wrestling, or this, if you know this guy in particular, you can survive the fallout. Like, I truly believe you could survive a fallout, because like only the true real ones understand this guy. He has no business winning a title. What? Carlito wins title? He has no business winning a title. Honestly, I don't know nothing about him anymore. I just remember him used to bite and spit it in the face of people, dude. That was crazy. The moment sperm fertilizes the egg, a new unique DNA code is created. So that's where life starts. Like, that's where we need to start at. In that moment when DNA fertilizes the egg, DNA touching the egg, this moment right here, what is this power right here? What is this power right here? What is the power in this tip? What is the power in the tips of life? What is the tip of life? You just stick your tip in a hole? Huh? Sorry. Maybe not that, actually. Not really sure. So you're talking about life is just never mind, don't say that. Anyways, shout out Kenya Grace. Life is just one big tip. We're just at the tip of life. Wait, what? We're just the remnants of the tip of the life. Wait, what? We're just the excretion. What? Don't say that, bro. Don't say that. We're just life's tip. Frozen. F-R-O-Z. Froze. Exy. Broke. Crove definition. Hold on, this is kind of going hard. So I think it's just froze, and who? Froze and broke. Froze, broke, right? FB? FBZ? There's no way there's an FBZ word. Trump versus Elon, who you got? That's a great question, bro. Are we talking about straight hands? Are we talking about straight hands? Are we talking about an intellect? Are we talking about money versus money? Are we talking about power versus power? Are we talking about... There's a lot of different angles we can go with this, Jake Dog. What you thinking, bro? Appreciate that question, bro. If we're talking straight hands... Who do I take, bro? Dude, I feel like Elon is the type of guy to kind of be like a little tougher, but he'd do like this. He'd be like that, right? I feel like Trump, he'd be like, he would actually swing and hit him. I do believe Trump would actually swing and hit him. Trump would be like he would actually like do that. I do believe so. I gotta believe Trump would literally throw those hands. But I think Elon could like, he would get hit for the first time in his life. He'd start like crying. All right, let me just play it, bro. This is what I think of. Eric Cartman getting slapped. This is what would happen, bro.
That's right. You and me. Right now. We're having it out. Let's go. Come on.
This is literally Elon's build also. That's how I see the fight going. Their dick size? Okay, now we're getting interesting. Now we're cooking. Okay, their weenus size. Okay, I've never really actually considered Trump's cock. So thanks for putting that in my brain. I've actually literally never thought about that once in my life, so that's kind of unique. Okay. Okay, I got Trump's cock on my mind. Let me put Elon's cock on my mind. Okay, I'm visualizing it. I'm seeing it. Okay. Yes, interesting. Both very tiny, I do have to say. Both are very tiny. Mm-hmm. Elon is the type to have reconstructive surgery on his cock. So he at least added 1 more inch to that. So it would probably be Elon if I had to guess. Do you like Majid Jordan? I feel like you would like their music. Majid Jordan. Let me look it up. Majid Jordan. Can't watch a music video. Let's do lyrics. 1 second. Zebra? Z, it doesn't give me an F. It gives me the Z. Grows, rose, froze. Gives me the froze, right? Thank you, bro. I was just like, please be right. Literally, I was just hoping that was right. I didn't even do the calculations, bro. I could actually see what you're saying. Dude, that's what I'm saying, bro. That could actually happen. About them fighting, not the cock. Okay. Wait, why were you visualizing on their cock, buddy? I'm just playing. Visualizing, yeah, them fighting. I could see that, bro. Elon be like, yeah, what's up, bro? What's up, bro? That's literally how it would go. Literally. What's up, Butters? Fire bet. Let's go to 6:45 probably. But before we do that, we need to have a quick intermission on life, right? 10 weird facts about life. Let's just see. Weird facts about life. Weird things, weird facts about life. Let's just see what they got. Give me like 1 minute while I'll be right back. Top 5 scares space facts. All right, watch this while I'll be right back in like 1 minute. Be right back, like 1 minute. Literally count me down. I'll be back in 57 seconds.
In my opinion, the 5 scariest space facts. 95% of the universe is made of dark matter and dark energy, and we really have no idea what that even is. Gamma ray bursts occur when a black hole is formed, and despite the fact that they only last a few seconds, they produce more energy than the sun will emit in its entire 10 billion year existence. If one was aimed at us and was nearby, we would be toast. There are approximately 10 quintillion habitable exoplanets throughout the universe, and yet Earth is the only one known to harbor life. An asteroid could be on course to hit the Earth right now, and we just haven't found it yet. And finally, there's a good chance that the Voyager 1 space probe outlives the Earth, humanity's last message to the universe, left drifting in silence for eternity. These are, in my opinion, the 5 scariest space facts. 95%
Time! All right, let's see how long this video is. Watch this. This is the kind of person I am. Let's see how long this video is. Hold on. Let me turn this back off. This video is... Wait, why is this video 57 seconds? Why is the video 57 seconds? Yo, Solid Tank, hear me out, brother. I swear to you, that was actually crazy. Yo, that is actually crazy. The video is actually... I just made that time up in my head. Because I tried to be like 1 minute, and then I thought I'd be back in a minute. So if I was literally back in 57 seconds, pretty much, bro.
Space facts.
Not even trolling.
Of the universe.
Not even trolling, because like I had to play it and say go, right? Like I needed like a couple seconds to like play it and say go. But it's actually 57. Yo, that's kind of freaky. All right, wait,
These
what'd the
are
video
in-
say? I have an interesting question for you, brother. When is the last time you cried? Interesting. It's actually been probably like a week, which is a long time for me, to be honest. If I'm going to be super honest and open, probably been like a week, which is a long time for me. I'm not saying like I cry all day, every day. Wah. No, not like that. But whenever I get in my feelings and I think deep, I do kind of get sad. And that's when I tell myself I got to break out of that. And I'm not just like sobbing, right? I count crying as like I tear up. Maybe I shouldn't count crying as tearing up. Maybe that's called just getting emotional. Not sure. Crying, sobbing, like whining, crying, maybe about like a month, like last bad one. But before that was probably a little while. That's insane. That was actually pretty insane, bro. There's no way that is actually 57 seconds. Doesn't even make sense. It was a joke, world. I was joking. The world. I was joking. It was a prank, bro. It wasn't supposed to be factual. What makes you cry? What makes me cry is myself. I make myself cry, which is interesting enough. I think we all make our own selves cry. We have the ability to let me turn on my camera. We have the ability to make ourselves not cry and cry also. Like when somebody says something to you, right? Oh, you're dumb. Does that make you cry? No. Okay. Let's go a little bit meaner, right? Something personal. Okay, that was personal and that hurt and that makes me cry, right? So you allow yourself to cry based on what other people say. Like what you make yourself cry, right? So I try to like combat that and realize like, bro, I'm making myself sad. Do I like making myself sad? No. So why are you doing that? Right? So that's when I tell myself I have to break out of the loop, the thought loop I'm in. You're just stuck in this, oh, I'm sad. Oh, I'm depressed. Things aren't going well. Well, start doing things that are fun. Start doing things that'll go well. Start trying to make friends. Start going out there, right? Like I was sad. Like I felt like I was overweight. Like, you know, not really doing another, et cetera, doing another with my life. I was like, okay, I'm going to go to the gym. I'm going to start getting in shape. I'm going to start gaining my confidence back, et cetera, right? And I think we get stuck in these loops of like things aren't going well, which make things go worse, which the things aren't going already well. So they get worse. And then this thing's bad. And oh, you look back. Now I got so many things piled up that are bad, right? I think you have to let go of these things and realize life is like, it's going to constantly move on no matter what.
In my opinion,
You're going to fail all day, every day, all the time. Doesn't matter.
5 scary.
I got choked up on a YouTube short recently. Non-vet fires M60 for the first time in 53 years. I got you. Let me listen to this. Let me listen to the space video real quick and talk about this, and I'll be right back. 1 second.
Of the universe is made of dark matter and dark.
What did he say?
These are, in my opinion, the 5 scariest space facts.
What makes you cry, Tony?
95% of the universe is made of dark matter and dark. And these are
1 second. These are, in my opinion, the 5 scariest space facts.
In my opinion,
the 5 scariest space facts. So the qualifier in this is not the coolest, most insane, just the scariest. Okay.
The 5 scariest space facts. 95% of the universe.
I don't think this is scary.
Is made of dark matter and dark.
I think this is really interesting. Life is subjective, but I mean, it might be scary to him, right? The unknown is what's scary to him. If he knew what it was, he wouldn't be scared of this, right? So it's the matter of unknownness is what's scaring him. That's okay. Is made of dark energy. 95% of the world is made of dark energy. This is what interests me so much. I'm the type of human, I know this is going to sound arrogant and cocky. I'm the type of human, I feel like I could figure this out. Not really, like I'm not me specifically, but another human. There's like humans out there, we'll figure this out. Somebody smart will figure this out, you know? And that's what makes me happy.
Energy. And we really
maybe not soon, maybe not now, but I hope and pray one day. And when I say pray, I don't actually mean pray, but I mean like, you know, wish. I in the sense of praying, I guess.
No idea what that even is. Gamma ray bursts occur when a black
This is
hole
very interesting.
formed, and despite the fact that they only last a few seconds, they produce more energy than the sun will emit in its entire 10 billion year existence.
So why does the sun live for 10 billion years and the flame eventually go out? That's pretty interesting. I really enjoy your views and opinions, bro. I'm glad I found your channel. It's crazy how I came here trying to troll a couple days ago. I'm not trying to glaze, however. You have potential to be big. Yo, thanks, Tony. No joke. Comments like that. Let me actually turn on the camera. Comments like that are literally like why I want to stream and like why I want to do this. You know, some people, they're like entertainers, right? I've always been like an entertainer, but like it's not really like what I like to do. I like to think and talk about things. And I know there's a vast amount of people out there that enjoy the same thing. They think about life. You know, there's some people that don't ever. That's okay. I'm not, oh, you don't ever think about life. You're dumb, right? I'd never do that. Maybe I did that as a kid and I feel bad about that, you know. But like as I grow older, I would never do something like that, right? It's okay to not think about the life. But me, that's scary to me. Not thinking about life is scary to me. I think it's fun. I think it's fun that there's people, you know, there's people that try to know everything. Oh, I know everything. I tell you what to do. I think it's cool that there's not one person on this earth that knows everything. Like interesting to me. There's always something that we can be finding out, learning, discovering. That's interesting. Because when you ask yourself, what's the point of life, bro? Money, have fun, okay, cool. But then what's that, you know? Knowledge, I think. Knowledge is like everything, essentially. But yeah, I appreciate that, Tony. That's literally what I want to do, is just have fun, introspective, thoughtful conversations. Not trying to be right. I'm not trying to be smarter than anybody. I'm not trying to tell somebody how to think. Think like me, bro. Don't think like that. Never.
Aimed at us and was nearby.
I guess overwhelming.
There are approximately 10.
Sorry, hold on.
Did you know?
Oh, this is a pretty good video, or a little interesting, you know. 1 second. I appreciate that, Tony. You say you came here trying to troll, and then you feel like you found, you know, I really appreciate that. So that's really cool to me. Tony, I'm glad to have you. You've been a great addition to the chat, for real. I really appreciate that. I guess overthinking makes me cry. That is, and see, Tony, that's like you doing that to yourself. And you know, I'm not saying that like lightly or anything. I'm not trying to be dismissive of your feelings, right? We all do that. But that's you necessarily damaging yourself, like overthinking it, right? Just do it. Listen to me. If you don't do something, you're failing already, right? It's already a failure. If you think you want to do something, like for example, you want to talk to somebody, you might want to say something, you might want to go explore this place, and you don't do it, you're already failing. So like if you go and do it and it doesn't go right, who cares? You're already failing. And that's what I thought about as a kid. Like, let me turn the cam back. Sorry, I'm going on, off, on, off. One thing as a kid, like, I never felt like peer pressured. For example, like, I used to play baseball, and a lot of kids, they'd be scared to, like, go up and pitch, right? Oh, I'm scared to, or, like, when it's time to bat, and it's, like, the last, you know when you're playing basketball, right, and it's the last second. Who wants to take this last shot? Some people scared, shy away. Not me. I've never even felt, please, can I have please give me the last shot, bro, please. Like, I beg for that. That's, like, I beg for that, right? I love that. And if I fail, like, everybody might be like, oh, you suck. Oh. In my mind, I don't even like, doesn't even exist to me, those people. Like, that way of thinking. Because, like, you're already going to fail, right? You're already a failure. Like, these people aren't failure because they're not trying, but, like, they're not trying, you know? You're trying.
Aimed at us.
And I think, like, the people that try nowadays get clowned on so hard by the majority that it makes it harder to try, like, experiment in new things. And this is a very broad subject. It's not, like, particular, but yeah. It's just yapping, sorry. Went on a little yap spree, my bad. Majority of those who troll here have a change of mind, who follow the channel. Kind of does happen, Tori. And I'm really grateful for that. It's kind of crazy that, like, yeah,
then the sun
it's pretty awesome. Yes, welcome.
Entire 10 billion year ago.
I get you. When I was younger, I thought anxiety and depression were an excuse for lazy people. However, once it hit me, I was like, damn, this is actually real. I remember telling my friends I was sad. And they would tell me not to be depressed and don't ever think, bro. I was like, haha, it's not that easy. Same thing I used to tell people when I didn't believe. That's exactly right. And now you have empathy, Tony. It's called you developed empathy. You understand that somebody can feel a certain way even though you don't feel that way, right? Like, oh, I don't think like that. Right. But you don't know what this person's been through. You don't know their history, their experiences, their life. And, like, don't get me wrong. I'm not perfect, and I make mistakes also. So, like, I judge people, et cetera, et cetera. I try not to. I tell myself not to, et cetera, right? But everybody has a story, bro. So like, I used to say the same thing. I was a cool, tough guy. I don't have anxiety. What lame, bro. Just get over it. Have confidence. Believe in yourself, right? It's easy to say that. But then once you lose that, and now I'm in the position of trying to rebuild and regain that ability, I understand, right? I understand the people that don't have any confidence and they don't want to talk to people. And it's kind of scary. Like, how do you make new friends? What? Like, I understand them now, you know? Like, I've always had empathy, but I didn't experience that. Because I was always, like, kind of cool and popular and outgoing and charismatic. I'd talk to anybody, be friends with anybody, so it's not hard for me. The people that didn't have friends, I'd be like, yo, come on, bro, come on. So, like, now being one of those people that didn't have friends and kind of a loner and, like, et cetera, it's like, how do I help people not be like that?
Existence.
It's not fun. Not a fun life to live. It's not fun being a loner. It's not cool. It might be cool. Oh, look how nonchalant and I'm a loner. Look at me. I'm a contrarian. Like, it's cool for a little while, and then you realize, like, don't be different just because you want to be different. Be different because that's what you enjoy and that's what you believe in, et cetera, et cetera. And if you, in some ways, you might be mainstream, right? Some ways you might be different.
Us and was near.
All right, let me chill for like 1 minute. Sorry, not chill, but like, give me a second.
10 billion year existence. If one was aimed at us and
I come to troll, but fam is too nice. Thank you, Rascal Boyd. I appreciate that, bro. Thank you for being here.
10 quintillion habitable exoplanets throughout the universe.
I wouldn't say I'm even nice because I'm kind of not mean, right? But I do have how do I put this like accurately? I try to be I'm a empath. I'm like a hardcore empath. No joke. I have empathy. I just kind of like, yeah, I have a lot of empathy.
Yet Earth is the only one known to harbor life. An asteroid could be on course to hit the
Thank you,
Earth
Solid Tank.
right now, and we just haven't
Says
found
Tony.
it yet. And finally, there's a good chance that the Voyager...
Sorry, give me like 30 seconds and I'll read that, Tony. Be right back. Let me just watch this and then,
will
hold on 1 second.
In its entire 10 billion year existence. If one was aimed at us and was nearby, we would be toast. There are
Appreciate the little emote thing.
10 quintillion habitable exoplanets throughout the universe, and yet Earth is the only one known to harbor life. An asteroid could be on course to hit the Earth right now, and we just haven't found it yet. And finally, there's a good chance that the
Hold on, speaking of this,
course to hit the Earth.
there's only been 3 things ever that to my knowledge. There's only been 3 things ever that have flown into our solar system, and like it's not from our solar system. Like something flies through our solar system, right? Hold on, space. Hold on, let me paint. It's time for our daily paint. Not really. This is gonna be a little quickie. This is a little quickie. Hold on, how was it? What was it? Oh yeah. So we're here, right? Oh wait. This is us. This is our solar system. Right? Pretend this is the Milky Way galaxy. There's only been 3 objects, supposedly. I'm not really too informed on this. There's only been 3 objects that have ever flown through our galaxy that was like not from our galaxy, right? Everything in our galaxy, all the star, the suns, Pluto, we all know it, right? Because we see it. We've seen it forever, right? We know all this stuff. But somehow there was a 3rd thing that recently came all the way out and flew through our galaxy. What does that mean? I don't know. Maybe some alien far, far away in a distant galaxy over here, like, shot it off at us? You know how, like, humans, when we're at the top of a big hill, we get a rock and we push it down the hill? Because, like, it's funny to us. Look at the rock go down the hill. Right? We, like, throw things off bridges because it's funny and cool. I think it's funny and cool. What if, like, some space alien all the way over here, so just, like, I don't know, shot something through the space? I don't know. I'm just kind of trolling, but very interesting.
Now, and we just haven't found it yet. And finally, there's a good chance that the Voyager 1 space probe outlives the Earth. Humanity's last message to the universe, left drifting in silence for eternity.
Wait.
In silence for eternity.
I need to look up this video. What is this thing? What was it called? Hold on. This just made me realize something. If we were smart enough, hold on. This is cooked. This got some gears in my brain turning. 1 second.
There's a good chance that the Voyager 1.
So we're smart enough to like send something from like our Earth, right? We're smart enough. Let's like extendo. Pretend this is Earth, right? We're smart enough to like send Voyager. Let's say Voyager. Hold on, let me just like, this is us. All right, this is a human. Does that look like a human? Not really. This is us, right? On Earth. Can I just draw legs? I don't know. Anyways, so like we sent out a like time capsule message, right? With like Earth's messages, right? So like, what if another planet has sent something out? And about what if one day it like eventually gets to, not us, but like, what if there's like thousands of messages out here? You know what I'm saying? Of like different planets that have sent stuff and we just can't capture it. I think this would be a good movie, bro. Ooh, good movie idea. Ooh, ooh, yeah. Wait, why am I getting like evil scientists? Sorry. This could be like a cool movie idea where Earth develops this technology where we're able to scoop up these messages and like we're communicating with like all these different things. Hold on, would that not be kind of fire? Be honest. And like we're just I just think of like a crane machine, like a, you know, a toy, how it like reaches out and like grabs the toy. I'm just thinking like we build something that like captures these things, and like there's so many messages all across the universe and stuff like that. All right, my bad. That's, how did I even get to that? I don't know. I'm a yapper. Tony said, it made me believe that mental health is really important. I'm not actually ashamed to say that. I actually went and talked to a therapist in order to feel better. Sometimes you just need to talk. That's a great way to put it, Tony. Like, a lot of people don't have anybody to talk to, right? They're not very comfortable with themselves, so it's hard to, it's, for example, a person like me, I talk to myself constantly, right? So I have the ability to call myself out. When I do something stupid, yo, that was stupid, right? I say that instantly. I don't feel dumb about it. I don't feel a type of way. Yo, that was dumb. Don't do that again. Yeah, you're right. I shouldn't do that again, right? I have the ability to tell myself that. Some people don't tell themselves that. When they do something dumb and like somebody will have to tell them, yo, don't do that. And they're like, yeah, I'll do what I want to do, right? It's that sort of thinking, right? Do you have the ability to call yourself out? I think that's like, that's where I try to say be your biggest supporter, but also be your biggest critic, like where you're able to call yourself out. I think it's very important. We need a word for that. Be your biggest supporter and your biggest critic. Yo, I just came up with a new word. What's that word? Supporter, critic. Be your biggest, I don't know, I gotta cook on that. Tony, those are wise words. I didn't want to believe I had PTSD. When I accepted it, my life changed for the better. That's where I say like stress and not necessarily like stress, things that weigh you down. When you actually like accept it, it's kind of like letting go. Not necessarily letting go, right? But you accept it, and in a form, a way, it like lets go. So all that pressure that like feels like it's dragging you down or whatever, you let it go, you know? Kind of like relieves you of that. That's what I would talk about. Like I gotta break out of the mental negative thoughts. It I gotta break out. Like I gotta relieve myself. I gotta relieve my cock. Wait, sorry, that's not metaphorically. That's like my metaphorical way, you know?
Humanity's last message to the universe, left drifting in silence for...
Yep, only the third object that has come from outside our system. Glad to hear you're doing better. They say this Atlas object is 12 miles across. Wait, what? Atlas object.
Astronomers have just spotted something really strange moving through our solar system, and it seems to be coming our way.
Coming? Sorry.
This mysterious object is believed to have come from outside our solar system, making it possibly
So that's pretty
only the
large,
third
Voyager.
known interstellar visitor.
We launched Voyager 1 from here in Florida in 1977. Yo, that's sick. Shout out to Florida for that. Yo, actually, Florida just got a bump in respect from me. 100% we're much more likely to find probes versus actual living aliens, for sure. You got to watch that movie Contact sometime. We get a message from space with instructions to build a machine. Ooh. Did I watch that movie, bro? I don't think I have. That's the next movie I'm going to watch tonight.
Ever discovered. It's currently being called 3I/Atlas, and it was first seen in data collected between June 25th and June 29th by a system called ATLAS, the Asteroid Terrestrial Impact Last Alert System. This system uses powerful telescopes
Hey, look at this, bro. What is...
in Hawaii and South Africa to scan the night sky automatically for any...
No joke, this scares me. You know why this scares me? Because I feel like, obviously, like, I know the universe is so massive, like, these beams will not really get seen by nothing. But, like, what if these beams get seen? Like, you know, what if we get seen by the aliens, bro? I swear, in my dreams, I swear to you, bro. In my dreams, hear me out. I look up at night, or, like, I look up, and I see, like, this, right? Except for, like, there's, like, spaceships and, like, planets that are, like, really close. You know how you go out and you look at the moon, and the moon is, like, close? Well, I go out and I look at the moon and the planets, and they're, like, close, bro. And things are, like, flying by, bro. And it's literally like I'm in another universe. Like, I'm on the homeland type deal. Like, no joke. I swear. I had this dream at least 50 times. Where, like, I'll be on a planet. And I'll just be looking up in the sky, and I'll be so scared because I'm like, oh my God, this is real. Oh my God, this is real. And there's like literally like flying planets, and like sometimes I'm on like a space or like a planet that's like zooming through space, and there's like other planets beside. I don't know, bro. I have some crazy dreams, I gotta be honest. It's been a while since I've had that dream in particular. It's probably been like 5 months since I've had that dream in particular.
Eternity.
Hawaii and South Africa to scan the night sky automatically for any unusual or potentially...
Oh, I want to watch a short, sorry.
Just recently, on July 1st, 2025, a groundbreaking discovery was made using the ATLAS system. The asteroid
Voyager, I'm going to look that up right after this. The aliens going to come? You think so?
Terrestrial Impact Last Alert System, located in Chile.
The aliens are gonna come. Interesting. I think that the world is so massive. I mean, yeah, that's probably our only. Like, they would have to visit us. We would like not be able to visit them right now.
This system.
But what if there's like people that are million years advanced past us, bro? So imagine you're walking through a jungle, right? What are the odds? So imagine you're walking through the Amazon rainforest. What are the odds that you find a needle in the Amazon rainforest? No, be honest. Like, actually be honest. What are the odds that you find a needle in the Amazon rainforest, right? It'd be so hard for you to find that. Like, that's how, like, the odds that, like, we have to get this lucky to actually, like, eventually for it to happen, you know? But, like, what if they're so developed somewhere that they could find us? Like, they actually can find us. Like,
along with a deep random survey, identified an object with a magnitude of over 18, slowly moving between the constellations
it's a crazy
of
life.
Cauda and Sagittarius, close to the galactic plane. When astronomers find a moving object like an asteroid, their first step is to calculate its orbit based on observations. And this is where the real surprise came in. Upon calculating its orbit, this object revealed an eccentricity of around 6, the highest ever recorded. To put this into perspective,
what does that mean?
An eccentricity of 1 signifies a closed, elliptical orbit within our solar system, typical for asteroids and comets.
So this is like really close.
Any number greater than 1 indicates a hyperbolic orbit, a clear sign that the object originated from outside our solar system.
Oh.
Just recently, on July 1st, 2025.
Interesting. So this for sure came out of our solar system. Anything with a 1 is like normal orbit rotational speeds. This is a 6. This is 6 times the highest, or the likely, 6 times the medium.
a clear sign that the object asteroid occupies a closed elliptical orbit within our solar system, typical for asteroids and comets. However, any number greater than 1 indicates a hyperbolic orbit, a clear sign that the object originated from outside our solar system.
These are, in my opinion, the 5.
Okay. Hold on. Where am I at? Get this off. This, put this here. Take that off. I'm back. I am a human being. Psych, I am AI. Ha ha ha. Rebooting. Confirmed. What were we talking about? Yeah, because it's such a wide. Yep, it's such a wide there. No, it's not orbiting the sun. It's such a wide orbit. So this makes me think, Solid. How do things have orbit? So if something has orbit, right? So that means something has to be at the center to create orbit, right? Otherwise, orbit would not be creating. Right? Because if space is expanding and it's a blanket and you sit it in there, it would go down. But if it's expanding forever, interesting. It's just like the laws of the world are just doesn't add up. I don't know, bro. I'm scared. Life is fun to think about. Blank ROO. Drool. OL. Yep, you got it. Our galaxies and others have the spiritual structure because everything orbits a supermassive black hole. What is a supermassive black hole like actually? Because in my brain, I envision Mother Earth, right? Like a picture you're looking at Earth, right? And then zoom out, all the planets. Zoom out again, all the planets. Zoom out again, all the galaxies. Zoom out again, right? I'm just like zooming out. At the very center, you're telling me something orbits this very center, which makes everything orbit, which puts everything in an orbit, which puts literally everything in an orbit? Just like all the stuff in our solar system orbits the sun. What is a supermassive black hole?
The size of black holes is insane. One of the smallest known black holes is J1650. Its diameter is about as long as Manhattan, but
So we know black holes are real, and we know some are bigger than the others. Because she's literally saying one of the smallest black holes. So we know these things that create orbit. Bro, what is a black hole?
but it's got a mass of 3.8 of our suns. Step up is this black hole, Messier 15. It's about the size of Mars, with a mass of...
So there's just random holes in time. Let's think about what we're talking about here. Let's think about what we're talking about here. There's holes in time. So you're telling me, right? Why can't I split the hole in the time right now? Let me put my split in the hole. Wait, what? Let me split the hole, bro. So we can literally... Time is being sucked. It's creating a hole in time.
4,000 suns. Now we're getting to the lower limit of what's considered a supermassive black hole. This one's about the same size as the size of Mars, with our suns. Step up is this black hole, Messier 15. It's about the size of Mars, with a mass of 4,000 suns. Now we're getting to the lower limit of what's considered a supermassive black hole. This one's about the same size as our sun, but 100,000 times its mass. And get get this, the black hole at the center of our galaxy, Sagittarius A, is about this size compared to our sun and has 4 million times its mass.
So in our own galaxy, which we rotate around, wait.
The center of our galaxy, Sagittarius, massive black hole. This one's about the same size as our sun, but 100,000 times its mass. And get this, the black hole at the center of our galaxy, Sagittarius A, is
At the center of our galaxy. This is the galaxy that we orbit. Specifically Earth. The Milky Way galaxy. Or Earth, because this is at the center of the Milky Way galaxy. So at the center of our galaxy, we're on this rotation. So what does a black hole orbit? What does a black hole orbit? I knew there's gonna be like some guy like this that answers it. There's gonna be some crazy dude that answers it.
We think that at the very center of the black hole, time stops. What
are we talking about? Time stops. And then that's how time is created, us. Because if it stops, it has to begin there, right? It stops, it just ends? Everything begins and it ends. How is it beginning then?
does that mean if you were to fall into a black hole? From your point of view, it would take perhaps a few minutes, let's say, to fall through a black hole, depending upon where you started from. Your watch says that you went right through to the center of the black hole. But from outside, somebody with a telescope looking at you from outer space would see you frozen in time, slowly going into the black hole. Because time beats at a different...
So you wouldn't be frozen in time if you're still slowly moving. That's like a contradictory to me.
Frozen in time, slowly going into the black hole.
You would be stuck there,
Because
though.
time beats at a different rate from the outside and the inside. We think that at the very...
That just can't make sense, can it? Like, that just can't make sense, and there's some flawed logic that we're just not understanding here. My C just had number 4. It was like a diarrhea. Why do you keep talking about that, bro? Very interesting. It's a very interesting thing to talk about. So I would assume just trying to be funny, that's okay. There's other ways to be funny, though, you know?
And the inside.
Not necessarily diarrhea in your poo-poo hole. Not the best ways to be funny.
What you're looking...
Frozen to those outside, but not you. Right, that's how it would look like. Because you would still be moving, right? But then what would they see, right? Because, like, they're trying to say on the outside you would see a frozen image, right? But if you're still moving and all this and that, wouldn't, like, if I stared at you in an infinite amount of time, I'd be able to still see you, like, eventually move? How does that add up?
Looking at is a planet.
Has anyone ever told you you're sexy like Justin Bieber? Dude, I used to get a random Justin Bieber shout out when I had, like, the hair, but not in so long, bro. Hilarious.
For black hole.
What's up, Dean?
Planet is a planet that orbits a black hole. The immense gravitational pull.
Hold on, I want to find out what's on the inside. What is a...
But the ball is so small that you can't even see it anymore. And that's really what the idea of a black hole
I remember watching this,
is
but...
that the space-time is curved, but the mass that's curving it is so small that you can't even see.
Okay, so hear me out, right? Life is like... Space is like this, right? Apparently it's like a blanket. It's on the outside up here. If our space is flat, isn't that fundamentally flawed? Can space not be flat? How can we have a layer of space? Hello, mister. What's up, Regulus Black? Ruby Wally, what's up, Wally?
See it. Another way to think about it is this. Watch, if the planet rolls around up here, it goes a certain speed. If the planet rolls around down there, it's going faster. As a matter of fact, it goes faster and faster and faster and faster as you get closer and closer and closer to it. If you were to have a star, you know, you can only get so close to the 4 pounds because the star is in the way, and so it'll only go so fast. But if you don't have that star there, it'll go faster and faster, and if it goes faster than the speed of light, that's when it drops through that hole. That's when you can never get it out, and that's really what a black hole is.
Zoom. And it goes in. Zoom. As soon as it's going so fast, zoom. Where does it go? It gets stuck in the endless loop of foreverness. Man, that's crazy to think about. I'm trying to think, like, you follow the process. It's going. Zoom, it goes in the black hole. Where does that force go? That force shouldn't stop. Zing! It should zoof into somewhere else. Time, man, weird.
But the ball is so
fun to think about.
You can never see anything enter a black hole.
It gets stuck in the hole in the black hole. Shout out to getting stuck in the black hole. See, that's how you can be funny, Dean. That was actually hilarious. You get stuck. Do you have Instagram? I don't have Instagram. Shout out to getting stuck in a black hole. Wait, what? Sorry. I also struggle with this flat issue, but imagine it's layers on top of layers in all directions. Right. It's layers on top of layers. That's interesting. A layer of space. So what is the next transition phase? Where is the transition that we know it's a layer? You know what I'm saying? Sure, like we can say layers, and that helps me think about it, right? But where's the transition of different layers? How can you be in an openness of nothing that's layered? Is that scary that we can actually have free will to think about this? Isn't it crazy that we have the free will to think about logic? Man, that's scary. We don't know, but it's pulled down space-time so much, creating such gravity that even light can't escape. So we know there's just holes out there eating. There's gaping hole. All right, sorry. It may be a wormhole, which is a rip in space-time, and it could somehow travel faster than light and therefore through time as well. I need smarter people. I need smarter people to tell me the theories because I can help develop them. I just need to know. And see, that's how the theory of wormhole was created. You see how I was like going down that line of thing? And that's how people create like, and see, this is where I end up saying to myself, oh, that's why people talk about wormholes. You know, that's no joke. This is how my life like goes so much. Oh, that's how the dude thought about a wormhole. And that makes sense to me a little bit. Because you zoom, woof, and you come out another hole. Possibly. And the big hole is the main hole. Is the a-hole. We call it the a-hole. All right, let me chill. Wait, what am I talking about? Silva, do you have an Insta? What's up, Snaky? Layers of holes. Free will doesn't exist. The scary part is we're all programmed. There is no free will. That's not true, Dean. Because at one point you came in trolling, and now you seem to, like, your free will, you had the ability to troll and be kind of, you know, let me be honest, be just, like, kind of, like, you know, attention-seeking. That's the best way to put it, you know. Oh, diarrhea, right? And now you have the free will to be a normal human. You broke out of it. You broke out of the stage of being trollish to now being back to normal. See, if I had the free will to well, maybe we don't. Maybe we are controlled because if it's all based on reactions. Because if I would have been like, haha, look how Dean, or if I would have like just banned you or something, maybe you come back on an alt and spam. But now you're kind of interacting like now we're having a fun intellectual conversation. So just imagine the time, like how I just changed like our lives just then, right? Very interesting. Very interesting how the butterfly effect works. Cause like, man, wow. Life is, what is life, bro? What is this? What is this?
Imagine you trap your nemesis in a rocket ship and blast him off towards a black hole. He looks...
My bad. Wormhole Stargate. I want to go into it. Wormhole Stargate? Let's look it up. Wormhole Stargate. All Stargates wormhole. You see what's cool about this life is this is how we get movies and things like this, is like the smartest minds have creative thoughts. Not necessarily the smartest minds. It could be it could be whoever. It could literally be you, me, you. This is the cool thing about life. It could be literally the most random person in the world have a creative thought to change the world. That's how I see life. So we're just traveling through wormholes right now. It's pretty interesting. Very interesting concept. What is a wormhole?
Just a few months ago, scientists successfully created a wormhole in their lab. Wormholes are...
What? Hold on, bro. You just can't speed past that.
Just a few months ago, scientists successfully created a wormhole in their lab. Wormholes are a popular trope in science fiction, helping characters travel across billions of light years almost instantly. Think of it like two villages on opposite sides of the mountain. Instead of going over or around the mountain, the wormhole creates a tunnel right through it. Wormholes were first proposed by Einstein and Rosen in 1935, saying that these...
First proposed by Einstein. Wow, is that not insane to think about? I wanted to say, I was going to ask, who created the concept of the wormhole? And isn't it funny, my line of thinking ended up where Einstein is the one, Einstein's the one who thought of it. Not saying I'm smart. I ended up at the same thought as Einstein. Isn't that cool? And that's kind of the stopping place, right? The time where that's kind of the ender. That's like a personal achievement to me. My line of thinking ended up at the same spot as Einstein.
Tunnels through space.
I swear to you, this has happened to me like 50 to 100 times where I think of something insane, I go on a deep thought and I look it up and it's like some Mark Twain said this, or Einstein, Nikola Tesla said this. I end up at these thoughts.
Mathematically possible, but wormholes were first proposed by Einstein and Rosen in 1935.
Rosen, who is Rosen? He needs more respect. Silva loves gaping holes. Bah, bah, bah. All right, Snakey. Ah! This was all programmed. This was meant to happen. Your DNA was programmed to read comments about my pussy having diarrhea. That is some good free will right there, bro. I learned more about space here than I ever did in school. Yeah, I appreciate that, Rascal. Thanks for commenting. Thanks for being here. I appreciate you. And I appreciate you saying that, bro. I just like talking about life, bro. That's all I'm here to do. We're all here learning. I'm learning too, bro. I learn every day. I just want to... All right, now that was kind of crazy, bro. Now you need to chill. Event Horizon is a space horror movie about what horrors exist inside. Bro, I want to see that. So, okay, hold on. The Event Horizon movie. 1997, this one? So what do I have to... I watched The Martian. You said... The Contact, and then Event Horizon. I need to watch those two movies tonight. This reminds me of what I was saying earlier. Interesting. We all have wormholes. Space ain't nothing special. It's so funny. You are smarter than Einstein. No, definitely not. Yeah, guys, I'm quitting the internet. Hopefully for food. For good. Why, Mono? What's up with that?
That these tunnels through space-time were mathematically possible, but
Mono, to be honest, you've been very
we weren't actually able to prove it
I
until
don't know.
last year. Now, unfortunately,
What's up, bro?
if
What's
we
been
found
going
a
on?
wormhole out in nature, you probably wouldn't
lately?
be able to
What happened?
travel through
What
it
happened?
because
What
they're
happened in the
so
last
unstable
like
that
2
the tunnel would
weeks?
likely
You're
just
kind of
collapse in on
you're
itself
being
and crush
edgy, I
whoever's
guess I would
inside.
say.
So, how did the scientists at Caltech create one?
What's been
Well,
going
the
on, bro?
headlines were a bit misleading because they didn't actually
Contact is a
create
feel-good
one. They
movie.
simulated
Event
one
Horizon
using a
is a
quantum
oh no
computer, proving it
no
was
type of
possible to
space movie.
transfer information
Okay, yeah, definitely want to watch Contact. I mean, I guess I'd want to watch both.
travel through it because they're so unstable that the tunnel would likely just collapse in on itself and crush whoever was inside. So how did the scientists at Caltech create one? Well, the headlines were a bit misleading because they didn't actually create one. They simulated one using a quantum computer, proving it was possible to transfer information in the way that a wormhole would, but they didn't actually make one. Just a few months ago,
Right, so they didn't actually make one.
but we weren't instead of 1935, saying that these tunnels through space-time were mathematically possible,
Mathematically possible.
we weren't actually able to prove it until last year. Now, unfortunately, if we found a wormhole out in nature, you probably wouldn't be able to travel through it because they're so unstable that the tunnel would likely just collapse in on it.
Wormholes are some of the most
Dude, are black holes just
exotic
wormholes?
objects hypothesized to exist in the universe.
I'm giving my life to God. I'm going to try to recover my sorrows. I'm facing fears, that's all. I'm mainly edgy when intoxicated. I got you. Listen to me. You say you're giving your life to God. That makes me happy, bro. I'm glad. I hope that makes you feel better, and I hope you find what you're looking for. Ooh, that's kind of a good way to put things. I hope you find what you're looking for, bro. I'm mainly edgy when I'm intoxicated. That's okay, bro. It's alright. They are the simulation wormholes with AI. Maybe it's real too. There are simulation wormholes with AI. Maybe it's real too. Let's see this video about a wormhole.
Wormholes are some of the most exotic objects hypothesized to exist in the universe. They are the shortcuts through space-times between two locations.
See, this is what I'm seeing in my brain right here. Ooh, this is a good video. This is what I'm seeing. This massive amount of energy. How could anything be getting sucked up and the energy not going nowhere? My brain, listen, when things go, when logic is flowing through my brain and so something just doesn't add up. And I'm not trying to say, oh, I'm right with these, whatever, right? I'm not trying to say I'm smart. But sometimes, like, when things just don't add up, things don't add up. And, it's, you know, to me personally. So, where does that energy going?
Universe. They are the shortcuts.
Now I can see it getting sucked so far. I can see Earth getting sucked. Not Earth. Space getting sucked so hard that it possibly opens this hole, right? And it's like shooting it, right? Zoom! It shoots it for so far, so far, so far.
Between two locations.
Boom! Maybe it eventually opens up like some
bridge called a wormhole's throat, featuring an entrance and an exit.
But what is the exit? And do we ever see exits? Is the Big Bang the exit of a black hole? Yo, Solid, is the Big Bang the exit of a black hole, bro? Sorry about all the Prozac. Has had my mind egged up, and I'm having side effects, I guess. That's okay, then. I'm giving my life to you. Shout out. Are you trying to get me horny? I'm not. Opens up like what? Yo, Dean, listen. It's okay, bro. Everybody likes to be funny and make jokes and stuff. But I'm particularly the type of streamer that, like, tries to help people that always just want to be funny and edgy and jokey. I try to help people like that. And I explain to them, like, there's other ways to be funny and cool and smart and show that you're funny and cool and smart, you know? You don't always have to be edgy. I like being edgy, too, though. I like saying dumb stuff. I say cock! But I mean specifically like the caulking gun. Caulk gun? You know, like one of these? I don't know, you like ejaculate some like white material out of a cock. Sorry, not that specifically, but like it's like actually that specifically. Never mind. It is that specifically. But yeah, anyways. You see, it's fun to be every now and then. All the time?
The idea of wormholes was
Not
first
really.
proposed by Ludwig Flom in a bridge called the Wormhole's Throat, featuring an entrance and an exit. The idea of wormholes
This one's saying Ludwig
was first
Flom.
proposed by Ludwig Flom in 1916.
1916, bro. Einstein was way before this guy. Who's this fraudster? I'm just playing. He probably put the calculations together.
And later expanded upon by Albert Einstein.
Oh, or wait, maybe Einstein was ripping his game off.
And his colleague Nathan Rosen in 1935.
Oh, actually.
The concept originates from Einstein's general relativity. According to it, space-time can be curved, and a wormhole is a place where the curvature of space-time.
I think that's... I hate to call Einstein out, but I don't think time is flat, bro. Who made up time is flat? Let me call this fraudster out. This straight phony baloney. Who is this guy? Who says time... Wait, who says space is flat? Who is this phony baloney? I was just playing, bro. I'm joking.
Now, why is it that we think that the known universe is larger than we can observe?
Well, one point is...
That's a great question. See, shout out to Joe for questions like this. Oh, wait, that's Silva's line. Albert Einstein looks so Italian. Let me see. I never actually thought about what Albert Einstein looks like. Albert Einstein. I guess he does look Italian to me. I would say, yeah, I guess he is look Italian to me. Like a Italian, like elderly guy. That's a fire photo. I never really looked at Einstein like that. Hold on, this is great. I like this.
Is that it's
Let's hear it again.
Now, why is it that we think...
Before I do, let me catch up. Some scientists believe that black holes could be gateways to other universes, or how universes are made. If we got popped out of a wormhole, maybe it would seem like a Big Bang. Has some great mind said that before? The Big Bang is the end of a black hole. Is the Big Bang the end of a black hole? It's gonna be like some guy said this in 1910. No, the Big Bang is not the end of a black hole. Complete shot in the dark here. I'm not a physicist, just someone who always been fascinated by the nature of things. I already know that. Why didn't the Big Bang create a black hole? See, these dudes are on it. They're close to it. The Big Bang didn't create a black hole. The Big Bang is a black hole. Is the outside of a black hole. See, I'm not a smart dude that can do the calculating. I'm a guy that puts the pieces of the puzzle together, bro. I need a scientist, an engineer, a physicist, I need a guy in the background that's just all he does is and I'll freaking create a black hole wormhole and travel to the space-time curriculum, I swear. Just give me one of each guy and I'll get them all bopping together in one big orgy. What? No, that's not what I meant. And one big bop session is what I was gonna say, but it made me think of orgy. I'll work on that one.
Now, why is it that...
Albert Einstein don't know shit. Joe Rogan gets me so horny. Pause. I like Albert. I think Albert's really smart and intellectual. He's one of the greatest minds ever. Black holes are usually warm. Sometimes black holes are cold. Do you got any experience being in big or small gaping black holes from space? Me personally, I honestly don't have any experience being in a gaping black hole from space. Now on Earth, it's a different question. Bop Gun, that's an Ice Cube song. I need Ice Cube in the back singing the Bop song, bro. No, Joe, have you know that? Watch this from Half Baked. Speaking of Half Baked, this is so crazy how life brings itself together for me in the most mysterious ways. Half Baked, give me an apple. This dude, MacGyver. I gotta fast forward it because he's gonna like.
Get me a toilet paper roll and get me a toilet paper
roll, a corkscrew, and some tinfoil.
I'm like I'm this guy right here, but like with like creative thought making. This is all I need.
All right, then get me an avocado, an ice pick, and my snorkel.
Give me an avocado, an ice pick, and a snorkel, bro. I will take over the space-time curriculum.
We think.
All right, hold on.
Now, why is it that we think that...
That's from the movie Half Baked. If you don't know, my chess that I just logged into for the first time in 12 years. No, wait, 5 years apparently. I did in 2020.
Own universe is larger than we
Yes, Bob Gunn. Yo, Tori!
Well,
how do you know about Bob
one
Gunn?
Point is that it's
Sorry, I really want to hear this and soak this in. I respect this guy. I really want to understand and have this train of thought.
Now, why is it that we think...
Why is space-time fly? Because, like, if I soak this in, I'm the type of person that can soak this in, and then when I'm by myself randomly thinking about things, I can be like, wait a minute, and start adding more stuff together. But if I don't fully understand something, then I won't be able to, like, give it a good, you know.
Universe is larger than we can observe.
Well, one point is that it's expanding, and we always see the same radiation, the glow of the Big Bang. But there are some deeper reasons. The one from the theory of inflation, the best way to explain the universe, the properties that we see, is that it's very much bigger than the piece we can see. So, for example, we measure space to be what's called flat. I don't even have to say what's called flat. It is flat. So if you imagine slices of space, let's imagine slices of them at different times. So you just slice the universe and say, there's a big sheet. It's like this table.
Okay, like a table.
There's a sheet of space, and there's another sheet, another sheet. And it can have a geometry, right? It can be flat like a tabletop, or it could be curved like a sphere, or it could be curved in the opposite direction, sort of like a saddle or a bowl. And we can measure that. And when we measure it, we see it's absolutely flat. And that's a very unusual thing for it to be like. It requires, because what Einstein's theory says is that the shape of space, that the curvature of space is determined by the stuff that's in it.
Right.
That's basically Einstein's theory of general relativity. Put stuff in space and it curves it and bends it and warps it and stretches it and so on. And what we find is that there's precisely the right amount of stuff in the universe to have a completely flat universe. And
there's precisely just enough stuff in the entire universe. Makes it flat? Hold on, I almost caught that.
In space, and it curves it and bends it and warps it and stretches it and so on.
So my brain is thinking, like, I'm on top of the entire universe, and I'm looking at a flat space. You're talking about there's just like planets and little galaxies all in this, and it's just everywhere flatness.
And what we find is that there's precisely the right amount of stuff in the universe to have a completely flat universe. And the explanation, the most favoured explanation for that, is the universe is way bigger than the piece we can see. And so it's like looking at a piece of the Earth. If you look at a little 1 mile square of the Earth, right, then it's flat, right? You have to look at big distances, kind of order the radius of the Earth, or not, you know.
Okay, so isn't that two separate lines of thinking? Or is that like a massive line of thinking? If you just look outside and you look, it's flat. If you look at the masses part, it's round. So when we look at space, as far as the eye can see, wouldn't that be flat? And then if we were able to get outside of it, wouldn't it be round? Because everything's in orbit? But it's flat, and it pulls it down. That's the orbit? Because isn't balls... No, not even trolling. Because we know planets to end up as balls, right? Isn't like a planet the most fascinating thing in the world to us? A ball? A circle, I should be saying. Imagine I break Albert Einstein's line of thinking of his. And this is like some evil laugh. I'm joking. Imagine I actually am able to create like not I'm joking, but imagine I'm actually able to break Einstein. I have a breakthrough in like, you know, line of thinking. And I'm able to not necessarily like I have a breakthrough in a line of thinking, not discredit Albert Einstein, but like I say, wait, it's not true because time isn't flat and we're actually in a circle. But that doesn't that doesn't help. I don't know what that means. I don't know. I need more smarter people to know what that means, but I'm sure somebody's thought of this way before but
bigger than 1 kilometer anyway.
Hold on, what's he saying?
It's flat.
Bob, in the chair, Bob Wob, Dan. All right, you're wilding out, bro. Free Palestine, shout out. I don't know, none of this shit makes sense. Life is so random and weird. That's the cool thing, is like life is very random and weird, but there's really smart people that are trying. Like, they dedicate their lives to trying to figure this out. I think that's cool. Some people dedicate their lives to just, who knows, you know, sports, gaming, being a librarian, what's their engineer, car mechanics, you know, like some people do this. And do I think one is more important than the other? If I'm being honest, yeah, but like, do I think like that's an issue? Like, oh, everybody should be doing this? No. Do what you want to do, right? But I'm very grateful. Like, I don't have the time, energy, and effort to do this. I'm glad people do that.
Right. You have to look at big distances, kind of order the radius of the Earth, or not, you know, bigger than 1 kilometer anyway, or 1 mile, to see that actually you're on a curved surface.
Right.
And that's one of the ideas about the universe and why it appears to be the way that it is, because it's way, way bigger. So we're just looking at a little piece, and that's why it looks flat. And that's one of the ideas.
Now, when you say flat, like that, my brain doesn't understand this, because from our perspective,
See, this is really good. Challenge bag. Let's see the way you see how I just like described and answered. Let's see how Joe Rogan challenges it back. I'm very interested. In my brain, this is a test of Joe Rogan. In my brain, never mind. But yeah, never mind.
That my brain doesn't understand this.
Yeah, Joe is good at asking follow-ups. Let's see. He's always been very good at this stuff, especially as the layman. Like for a person like me, to like he asked exactly like some questions that I would probably ask also.
From our flat, like that, my brain doesn't understand this, because from our perspective, when you look up at the Milky Way, you see all these stars all over the place. So if you're saying flat, like how much height and what are you saying?
So
in terms
okay,
of, like, the way to measure.
So I mean, he did bring up a good follow-up. Yes, I guess I went way deeper past it, like the end goal. He brought up a very good starting point. Maybe that's the issue. I should bring up a starter, because I normally do try to go towards the end. Not like I don't always try to do that, right? I try to like follow it through. This was a great starter.
How much height and stars all over the place.
But sometimes people get lost in this. This is the issue also. Some people get lost in this and not try to just go straight to the end. And then they kind of, oh, I don't understand this part, and this part, and this. And sometimes you don't need to understand all this part. This really smart guy understands this. I need you to ask the end goal questions, because this guy might be able to answer the end goal question, but he can't. Like he's stuck in the loop of explaining like the technicals. And a lot of like people like me and maybe like normal people, we get lost in the tech. Well, A plus B squared equals C squared, and if I do this, you know, I'm just trying to bop, bro.
You're saying flat.
But this is a great question. This is great.
You see all these stars all over the place. So if you're saying flat, like how much height and what are you saying?
So
in terms of like the way to measure it.
The best way to think about it is not to think of 3 dimensions of space, because then you can't picture it.
Okay.
But you can think of 2, like this tabletop.
But we know of 3 dimensions. Okay. I would have stopped right there. But we know of 3 dimensions. And the issue is like he's not able to explain it probably in 3 dimensions. He's only able to explain it in probably 2 dimensions. And that's where our flawed logic is. That's where the you know how my brain logic something's in my brain, bro.
And that's all right. We just forget the other one for now. You can think of two.
Just forget the other one. Okay, but like he gets to it, I assume. Like he's able to explain it now. Like I'm sure he's able to explain it.
Dimensions of space, because then we can't picture it.
He's just saying
But
forget
you
it for
can
now.
think of two, like this tabletop, and that's all right. We just forget the other one for now.
Okay.
And so you know what flat is on this table,
Right.
I mean, you could define it. So you could say, for example,
Width, height,
if I draw a triangle
whatever.
on the top of the table, then all the angles add up to 180 degrees. So that actually defines flat. If you did that on the surface of the Earth with a big triangle, so that actually on the top of the table, then all the angles add up to 180 degrees.
Triangle, 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 180 degrees. That declares flat. Yeah, exactly. Gravity may exist in a higher dimension, which makes it impossible for our 3D brains to understand. Did our brains start off as 1D? What is DNA? Is DNA like 1D? DNA by itself, a unicellular cell, unicell is one cell, right? One something by itself. How does it become two? For example, how did we go from 1D to 2D? GTA is 3D, but it's actually 2D on the screen. Interesting. GTA is 3D, but it's actually 2D on a screen. Wow, that's a great line of thinking. And I wonder if that's how we got to simulation, where it's all just a 4D, 5D, 60, 70, 80, 90, 10D. There's so many Ds! Sorry. Yeah. Huh? I'm just trying to bop. Shout out my boy Dean. He just looks so happy talking about holes. Hey, man, can't a guy just talk about some holes? I don't know, man. All this shit's random. Bop, bop, bop for the D's. Hold on. He is having a great time talking about holes. You're right.
On this table. I mean, you could define it. So you could say, for example...
He loses
that
me
if I
in
draw
this. Why does triangle necessarily describe flatness? I'm kind of losing that thought process.
Triangle on the top of the table, then all the angles add up to 180 degrees. So that actually defines flat. If you did that on the surface of the Earth with a big triangle, then the angles wouldn't add up to 180 degrees.
Right, okay.
Or you could draw a circle and say, what's pi? So pi is the ratio of the circumference of a circle to its diameter. That's only true on a flat surface. It's different if the surface is curved. So you can define flatness.
So when you're saying flatness, what is the height and what is the width? Like if you're
So the reason why he's saying it's flat is because things are not flat. I think that's the logic. Yep, the flatness of space-time could just be like how we are 3D, but our shadow is flat in 2D. Yep, the flatness of space-time could just be like how we are 3D, but our shadow is flat in 2D. What is 1D? Hold on, I'm on an endless spree right now. What is 1D? One D is just a straight line forever. 1D is a band? Shout out. 1D is just a straight line forever. But 2D would be like give it width. So straight line forever is eventually got width. Then we gain height. Then we gain, what is 4D? Imagine we're in like a billion D right now. Cause like, isn't this DNA? We're in the, we're not in the 1D, 2D, 3D. We're in the DNA. Yo, did I just wrap life's greatest mystery together? No privacy in the fourth dimension short? Are we in the DNA? But we are in the DNA. Well, let me finish this real quick. Because this is what DNA is, bro. It's just multiplied over and over and over and over and over and over. To the trillions and the bazillions. There's some interesting thought patterns that could go on with that.
What's the fourth dimension? Well, Einstein says the fourth dimension is time. So if you
Liam Painties, we're so hopeless trying to figure this terrifying shit out. I don't think it's hopeless. I think it's hopeful. I think it's the opposite. Listen to me. Life is all about how you see it. Listen to me. You know when you look at this drink, right? And I'll say, oh, only got a little bit left. Or I could say, oh, I got half left. How do you see the glass is half full or half empty to you? It's a great question. Whoever thought of that? What great mindset asked that question? Who came up with, is the glass half full or empty? The expression, is the glass half empty or half full, is not attributed to a single individual, but rather has evolved over time. Is it called a common idiom? So no one gets respect for this? Nobody gets respect for this? Josiah Stamp. At least I could give some respect to somebody. This dude said it almost 100 years ago. The concept of optimism and pessimism associated with the glass was present in, or was interesting. It's funny how our minds are just constantly evolving. We're getting smarter and smarter and smarter and smarter. The greatest minds. It's the lady in front of the chalkboard one. Oh, I forgot what I was even looking at. Sorry. I got locked on this guy. Hold on. This guy makes me think, so I want to. Whoever helps you think, listen to them, bro. I'll get you on that one. Let's finish with this, and then we're gonna go to that. Why did I just read Liquid Ass? Shout out. Why did you read Liquid Ass? I'm not sure. Yeah, look how much we have learned since the 1900s, bro. I'm telling you. This doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense. Nothing in school. I think you learned a lot in school. It's just not. It's not. I said something of how we should fix school like a couple weeks ago. How did I say that? What did I say about school that would fix it? Whatever you want to like do in life is what you should go to school for. Instead of teaching us such a broad thing, like a broadness about life. Let's say you like, but that's the thing is we don't know what we want to do, right? We're kids and stuff. We don't know what we don't want to do. So the way that they set school up is they give you a broad way. What do you know? And I think, like I said, oh, this is what I said. I don't think school's bad. I just don't think it's efficient. I think that's what I said.
You're talking about it as if it's a table. There must be some sort of
My mind gets more. Why does your mind get more? Well, like when you say things like that, they do. But when you try to like be smart, you'll eventually become more smarter because you're trying, right? You're learning. But when you just live a life of just jokes and memes, sure, your life is just gonna be brain rot, you know? Do you want to live a life of brain rot? It's fun every now and then, 100% all the time. Heck no, bro. It's
dimension to it, correct?
Oh yeah, there's to its diameter. That's only true on a flat surface. It's different if the surface.
I want to live a life of brain rot, sure.
So you can define flatness.
So when you're saying flatness, what is the height and what is the width? Like if you're talking about it as if it's a table, there must be some sort of there's a dimension to it, correct?
Oh yeah, there's a third dimension of space,
right.
But the same applies.
I got a feeling you'll come around, Dean. I got a feeling you'll come around. Could be an alt account, somebody's trolling, but either way.
It's a generalization of geometry.
Silva?
So
the broadness, Silva, shout out.
The point is with the third dimension of space,
right.
But the same applies. It's just a generalization of geometry. Then, so the point is we can picture it in two dimensions, but you can draw you can quite literally, you could imagine sending light beams out, and we do this measurement actually. We can look at the most distant light we can see, which is something called the cosmic microwave background radiation, which is if you imagine looking out, if you look at the Andromeda Galaxy.
The cosmic radiation background, you're solid. This is kind of adding up. So think of like a wormhole, right? Shooting out this massive energy. Boom! It shoots out all this, and then it's got remnants, right? It's got to have the remains of something, right? After this massive energy came out, it's got to have like some remains somewhere, right? The cosmic background, what?
Which we can see with the naked eye here in LA. You can see that. It's the most distant object you can see with the naked eye, and it's about 2 million light years away or so, which means the light took 2 million years to get to us. So it's a long way away, but it's very big. So as you look further out into the universe to more and more distant galaxies, you're looking further back in time, because you look at something that's 1 billion light years away, then the light took 1 billion years to get to us. So you see it as it was 1 billion years in the past.
But this doesn't make sense. If like, see, this is where some of the logic doesn't add up, Solid Tank. No, Dean is unfortunately dumb. It's not something I can escape. You're not dumb, bro. We're all dumb. Like, we're all dumb and we're learning. Are you gonna allow yourself to learn? You know, do you allow yourself to learn? Because we're literally all dumb and then we learn, right? Like, no, like you're a baby, Google Gaga sucking on your thumb, Google Gaga, right? And then eventually you're like 3 or 4 and you're dumb, right? You're just a little kid being dumb. Then you get a little older. You get a little older and you're just like constantly learning.
As you look further
I'm
out
dumb
into the
AF, shout
universe
out.
to more and more distant galaxies, you look. So it took 2 million years to
Me
get to
too.
us. So it's a long way away, but it's very big.
How did this light take how can light not be instant? How can light take time to travel to us? Time is flat. The space is flat.
Which means the light took 2 million years to get to us. So it's a long way away, but it's very big. So as you look further...
I know this goes back to the time is relative thing. Time is relative. So this happened over here 2 million years ago. It's just not getting to us. It still already happened 2 million years ago over here. So this is like 2 million years ago in the future, and this light has finally got to us. So that doesn't make them older than us. That means if we sent something 2 million years over there, it would finally be getting to them 2 million years later, and it would be 2 million years later, and we would still be here. Okay, yep, getting that. Okay, that's locking in and making sense now. That's making sense. It's connecting to me. Okay, yep, I'm understanding that now, solid. Time is relative, right? That makes sense. But orbit speeds up time? That's one of Einstein's biggest hits, that light has a speed limit. Wow, that's crazy, because I've always thought, like, one of my goals in life, not really necessarily a goal, but is to create something that is faster than the speed of light. That's that's the fastest because of the speed of light, because that's all our brain is capable of understanding at the moment. But I think once we have different thought patterns, maybe we will be able to develop something. Why can't we speed light up then? Can we speed light up? Is light limited to 185,000 miles an hour or something? How fast is the speed of light? Oh, wait, what? What did I say? The speed of light is 600 and... Dude, why did I just disrespect the speed of light like that? Wait, why did I disrespect the speed of light? The speed of light is 671 million. Let's round it up. 671 million miles per hour. 671 million miles per hour. That's slow. If we can think of numbers like billions and trillions, why is 670,000? That seems like the beginning stages. 670, that's like the beginning stages. It's not even a billion. We have billionaires on Earth. Sure, that's not the same thing, right? But the theory is there, the concept is there in my mind. Sure, this is like such basic, stupid logic, right? But we have hundreds of billions of planets. We have trillions of planets, stars. 670 million is a low number to me, relatively. It's interesting to think about. I thought it was I didn't know it was that fast though, but
Out into the universe.
very interesting. It's okay, Snaky, heart emoji. Bop bop. How fast is your bop? My bop is a solid. One time I bopped 3 times and it was over with. I got to be honest. One time I bopped 3 times and it was over with. That's a story that I told. I can't necessarily tell right now, but I did bop a solid 3 times and it was over with. I'll just say that.
It's to more and more distant galaxies.
Sorry, my
We're looking-
disrespect is contagious. It's okay. I don't think like it's easy to be disrespectful, you know. It's easy to be like rude and mean and ugly and nasty. Because like there's no consequences, you know. It's not easy being nice. I mean, it's easy, sure, being nice and kind. There's like, you know, but it's a little easier to be mean and rude. And what I'm trying to say is it's kind of like low IQ, you know. It doesn't take someone very smart to be kind or to be evil and mean. You got to have some like intelligence to be like kind and emotional and have empathy and love and respect. I think intelligence does equate emotionally. It's kind of interesting to think about. That's pretty interesting. Rookie numbers? That's actually rookie numbers. That Snakey, you see what I'm saying? The speed of light is way too slow on a space scale for interstellar travel to make much sense beyond the local group of stars. Also, everything in the universe is moving at a constant speed always. Finch, that's where the Alcubierre drive comes. Bro, how do you know what are you talking about, Solid Tank, bro? We're on 1,000 different things. I love this. I'm having so much fun, bro. Thank you. Yeah, what's up, Finch? Thanks for coming by, bro. But yeah, you're right. The speed of light is way too slow on a space scale for interstellar trace. That's what I'm saying, bro. And like the concept of interstellar space travel, like I believe that we'll have that breakthrough eventually. Right now, we don't know nothing about like quantum mechanics and speed and all this. You know, there's so much things we don't know. So like, how can we say this is the limiting speed? We don't know. And I'm not saying Einstein was wrong. I think he had the breakthrough for the time. It's 100 years later, bro. And there's no disrespect. Like, times change, right? It's 100 years later. Times are ever evolving. So, like, what was like incredible breakthrough then? Sure, it could still be an incredible breakthrough now, but maybe times have changed. And I think Einstein would be proud of me. No, really, that's crazy. I just thought about that. Maybe he'd be proud that like people were not necessarily like, believe me, Einstein would love for somebody to question his work. He wouldn't believe in me. If there was ever evidence or more like an ability to think, he would definitely like applaud that. Yeah, he would encourage that, right? Like encourage open thought. The speed of light. That speed is the speed of light. If you're stationary, you're moving at the speed of light through the 4th dimension, time. Ooh, the 4th dimension is time? Interesting. That's why time stops when you move at the speed of light. Ooh, hold on. Finch is kind of cooking right now. My boy Finch is kind of cooking. I feel Einstein was giving estimates. Could be, Dean. It honestly could be estimates, right? It's the limiting speed because nothing in the universe moves slower or faster than the speed of light. You'd need infinite energy to accelerate anything with mass to the speed of light. Infinite energy, you're right. Infinite energy. Interesting. That's the best part of the Alcubierre drive. You aren't moving the ship at all. Go over 10 to the 10 to the 10 miles per hour. Hold on, we're having some fun, creative, and this is deep. Hold on, this is deep, so I gotta get deep. I had to add a little extra bops on there for extra credit.
Time is so extreme that it creates a tunnel-like structure. These bridges can
Hold on. So what about the energy that is created here, bro? What if this massive force, maybe, listen to me. Ooh, hear me out. Let me cook a little bit. See, I can cook and bring all these thoughts together. We don't need to move at the speed of light constantly forever. We just need to move faster than the speed of light for an hour, for a few hours, for a month or a year, maybe 10 years. Now we're moving at 2 to 3 times the speed of light, but not for like ever, right? Maybe that could be interstellar time travel.
35. The concept originates from Einstein's general relativity. According to it, space-time can be curved. However, no traversable wormhole has been found to date. For more
There's not a wormhole we could no, duh, you know.
It's about.
Hold on, let me like exit out some of these things. We've been going for a minute, just straight yapping. This has been amazing. The Alcubra Drive. Okay, let me go to this real quick, and then we'll back it up. We'll back that thing up. Sorry, that was like a low-key twerk, but I'm glad you couldn't see that. We'll back this thing up a little bit. 1 second.
The idea of the Alcubierre warp drive is to encapsulate a bit of space-time, creating a sort of bubble. The passengers would be in a ship inside this bubble of space-time. The ship itself would not be moving relative to the space-time, so there would be no time dilation for people inside the ship. But this bubble of space-time could, in theory, be moving at any arbitrary speed relative to the space-time around it. This is analogous to a person on a surfboard. The person is standing still relative to the surfboard, but the surfboard is moving relative to the sea around it.
Hey, yo, see, this is like 5th dimension, 6th dimension stuff that we've harnessed the energy, but we ain't fully harnessed the energy. You know what I'm saying? Go deep on Googleology. Shout out. There isn't a force to slow you down, though. Ooh, see, that's the thing. How are we gonna slow down? Look, we're Americans, bro. We don't think about slowing down. We're just going fast. I'm joking. Interesting. How would you slow down? That's a great question. Okay, hear me out. Let me cook. That would be impossible. I was gonna say we'd need somebody to shoot something back at us to slow us down. That'd be impossible, right? Man, that's a hard one. How would we slow down? We'd have to be slowing down as soon as we started. We'd have to go. We would let time itself slow us down. We would have no slowdown. If you push an object in deep space out at 5 meters per second, it'll keep moving at that speed forever until something stops it. Man, that's a great question. We would just be going at 2. So inner space travel would go until the energy stopped. Man, that's a great point. Until we hit something. I'm so hungover. Whoa.
Nothing can move.
The idea
That's a great point. We're so cooked. Be right back. Your fire thrusters, you fire your thrusters in the opposite direction. Right. But like, how would we be able, safely and wisely, how would we be able to send this force and then be able to stop this force? Interesting. We'd have to test that. That's how the spacecraft slow down now. Is that actually how they slow down now? A huge amount of math. Hold on, that actually makes sense. Because like, if all we did was test this force at half speed, and we were able to put it on and slow it down, and eventually we scaled that up times infinity.
Warp drive is to encapsulate a. There would be no time dilation for people inside any arbitrary speed relative to the space-time around it. This is analogous to a person's speed of light. It could get surfboard is moving relative to the sea around it. Since the ship can theoretically move many times the speed of light, it could get to very far away destinations like Proxima Centauri, which is 4.2 light years away, for example, in 10 months, traveling 5 times the speed of light. But as we learned, no ship can physically travel faster than the speed of light because there's no superluminal matter. The Alcubierre warp drive is science, but it's also fiction.
It's science, but it's also fiction. Isn't that just like fundamentally flawed? If it's science, it's possible, but it's only fiction because our knowledge is limited. If the math is there and it's possible, isn't it like, why say it's fiction? Sure, like in theory, I guess. If things are in theory, that doesn't make it mean it's like 100% like right. But if the math adds up, isn't it just based on our knowledge is limited? That's what that tells me. Calling things, saying it's fiction is like, that'll never happen. Oh, you're dumb for trying that. Bro, you're wasting your time. Why do, that's like that, not really, I'm not saying that. But you know, that kind of makes those people think like that. Like, oh, dude, you're dumb for wasting, that'll never happen. That's fiction. And like, no, dude, the math is here. It's possible, right? And then like it's eventually over a million years when it finally happens, then the dudes that are like, oh, that's lame, they're like, oh my God, it's true, right? It's like easy. That's what I mean. It's easy to be like, oh, that's lame, that can't happen. And then, oh wow, like it's easy, you know, it's easy to be like doubt and don't contribute anything. It's easy to do that. It's hard to contribute things. And so it's easy to be a like negative person, right? It's hard to contribute like emotional energy that'll make somebody feel better. That's what I mean by that.
The idea of the
very interesting though. Very interesting. Wow. Hold on. I actually wanted to hear like one other person talk about like if it's possible.
The idea,
like one of these dudes. Let's see.
Charles has already built a warp engine in his basement.
See, these are the dudes that are like, no, the math is possible. What'd he say?
Charles has already built a warp engine
Who?
in his basement.
I was wondering what you think is the biggest obstacle for developing working warp drive, and would you see this becoming a reality? And if yes, when?
The thing that is most blocking our ability to create.
This is a great way to put it. What is the limiting factor? See, this is an intelligent person. Get straight to the point.
Our ability to create a warp drive quickly is physics.
Physics. Okay, interesting. What is physics as a whole?
Actual ability to travel faster than light at this point, we don't have it.
So there needs to be a language, a line of thinking that groups physics and what did he say? Together, where it makes it together. Or it's not physics or it's this that puts it together. It's like physics times this equals this.
Charles has already built a warp.
The thing that is most blocking our ability to create a warp drive quickly.
Hold on, Finch. Sorry, hold on. I'm kind of yapping. Give me 1 minute. Give me 1 minute.
Ability to travel faster than light at this point, we don't have it.
Give me a date when we're going to have it.
Next Wednesday.
So physics is, so what he's saying is physics is the only limiting thing.
Next Wednesday at 3.
Like the logistics of it. How could we do it? He's saying it's possible and it could happen. Essentially, is what he's saying.
PM.
According to reliable sources, the date is April 5th, 2063. That is according to Star Trek First Contact.
Oh.
That event happened on April 5th, 2063.
Okay, well, there it is then. We got it.
Wow.
So he's joking like a Star Trek.
I got to tell you, that was amazing.
Let's get reality.
Technically, you cannot go faster than the speed of light, but space can travel faster than the speed of light.
So then that doesn't make sense. Don't say you can't travel at the speed of light and then say this can travel at the speed of light.
You cannot go faster than the speed of light, but space can travel faster than the speed of light. That's what.
Remember, let's reverse back in my logic. When logic is entering like my brain, it's normally like if things make sense, it's okay. But when things don't make sense,
What's meant by warp drive? The amount of energy.
Let me catch back up. Sorry. Yeah, we don't have the technology to make it yet, but the theory is there. I'm in love. What are you in love with? That's why the Apollo programmers took thousands of mathematicians working 10-hour days for months just figuring out exactly how to use fuel available to speed up and slow down. Interesting. 10 hours a day for months figuring out how exactly to use the fuel available to speed up and slow down. And they figured that out. Isn't that insane to think about, Finch? Our American Sean Snaky. This drive in this video is theoretically possible. There's multiple theories for how the universe works at this level, and this is only possible in a couple of those theories. Can look at the sky? 92 degrees east. What's up, Drift Speed? Do you look at the sky? 92 degrees east. I would need my phone to know exactly which degrees is east. What is out there, the moon? You could look up the Large Hydrogen Collider. People are spending billions trying to figure out which theory is the most correct. Are you talking about CERN? Large Hydrogen Collider? I would love to look that up. Give me 1 second. Imagine we got launched into space and we freeze immediately and just continue flying through space forever. That's a great question. That's a great thinking, Dean. Because, like, imagine if that actually happened. That's what we're doing right now. We got frozen on Earth. Wait, what? We got frozen on Earth and now we're traveling through space forever. The real value of the Albuquerque drive theory to me is allowing our brains a way to understand the potential for faster than light travel. That's right. That's a great way to look at it, Solid. Believe me, because there's going to be somebody smart like Snaky Penguin Dragon one day, right? He spends his time on grass cutting incremental and Roblox, and he just has fun with his time, right? He does what he thinks fun, right? Like we all do. But he also loves extremely high math numbers. So one day he might just be playing around, joking around, and then he sees some math problem. He's like, hold on, what? Add this together, put this together, and then once he puts it together, once he puts it in the hole, it opens up a new path. And that's what I think, like, we're just constantly evolving, and, like, we'll get there one day. East Coast U.S. look 92 degrees in the sky, you'll see her. Yo, Drispin, I'm sorry, I'm just now getting to you, bro. I love the moon, if that's what you're talking about. Like, I love going outside and looking out in the sky. One of my favorite things in the world. Stargazer, that's, I would love to call myself that, but it's been taken for Silva the Stargazer. Hold on, that's kind of fire, to be honest. Hold on, is that kind of fire? I like it. Y'all ever look at a cat and see how limited his knowledge is? We kind of are the same. That's Dean, that's what I'm saying, bro. Isn't that cool to think about? But think about, like, over 1 million years, like, imagine how smart that cat will be. Imagine over 1 million years how smart we will be, Dean. Isn't that cool to think about, bro? And Cetus, what were you saying, Drew Speed? Sorry. Physics is already everything. You are looking at sub-branch called theoretical physics. Theoretical physics is theoretical until you can prove it experimentally. And that's incredibly difficult. Interesting. So physics is the entirety of everything. That's a good way to put it. Physics is already everything. You're looking at a sub-branch called theoretical physics. See that? Finch, I need people like you in here also, buddy. We love talking about this, buddy. We talk about this every day. Nothing with mass can travel faster than the speed of light. But apparently space-time itself doesn't have mass. That is how it is expanded faster than light after the big thing. Okay, so does, like, waves have mass? Like communications? Does like wave signals have mass? And at some point we can eventually send these signals out? Iris, just unfortunately, it's cloudy here. I haven't seen a star out my window for months, and now Iris is bright AF. Is it the star Iris? No joke, I don't ever know, like, the North Star, all these different stars or things like that, but sometimes I'll look out in the sky all the time. When I'm driving, I'll look out and one star. I also have terrible eyesight, right? So when I look up in the sky, I can normally only see the brightest of brightest stars, right? So I'll look up and one will be massively bright. I'm like, whoa. Like, it just makes me realize, like, what is this life? What's the point of arguing about dumb things when there's, like, an entire world out there, you know? Fam, you were smart? I wouldn't call myself smart. I'd call myself... everybody has the ability to be open-minded. And I've been open-minded for a long time. My favorite theory is that multiple universes exist, but each within their own universal constant speed. So here is 300 kilometers a second, but travel at 301 and you're in an entirely different universe. Whoa. That's interesting. Or could you break out of this universe? Imagine you travel faster than the speed of light. So we're talking about wormholes. Were you here, Finch, when I was talking about wormholes? Were you here when we were talking about wormholes? Oh, very crazy. My favorite theory is that multiple universes exist, but each within their own universal constant speed. That's interesting to think about. So in this life that we know of, light is the fastest, right? 671 million miles an hour. Travel 672 million miles an hour. Are you in a whole nother universe?
You need to warp spaces. Space can travel faster than the speed of light. That's what's meant by warp drive. The amount of energy you need to warp space is unbelievably gigantic. So,
like a black hole, right? Like a black hole. My phone's about to die. I got 1%. Sorry, my actual camera died. Oh, let me charge my phone. Hold on. This is very interesting to me. Hold on.
To warp space.
Dude, I swear I'm connecting the dots. Yo, Einstein's gonna be proud of me one day. A black hole or a black hole is a wormhole. But where does it end, bro? That's what I need to figure out. For you, Einstein, I'll do it for you, buddy. I swear.
This is unbelievably gigantic. So, you'd have to be converting matter to energy at a rate that is we cannot conceive, really. If we just compute
matter to energy, that's exactly what a black hole does.
Convert 1 Jupiter per second to energy, then problem solved. That's a lot. And
why am I breathing heavy, bro? I kind of feel like I'm doing something scary.
Not many Jupiters.
Don't forget to subscribe below for your...
Interesting.
Charles.
Warp drive. Hold on.
Einstein's general theory of relativity is his theory of gravity. It's the distortion of space and time by mass and energy. So you can, and it's been done, you can develop things where you say, well, if we could make this geometry of space and time, if we could distort it in this way, then indeed you can build a warp drive. The other question is, what kind of matter or energy or field, whatever it is, what kind of thing would you need to make that geometry? And it always turns out...
1 second. Let's see. Matrice is hard to understand. What is matrices, bro? That's what I'm saying. I'm playing Crowding Incremental right now. That's what I'm saying, Snakey. It's okay. It's gonna be stuff is gonna be hard for you to understand now. But as you get older and you mature and you learn different knowledge, you're able to use this knowledge that you learned over here in your math knowledge, right? And you're like, whoa, you're able to see different things. I swear, it's like literally like your brain develops. No joke. There's some type of math that literally explains where every tree is gonna be. Wait, what? Why is there so many smart people in the chat? Why am I number 3? Yo, Rascal, you're one of the smart people, bro. We're all smart people learning. Well, actually, all dumb people learning, but it's better to say we're all smart people. Electrons having mass is a big argument in physics at the moment. But it's widely agreed that photons don't. But proving something doesn't have any mass is difficult. How do you measure nothing? Oh, wow, that's a great point, Finch. Thank you for actually thank you for bringing up really fun lines of thinking, bro. Really appreciate it. If you don't know, Finch, we have a Discord where we're growing, bro. I gotta be honest. Yo, here's some AI my boy Sheffy made of me. But we have a Discord, bro. Would love you to join. Just anybody in general if they want to join. We do a lot of yapping there. I say when I'm going live. I go live every day at around this time, but need more people with creative thoughts in there for sure. A universe with vastly different laws of physics. It could be difficult to imagine, but fun also. Oh, wow. That's incredible to think about. I just got here. Tachyons, though? Tachyons. I've never even heard of that. Elon is a Musk. Facts. That's factual. Taliban. What's up? Taliban? Oh. If you think... 1 second. If you think of space-time like a stretched out blanket, a big star warps it like a bowling ball. A black hole is like shooting the blanket with a .22. That's what I'm saying, Finch. That's what I'm saying. How does a black hole make sense? So that's how... So, Finch, went down this giant line of thinking from what is a black hole orbit? So, look, so I got to what does a black hole orbit? You got to watch the beginning of, not the beginning of the stream, but like the last like 45 minutes, the last hour. I think this would be a good like video. Maybe this would be a good video that I post about life. I'm not sure. But like we've went down an insane line of thinking that we're still I haven't even watched this one yet. I you know how much I can yap about this? Just give me a minute. Oh yeah, give me a second. You can't stay in those long. Look up Umo Timeline's letter. I got you, Drift Speed. Hold on. Umo Timeline's letter. Let's look this up real quick.
In 1966, mysterious letters began arriving in Spain.
Hold on, I'll be right back. I need 1 minute. Be right back. Let's watch this. What is this? Mysterious letters in space. This is kind of interesting. Be right back. 1 minute. Time me. Actually, don't time me. Last time I said that, I said 57 seconds, and it was literally like 57 seconds with a little with something. I don't know. Whatever. I don't know. I'll be back in like a couple minutes. Kinda. Don't time me.
In 1966, mysterious letters began arriving in Spain, claiming to be from extraterrestrials of the planet Ummo. These letters, filled with advanced scientific concepts, intrigued scientists and UFO enthusiasts alike. Who were these Ummites? As the letters spread across Europe, they sparked debates and curiosity. Some believed they were a hoax, while others saw them as proof of alien life. The mystery deepened when the letters accurately predicted future technological advancements. Even today, the enigma of the Ummo letters remains unsolved, leaving us to wonder, were they a clever prank or a genuine message from the stars? Hit the like button, subscribe, and leave a comment to support us. In 1966, mysterious letters began arriving in Spain, claiming to be from extraterrestrials of the planet Ummo. These letters, filled with advanced scientific concepts, intrigued scientists and UFO enthusiasts alike. Who were these Ummites? As the letters spread across Europe, they sparked debates and curiosity.
All right, I'm back. Hold on.
Some believe.
What do I think about this? It could be some malarkey. I gotta be honest. This is probably some malarkey. Shout out though. You never know.
Those things don't appear to exist. Einstein's general theory of relativity is his theory of gravity. It's the distortion of space and time by mass and energy. So you can, and it's been done, you can develop things where you say, well, if we could make this geometry of space and time, if we could distort it in this way, then indeed you can build a warp drive. The other question is,
oh, this is crazy.
Or energy or field, whatever it is, what kind of thing would you need?
Our technology is just not there yet. We're just not smart enough, to be honest. We're kind of dumb and stupid. Not really, joking. Let me see. 22, Finch. A way to travel faster than the speed of light, Taliban. What the hell is a warp drive? My bad, bro. I just got back. My bad. All right, I'm back. A warp drive is a way to travel faster than the speed of light. If you don't know, the fastest thing in the world is the speed of light. And I'm the type of person, I want to find out something smarter than the speed of light. Okay. Let's finish this real quick.
Back in time, because you look at something that's 1 billion light years away, then the light took 1 billion years to get to us. So
oh, like Goku, instant transmission. Exactly like Goku. Interesting. There's lots of calibers, Finch, but you said 22. Catch 22. UFOs aren't anti-gravity. They're time machines. Ooh, hold on. That's kind of smart and cool. Tachyon universe exists simultaneously backwards in time along with our reality. Tachyon universe. Sure, I'll join tonight. I'm in London. Shout out London, bro. Love that. Tachyons are parcels that move so fast they go back in time. Simple explanation. Tachyons are parcels that move so fast they go back in time. Yo, Drift Speed! Are you cooking, brother? Tachyons are parcels that... Particles, my bad. Veritasiism is such a good channel. Love that guy. Let me see. Who's that? Who? Veritium. The mechanism shrinks when pulled. Let's see his biggest short.
I'm about to...
Why do planes fly so high? Why do we put spiders on soccer balls? Can you solve this? Can you solve this riddle? How do dishwashers actually work? The real science of black holes?
You can never...
96 million shade balls. That's correct.
What am I saying? You can never see anything enter a black hole. Imagine you trap your nemesis in a rocket ship and blast him off towards a black hole.
Who's this?
He looks back at you, shaking his fist at a constant rate. As he zooms in, gravity gets stronger, so you would expect him to speed up. But that is not what you see. Instead, the rocket ship appears to be slowing down. Not only that, he also appears to be shaking his fist slower and slower.
This is so crazy.
That's because, from your perspective, his time is slowing down. At the very instant when he should cross the event horizon, the point beyond which not even light can escape.
Hold on, give me a minute. Sorry, I'm gonna be
and his
like
rocket
kind of
ship
busy for a minute.
Do not disappear. Instead, they seem to stop, frozen in time.
Yo, I'm so glad we're building a community of smart, individual,
The light from the
thoughtful
spaceship
people, bro.
gets dimmer and redder until it completely fades from
It's
view.
actually awesome.
You can never.
Ah, shit. He abandoned us. Sorry. Tachyons might cause time dilation. I don't know anything about Tachyon particles. Tachyons might cause time dilation. That's what I'm saying. Snakey's gonna eventually like take over the world one day. I thought it was clickbait. Snakey's the type of person that could literally figure out the math at Einstein. I need you, Snakey. Snakey, me and you together, touching tips of like our creative genius is what I meant. Like our creative genius is gonna touch tips. Sorry. There is a Tachyon reality that moves backwards alongside ours. Think of two strings making an X, but one slides forward and one backwards. There's a Tachyon reality that moves backwards alongside ours. Think of two strings making an X, but one slides forward, one backwards. Yo, I love what's going on right now. Basically, a black hole is a star being pulled together by its own gravity, increasing the force and collapsing it further. That's how they manage to be infinitely dense. Increasing the force and collapsing it further. You have to read the timeline letter, it explains it. Oh, of the Yamo alien dudes? I'm sorry, hold on, let me catch back up. I'm sorry, I'm really behind, and every time I get behind, like, I'm not able to give informative opinions because then I'm trying to catch back up and I feel bad. 1 second. I love this song. Basically, a black hole. Bro, switch the short was vibing to the last one. Sorry, Snakey. The singularity in the century only has two properties: mass and spin. Hold on. The singularity in the century only has two properties: mass and spin. It doesn't have any dimensions because it's infinitely small. Hey, Butters, what's up? Speed of light is a variable. Gotta go have fun with the stream. Thank you, Finch. I appreciate that a lot, bro. Bye, Finch. Love emoji. I appreciate that, Dean. Hope to see you again, Finch. Finch, you're part of it now. Just Speed, you too, brother. Whole lot of genius stuff going on. Yo, Taliban. Yo, this is a community where we cook, brother. I'm glad I appreciate everybody. Whole lot of genius stuff. Good night, Finch. I'm missing bopping us. I'm sorry. I'll get to bopping real soon. I'll bop all. Wait, what? I'll bop on y'all's top. Wait, what? He's us. We're in a black hole. Hold on, that's kind of scary. All right, I heard enough. Start a dang podcast. No joke. I wish I started a podcast like 8 years ago, but this is my official podcast, The Silva Show. So thanks for subscribing to The Silva Show. The middle of the X would be the present. Ooh, interesting. Okay. The middle of the X is the present. That's our current time, but there's a time where we could go forwards and backwards on that X, on that string. Yo, Drift Speed. Yo, see, I'm telling you, all of us together, bopping together, can create something great. We just gotta touch our tips of our minds together. Wait, what?
As it was a billion
Hold
years
on,
in the
sorry,
past.
I didn't mean that.
And we can actually look so far out that we can see all.
I wonder what he's doing.
Back.
I'm just
to
straight bopping
13.8
over here,
billion
just
years ago,
bopping.
which is very close to the big.
All right, shout out him. Let's go to the fourth dimension. Yo, all right. Solid Tank recommended this earlier. I'm very interested. Let me just shut up and listen. Someone might be gooming to black holes. We call them nut masters. Yo, the fact that you know the nut master is crazy. You got to be an OG to know the nut master. Shout out Infinite Black Hole. That's actually one of my mods, if you don't know. Little good show, though. I'm sub now. I appreciate it, bro. Very thankful. And the thing is, it's like the Truman Show. We are the show. The Silva Show is us. It's you. We are the show. Anyways, let me shut up and listen to this lady talk.
two-dimensional creature has
I fear he's gooning as well. Fear not, cause I am. You don't have to fear, buddy.
Precious gems away.
Wait, what? Sorry, let me give this lady some respect. Shut up and listen.
This two-dimensional creature has locked some precious gems away in a safe. She's checked the safe from every angle and is sure that this two-dimensional creature has locked some precious gems away in a safe. She's checked the safe from every angle and is sure that no one will be able to break in without a key.
Okay.
But she hasn't taken into account the idea that a three-dimensional creature, such as myself, might be peering in from above. She doesn't even know the concept of above. I could steal these gems without a key and without damaging the safe, and she would have no idea how they were taken. We should keep an eye out for ourselves. A four-dimensional creature could steal from our safes without a key. Could take the yolk from an egg without breaking the shell, appear in a closed room, or see inside of our brains.
We create thoughts. This is where we create the 4D by creating our thoughts. Because we create something out of nothing. What I'm saying right now has no predetermination. Try to guess the next word that I'm going to say. In over a finite years, you might be able to. But the next word that I'm going to say right now. Linguistics. You had no idea. And I didn't either until I thought of it. I created that word just then, right? I didn't create the word. Train. So his next word would be cock. All right, buddy. I don't got cock on my mind constant. I don't have constant cock on my mind, bro. 4D, bro. Not a bad one, Saltine. But that's the thought. That's the thing, right? Maybe sure, in a given chance, maybe everything is predetermined. Because like over 1 billion years, maybe you could have guessed that right word.
Fourth dimension is perpendicular to all of our normal 3D space directions, and we have no walls up against that direction.
I need to give this some creative thought. Let me listen back to like halfway.
We should keep an eye out for ourselves.
Let me listen to the beginning.
This two-dimensional creature has locked some precious gems.
What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to conceptualize what could steal from us in the fourth dimension. That's what I'm trying to conceptualize.
Away in a safe. She's checked the safe from every angle and is sure that no one will be able to break in without a key. But she hasn't taken into account the idea that a three-dimensional creature, such as myself, might be peering in from above. She doesn't even know the concept of above. I could steal these gems without a key and without damaging the safe, and she would have no idea how they were taken.
What could steal from us and damage us and take from us?
What's the fourth dimension? Well, Einstein says the fourth dimension is time. So if you want to meet somebody...
The fourth dimension is time. Okay, so Einstein said the fourth dimension is time. Okay. That's what Finch said earlier. Okay.
In Times Square, you say, meet me on 42nd Street, 5th Avenue, 10th floor at noontime. So it takes 4 numbers to specify lunch in Manhattan. But we now believe there could be other dimensions, perhaps as many as 11 dimensions. And we hope to test
Hold on,
these
perhaps
ideas.
as many as 11. Why do we stop at 11?
As many as 11 dimensions. And we hope to test these ideas with the Large Hadron Collider. What's the fourth dimension?
Oh, that's what he said I should look up. The large how do you spell it, bro? Hadron. It should the Hadron, cause as president, I'm gonna rename the Hadron Collider the HYDRON. It's gonna be Hadron, HY. Who agrees? To be honest.
The Large Hadron Collider.
According to the Guinness Book of World Records.
Hold on, I love this lady because she finally made it so I can understand higher dimensions a little. No, that actually really did. That's a very easy way to conceptualize it. Wake up in the morning, I got cock on my mind. Yo, I gotta respect that, Snakey. Definitely respect that. The dimension theory is all effed up. They think we're in third and time is like 5th or 6th, but time might be 7th or 9th. You're right, Drift. Like, you know, we don't actually know. That's what's cool about this life. Flatland, 4th dimension is not time. Beings from a higher dimension could steal our gems, so to speak, and we'd never know. Hold on. You're kind of cooking there. What gems do we have that we're taking that we didn't know? There's 13 dimensions? Oh, God.
The Large Hadron Collider is the biggest machine on the planet.
This thing is huge. It's a 27-kilometer
Hey, yo!
underground ring located
Chill,
at
buddy.
a CERN facility near Geneva, Switzerland.
The reason the Large Hadron Collider
Wait,
is
it's in Switzerland?
It's a 27-kilometer underground ring located at a CERN facility near Geneva, Switzerland.
The reason the Large Hadron Collider is so large.
Yeah, if things ever go wrong, Switzerland, you're cooked, buddy.
The reason
We're all
the Large
cooked, but you're
Hadron
cooked
Collider
first.
is so large is because it has one task: to destroy the smallest particles possible, so we can better understand how they work.
The LHC is a really big particle accelerator. Basically, it's a bunch of magnets strung together that accelerate subatomic particles to near light speed, so we can literally smash them together and see.
This is going at 300 million meters a second.
What they break up into, so that we understand what the fundamental.
So that's 9 yards? I don't know. 9 yards a second? I don't know. Freaking. Units of measure. I don't know.
Mash them together and see what they break up into.
Meters? Metres? What is that? I don't know, bro. I'm dumb.
Near light speed, so we can literally smash.
Metres? Pretend like I know what that is. I don't know.
Smash them together and see what they break up into, so that we understand what the fundamental building blocks of those particles are.
The protons and electrons that the Large Hadron Collider work with are so tiny that the task of making them
Hadron makes me mad. We gotta call it Hydron for now on.
collide. Electrons that the Large Hadron Collider work with are so tiny that the task of making them collide is akin to firing two needles 10 kilometers apart with such precision that they meet halfway. And how the Large Hadron Collider does this is incredible.
The LHC needs a
This is
really
actually
high
incredible.
vacuum environment, so the subatomic particles don't interact with matter. If the subatomic
I'll catch up in chat 1 second, sorry.
environment, so the subatomic particles don't interact with matter. If the subatomic particles were allowed to interact with matter, they'd be annihilated and lost. So within the LHC ring, there's a tube that is kept at very high vacuum that the particles travel in. Subatomic particles can be accelerated in rings like the LHC or by linear accelerators. In a linear accelerator, we accelerate the particles in a line rather than around a ring. And linear accelerators really help us to get the particles up to speed before we inject them into a ring. The LHC has two linear accelerators, LINX 3 and LINX 4, which
See, I'm lost in the
produce
sauce, bro. I'm lost in the sauce.
particles and inject them into the large LHC ring.
How did my mic get all the way muted? Sorry. My mic somehow got all the way muted. Hello, hello. There we go. Could y'all even hear me? I don't know. Bro, I got lost in the sauce. He said he was injecting his sauce or something, bro. I don't know. Too big for my puny brain. I'm sorry. Who am I supposed to be looking up? Flatland. Yeah, because we didn't want to waste tax dollars on this dupe machine. Look what they need to mimic a fraction of our power. Number Feed has a video about Graham's number file. Let's look this up. Why is my voice so low? Yo, sorry. I just fixed it, I think. Yo. All right, sorry. Oh, why'd I do that? Graham's number.
If you actually tried to picture Graham's number in your head, then your head.
I need a short, bro. You know our brains can't, we can't go that long right now, buddy. Not on stream. That would be an after video. Maybe I see, I want to get to the point in my streams where I can watch a full video like that and we just react to it. I think I'm already there, to be honest. I could do that. 1 second. Okay.
The other day,
My
that
bad.
kinda blew my mind. No pun
Let me lock in. Wait, who was blowing his what? Something about blowing his Johnson. It's related to dimensions. Source, trust me, bro. I trust. Listen, if Snaky Penguin Dragon says something, would a person named Snaky Penguin Dragon that plays Grass Cutter Incremental and love big numbers lie to somebody? Yeah, ever since they made this, we've been going downhill as a society. The Mandela effect. Yo, ever since they made this CERN thing, we've been going downhill. You're right. Where did Daddy go? What's up, Dean? Yo, my bad. My camera died, bro. 299 meters a second. Is it meters or metrays? What's the difference? My phone died, Dean. I'll turn it on in like 1 minute. Mandela wasn't Hadron. He came across. Hey, yo. He came across. What was he? Who was he coming on, bro? What? Why is he coming? Sorry. There's a few videos about the number file. I got you. I'll check it out like right now. Right. I don't know if I can check it out on stream. I would love to watch it though.
I came across something the other day that kind of blew my mind. No pun intended.
If you actually tried to picture Graves' number in your head, then your head would collapse to form a black hole.
What?
So Graham's number is this.
Then your head would collapse to form a black hole.
So Graham's number is this insanely massive finite number that is actually used in Ramsey theory, which is a branch of mathematics that explores how order
Hold on, my brain is slowly collapsing. Hold on, hold on. There's might be some proof to this.
emerges from seemingly chaotic structures. And in 1980,
then your head would collapse to form a black hole.
So Graham's number is this insanely massive finite number that is actually used in Ramsey theory, which is a branch of mathematics that explores how order emerges from seemingly chaotic structures. And in 1980, it won a Guinness World Record for the largest number ever used in mathematical proof. Now, this number is so big that even if every single digit that made it up was as small as the Planck length, the smallest thing in the entire universe, the observable universe,
The Planck length. I need to look that up.
still does not have enough space to contain it all. Mind you, the number is still significantly larger than the total number of particles in the entire universe as well. And even though its size is so vast and professional mathematicians can't even grasp its enormity.
One day, my boy Snaky Penguin Dragon will be able to grasp its enormous cock. Wait, it'll be able to grasp the idea of this. Wait, what is he talking about? His enormous what?
Can't even
grasp its enormous.
We do know that its final digit is 7. I came across something.
Wait, we know its final digit is 7. Hold on, buddy. Hold on. You gotta just piss me off with that one.
Its enormity. We do know that its final digit is 7.
Then there's something to that.
I came across something the other.
Huh?
Graham's number was at one point in time the largest number that was actually the answer to a problem.
As a working mathematician, I can assure you that 700.
All right. Got you. Very interesting. Very interesting. Shout out Googleology. Planck was. You said this guy's a big phony liar head. What is it? Planck.
Okay. The Planck length is the smallest unit of space within which no laws of physics have any meaning.
No laws of physics have any meaning in a Planck length. So the laws of physics do not apply to this thing. So what is that telling me? The laws of physics do not apply to a thing?
Okay. So no laws of physics have any meaning. Okay. So in quantum physics, space is quantized by these little units of space.
Okay.
Okay. So the time it takes light to cross a Planck length,
It has no effect on it.
it seems to me would be the shortest unit of time, because there's nothing that can take place inside of a Planck length.
Ooh,
Because
lovely.
that is the pixels of life.
So it's like you're traveling in between the actual pixels that make up the picture itself.
Yes. So you go pixel to
About to turn my
pixel,
phone right
but
now.
there's nothing in the pixel for it.
Okay.
The Planck length is the smallest unit of space within which no laws of physics have any meaning. Okay. So in quantum physics, space is quantized, but a Planck
My bad,
length
hold on,
is-
turn on my cam.
Okay.
The Planck
One more
length-
time,
the
let's see
Planck
what
length
he's-
is the
There we go.
smallest unit of length that we can measure. It's very, very small. It almost doesn't make sense. It turns out in quantum physics,
It almost doesn't make sense. Interesting, because like we don't have enough knowledge to understand this.
of length that we can measure. It's very, very small. It almost doesn't make sense. It turns out in quantum physics, everything is in motion. Everything vibrates at all times.
Everything's moving, everything's in vibration at all times. You know what's crazy? Solid Tank, remember I was saying like everything's a wave, everything's vibrating, everything's like a wave. I actually said that.
You have something moving back and forth across a Planck length. All quantum physics. Everything is in motion. Everything vibrates at all times. You have something moving back and forth across a Planck length. All matter is doing that at all times because everything is always in motion. A Planck length.
Okay.
As a Planck unit, it's a fundamental distance in the universe that you can calculate by putting as a Planck unit.
What is this number, Snakey? Yo, Snakey, I need you to do this number, bro. Write this down. Planck was legit-ski? A Planck length is legit? We have bigger numbers in the world in Goology. How insane is it that a human can come up with a number that is higher than every single particle in the whole universe added up? Ah, bro, like the fact that... bro, I love this life. It's actually really fun. How insane is it that a human can come up with a number that is higher than every single particle in the whole universe added up? Well, then that means there's more to the known universe. That's all it tells me. Which, like, they actually have theories for, like, how we can see more to the outside of the universe. Which leads me to believe, if we believe we came from the Big Bang, did we not come from a wormhole? Dude, is our like time and space not getting spat out of a constant like wormhole type deal right now? And that's why we're always expanding, right? Because something's being sucked and spat out. It's being sucked and spat on. Wait. Life is a spitter. Sorry. 7 is the largest number confirmed. Wait, I was supposed to look up how many different dimensions also. I don't want to forget that. How many different dimensions are there? Didn't I look that up already? Everything plus 1. Planck length turns out our world has a limit on how small something can be. There's a limit on how small something can be. But wouldn't you just be able to like divide that smallness in half? If we know that we can like divide and split everything, couldn't you split that nothing in half? Because it's something, right? It's like a 0.00 times a billion, trillion, gazillion, 1, right? Graham wanted the first number to be 1 because we didn't know the first digit, first number in Graham's number. 1 decillionth. It could be self-sucking black holes. Wait, you're telling me the black hole could suck its own hole? Hey, yo! So it gets freakier and freakier until Dream comes. No, I'm just myself at all times, I swear. Even when Dream's here too, I say crazy stuff. I don't know. That's what is crazy. Planck length is so small, you can't divide it. I see it as like certain crowds. You have to know your audience, Snakey. Certain crowds like hearing certain things. Some people, I'm myself at all times. But you have to also be like liquid, young grasshopper. Move like the liquid. Be the liquid. Do not become the jar. Rebooting. Confirmed. What was I saying? That's what's crazy. Apparently, Planck length is so small you can't divide it.
Unit.
The Planck length is so small you can't divide it. This is a crazy life. 1/10 of Planck length divided. Oh, see, that's what I'm saying, bro. Snakey just changed. Snakey just solved space-time curriculum. Snakey just solved the space-time curriculum. Ah! Yo, I'm glad you said that because I haven't hit one of those in a minute.
It's a fundamental distance. As a Planck unit, it's a fundamental distance in the universe that you can calculate by putting together things like the strength of gravity, Planck's constant, speed of light. It's the smallest distance that we can talk about sensibly. in physics as we understand it. What's a Planck unit?
As
It's
we
a
understand.
fundamental distance in the
It always
universe.
goes
We
down
can
to a as we
calculate
understand
by
it
putting
vibe.
together things like the
My
stroke
bad, I
of
accidentally
gravity,
hit back
Planck's
on my
constant,
thing. Now I gotta
speed
reset.
of
Hold on.
light. It's the smallest distance that we can talk about sensibly in physics as we understand it.
Interesting.
One
Last
thing that
video
has-
on this.
Has always blown my mind is that we are closer in size to the universe itself than to the smallest thing in it. Hold on. So here we have a picture of the entire observable.
Hold on, that's pretty interesting. That's a great way to put it. That's a great way to think about it. Listen to this.
One thing that has always blown my mind is that we are closer in size to the universe itself than to the smallest thing in it. Hold on. So here we have a picture of the
Well, then that's flawed logic. My brain, once again, I mean, there needs to be more universe then. Because how can we create more particles than there are even universe?
The entire observable blown my mind is that we are closer in size to the universe itself than to the smallest thing in it. Hold on. So here we have a picture of the entire observable universe. Shout out to the cameraman. The entire thing is 94 billion light years across, meaning it would take light, the fastest thing in our universe, 94 billion years to get from one side to the other. The actual universe is probably a lot bigger, but we can't see it, so today we're ignoring it. If you took the size...
See, and that's where the flawed logic, you know, where was the... I haven't hit it in a while. I gotta work on my woohoo, woohoo! It's me, Mario. It's me. It's me, Mario. It's me, Mario. Oh, I gotta work on it, bro.
Of the average human, the observable universe is...
What'd you
10
say,
to the-
drift speed? Why'd you delete it, bro? Oh, and you're so right about the waves. The double slit experiment. Dude, I need to look at that. How waves are affected by if you're looking or not looking or something. Hold on. I never actually... The double wave slit. We've been going for 4 hours and 30 minutes. That's kind of insane. I appreciate y'all hanging out. Listen to me. Thank you for... I've been wanting to say this. Thank you for subscribing to the Silva Show. You are invested in early stock. This is early stock right now. There's not very many it's not easy to watch a small YouTuber live streamer. Like, what? But just imagine, as soon as I put in more effort, more time, I start streaming on different platforms, get it all together, harness one ability, we're gonna freaking bop on the universe, bro. So I appreciate y'all. But yeah, the double slit experiment. I need to watch a short on this.
When a laser emits beams of light.
I want to hear a human.
Professor Dave here.
The double wave. All right, I mean, they got me with this. They got me with this one. Hold on, but let's watch
Power
this.
of 26 meters bigger, but we can't see it, so today we're ignoring it.
Today we're ignoring it. So what he said, we're ignoring that there's possibly more, you know, I mean, sure we got to for this.
If you took the size of the average human, the observable universe is 10 to the power of 26 meters bigger than us, which is 10 times 10.
One more time,
from
sorry.
One side to the other. The actual universe is probably a lot bigger, but we can't see it, so today we're ignoring it. If you took the size of the average human, the observable universe is 10 to the power of 26 meters bigger than us, which is 10 times 10, 26 times. A huge number. The smallest measurement of distance with any meaning is called the Planck length. Anything smaller than it, and our classic ideas of gravity and space-time are no longer valid. Compared to the average human, the Planck
So we
length
need
is
to harness that, right? Is that what CERN is doing? Is trying to break down the smallest particles and break that down? Right. So they're trying to, they have stuff broken down to the Planck length, I assume. Or maybe not even that small yet. I wonder what's the smallest they've gotten to.
It's 10 to the power of negative 35 meters smaller than us, which means we are 10 billion times bigger than the smallest thing in our universe, and the universe is compared to us. Let that sink in. One thing that has always...
Too big for my brain for it to fully sink in. Let me see this like guy's thing and let me see this guy's thing real quick. Hold on.
Said which Einstein's theory of gravity breaks down and the quantum theory takes over.
See where one theory breaks down and another theory takes over. That's an interesting like transition to me.
The distance at which Einstein's theory of gravity breaks down and the quantum theory takes over is the Planck length. Planck length is 10 to the minus 33 centimeters.
Okay.
That's
all
a
right.
very small number.
Yep.
And how would you then manipulate something like this? If you have empty space and you could heat it up,
Have to be speed.
heat up empty space to the Planck temperature, then bubbles will
Space.
begin to form, just like you boil water. You heat water, water boils. You heat space, space will boil at the Planck length or the Planck temperature. And at that point, each bubble is a wormhole, and each bubble, in principle, can become a universe.
Oh.
In fact, that's probably where our universe came from. Our universe probably came from a bubble in nothing that expanded, giving you the Big Bang of today.
A bubble of nothing. That just doesn't make sense to me. Okay, we're about to hop off of this and knock out a few wordles, and then we'll probably wrap this. Don't say it. We're gonna wrap this. Don't say it. I'm not gonna say it. We're gonna wrap this Boris Johnson up. That's what. Yeah. We're gonna wrap this Boris Johnson up. How many dimensions are there? This is what I did want to see. Then we'll do the strange experiment, and then we'll wrap this thing up. It's like how quantum physics is different than our physics. It gets so small that quantum physics goes away. That's what I'm saying, bro. How is there different kinds? Multiplying and exponentation don't increase a number's size. I love your channel. Small YouTubers are the best. Thank you, Dean. I really appreciate it, bro. Thank you for coming by. You are the same number. 10 and 10 to... I don't know what that is, Snaky. I'm a goober. Anytime they break out the BS exponentials, you know it's BS. I mean, I'm not sure because it's math at the end of the day. And if I do 1 + 1, I know that's 2. So I think if some smart person did the math all the way down the line, who am I to say that's wrong, you know? How lucky are we that we have a large number expert in this chat? Bro, 1e to the 26 is 107. What are you even talking about, bro? And I'm so grateful for that. 100 septillion? Silva's kind of building an 18. Dude, I swear. I'm not building it. We're building it. We are one. We are AI. Speaking of AI, we are AI.
We're never gonna get this. Dude, I can't even see the letters straight.
This is just us. Literally, this is just us.
We're never gonna get this. Dude, I can't even see the letters straight.
What's the difference between this guy and me? Be honest. Right, in that short clip, what would be the difference? CERN gonna F around and make a black hole? Bro, that's what I'm saying, bro. CERN's gonna make a black hole, and I'm scared. But so what's the difference between... This is actual AI. Like, this guy does not exist. This is not real. This is a talking gorilla, right?
We're never gonna get this.
My boy Sheffy Jake made this. Check this one out. This one lets you know it's like really fake. Watch this.
Yes, we got it. Whoa, what's happening?
This is me surfing on my chair right here. But like, it's different, right? But like Sheffy typed in like, so basically it's like trying to copy me essentially.
Woo.
Okay, so multiply this times 1,000,000. Not even do that. Multiply this times 2, right? It's going to get better in 5 years, right? Think of how good AI is going to be in 5 years. Think about 10 years. Think about 100 years. Does this eventually, like, you know, think about 1,000 years. It's just a different way to think about life. I don't know. Just a different way to think. Taliban facts. They turned on CERN and now we have Bernstein Bears. They turned on, dude, I swear. When was CERN turned on? If CERN was turned on, let me see. In 2010? If CERN was turned on in 2009, 10, or 11, I'll be freaked out. Because I would say those were like... Let me give an exact year before I try to do it. (2010 or 11). 2008. When did I actually move? Let me be honest. When did I move? Because I had to move in 9th grade. Wait, I got kicked out of 8th grade. I guess I can't say that. It was 2008. I'm not even joking. It was 2008. Well, wow. 2008 was really kind of 2008 is when I went to alternative school. I'll just say that. I went to alternative school in 2008. I actually got kicked out of school. And that's where I went from a baseball player to the human I am now. I swear. Like, I was fully baseball before 2008. Or like right in here. I can't really say why now because I don't want to like give too much information away about myself. That's when I explain later. Well, I guess I kind of explained it good with like very little detail. At this point in my life, I was a baseball player. And I would say, when did I get kicked? Let me think about when I actually got kicked out of school. It would have been November. November is when I got kicked out of school. Or maybe November, October, November, December. Yeah, it would have probably been October. I'm not even sure. Interesting. Very interesting. Anyways, I got a crazy path. That's what I'm saying. Like, e to the 33rd is 1 decillionth. Imagine you ever heard somebody say 1 decillionth. You've never heard that in your life. It's not the smallest thing. It's the smallest conceptual length. And protons are bigger than a Planck length, yet are affected by quantum. Not gravity. They can't even get their story straight. Hold on, just see, we need people like you to challenge theories, to have the other people challenge their theories, and then people like you challenge your theories, and then we literally just get smarter together. We literally just become one. What? We just gotta touch our tips of mental clarity. What? It's all just touching tips at the end of the day. No one in my block knows about this stuff. So there's 2 ways I can think about this, Rascal. Do I think you're actually who you are? If you are, like, do I think your name's Rascal Boyd and, you know, you could be your profile picture and you are from where you are? That's one way I think of it. Do I think you're one person posing as another? That's like another way to look at it, right? So are we really just AI at the end of the day? Or are we just different humans, you know? I'm just playing. To be honest, nobody really thinks about stuff like this, Rascal. It's like this is what I mean. This is what I'm trying to say. Thank you for subscribing to the Silva Show. Look, there's people that are super smart thinking about this for like Neil deGrasse Tyson. There's very smart people out there. I'm not. But I think we're on the forefront of like open-mindedness. It's not very like niche where to talk about the open-mindedness of life. Like, I'm not first to it. I just think we're early. I think because I've always been ahead of my time. I've always been ahead of the time, but I've never been able to capitalize on that. I think we're finally capitalizing on being early. That's what I'm trying to say. Let me add on to multiplying and exponentation don't increase the number size. Forgot after I don't know any of those words, Snaky, but I need you on my team. Hold up, are we the team? We are the team. AI gonna take over the world, my boy. Oh, dude. That's what I said. So think about 100 years from now with AI. So think about the meteor that came down and stopped the dinosaurs. Are we the meteor? Are we the metaphorical ball about to bop, bop, bop on the dinosaurs, which is AI? Are we the meteor to AI where we stop them? Kind of interesting. Sorry, let me catch back up, bro. I've been yapping for a minute. CERN was first fired up in 2008, I think, but it took them a bit to get full power. Yo, what's up, Orion? Go to bed? I've been yapping for a while. Good night, everyone. Yo, Snaky. Thank you for being here, bro. You're a goat. Really appreciate you. Hope you have a good night. Hope you have a good day tomorrow. Hope to see you tomorrow, Snaky. Snaky's usually here every night, so very grateful for that. Good night, Snaky Penguin Dragon. Isn't that goated? Snaky salute emoji. Or are we all the dinosaurs? Are we the dinosaurs gonna get hit by a metaphorical ball? It's a great question. You'll just have an AI movie that never ends, like Star Wars, that you can play forever. Isn't that like life? And the ending is like the meteor? All right, let's lock in.
How many dimensions are there? Einstein says we live
Last few things, and then we're gonna wrap this. Don't say it. We're gonna wrap this. Don't say it. Johnson up. I'll say
in
that.
a four-dimensional world. We can go forward, backward,
Stream is
left,
what-
right, up, down.
All right, sorry. Let me listen. Let me give this guy some respect. Hold on.
How many dimensions are there? Einstein says we live in a four-dimensional world. We can go forward, backward, left, right, up, down, and the fourth dimension is time. But now we're beyond Einstein, and we have to go beyond 4 dimensions to perhaps, let's say, 10, 11 dimensions. But where are these other dimensions? We think they have curled up. They're so small that you cannot enter them, but perhaps we can feel their effect. How many dimensions are
A point has no dimensions. There's no height, width, depth, so it has 0 dimensions.
0D.
A line has 1 dimension, length. Square has 2 dimensions, so the height and width. A cube has 3 dimensions, height, width, depth. So in other words, the dimensions of your sides are going up. Your line is bound by 0-dimensional points. Your square is bound by 1-dimensional sides. The cube is bound by 2-dimensional squares. So we're going up 2, 4, 6. And each side is 1 dimension less. A 4-dimensional cube has 8 sides. But when you get to 4 dimensions, the sides are 3-dimensional surfaces. And you can take this all the way up. Picture a volume bounded by 3-dimensional cubes. What does it even mean? A point has no dimension.
It's a great question, bro. What does it mean?
The first dimension is just a simple line that connects 2 points and has only length. The second dimension is a square.
Flatland lore. It's the point of, you'll just have, it's the point of no return. Flatland lore. Move X pnth word. Flatland, bro. I gotta look this up. What are you talking about? Is it a movie or was it like a YouTuber? A short Flatland movie? Flatlanders, the movie, is the 2007 American animated science fiction short film directed by Dano Johnson and Jeffrey Travis. The cast includes the voices of actors Martin Sheen, Kristen Bell, and Tony Hale. It was a book. They made a movie. Interesting. Is the movie worth watching? Does the movie do its due diligence?
To make a square, take 2 lines and move them apart at right angles in the second dimension.
Last video,
square.
hold on
To
this.
make a square, take 2 lines and move them apart at right angles in the second dimension and join the matching ends of the lines together with other lines. Now, this flat shape has only 2 dimensions, length and width. The third dimension is a cube. To make a cube, you take 2 squares and move them apart at right angles in the third dimension. Then join the matching sides of the squares together with other squares. The cube has 3 dimensions, length, width, and height. The fourth dimensional shape is also known as a tesseract or a hypercube. Now, to make a tesseract, take 2 cubes and move them apart at right angles in the fourth dimension. Then, join the matching faces of the cubes together. Our
What?
brain cannot comprehend this object the same way a 2D species would not be able to perceive a 3D object. The first
Holy crap. So like a 2D can't experience a 3D. So when we play these video games, they're 2D creatures that we created. Or we're just 3D creatures that people created. It was a book. They made a movie. It's kind of bad, but it's worth it for the concept, right? For me to be able to understand like the concept and the theories. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, Forever Free. Thank you for joining by, boy. Appreciate that. I stopped by Forever Free stream earlier. He showed me some food that he made. It was actually looked really good. What's up, bro? Orion, we have been yapping for like 5 hours, bro. It's been an incredible stream. Appreciate everybody stopping by. We're finally at the end of it, though. It's like the last few minutes. I'm just yapping about nothing.
Brain cannot.
We're Forever Free. We're talking about the fourth dimension, bro. You know how there's 1D, 2D, 3D? We're talking about the fourth dimension, but pretty much done with that now.
Laser emits beams of light particles.
So this is like a really insane slit experiment with laser beams. Let's see.
Called photons.
Give me 1 second.
At a screen with 2 slits. You'd expect to see 2 strips to correspond with the 2 slits. Instead, we see a pattern of light and dark bands. This suggests that light behaves like waves that pass through both slits simultaneously, interfering with each other to create the pattern on the second screen. However, when scientists used a measuring device to observe the slit that each photon passed through, the interference pattern disappeared, and 2 strips appeared. The act of observing which slit it went through changed the behavior of the photons.
How does this even happen?
No one knows why. Observing a
All right, one more
particle
time.
beams of light particles.
When a laser beam emits through a light particle, when a laser emits beams of light,
It's called photons at a screen with 2 slits.
a screen with 2 slits. They're different angles, though.
You'd expect to see 2 strips to correspond with the 2 slits.
Angle 1, angle 2.
Instead, we see a pattern of light and dark bands. This suggests that light behaves like at a screen with 2.
Right. Okay. So you would
So
imagine
light
you'd see
particles
random
called
dots
photons
everywhere.
At a screen with 2 slits, you'd expect to see 2 strips to correspond with the 2 slits. Instead, we see a pattern of light and dark bands. This suggests that light behaves like waves that pass through both slits simultaneously, interfering with each other to create the pattern on the second
So
screen.
light is like always, and then
However,
it'll come together.
When scientists used a measuring device to observe the slit that each photon passed through, the interference pattern disappeared, and 2 strips appeared. The act of observing the second screen. However, when scientists used a measuring device to observe the slit that each photon passed through, the interference pattern disappeared, and 2 strips appeared. The act of observing which slit it went through changed the behavior of the photons. No one knows why observing a particle causes its behavior to change.
So something in the technology and the wave interference, something like that in my brain. Not sure. Forever Free salute emoji. Flatland is like bedrock for this stuff. Bedrock. So like the very beginning, strange. Yeah, Flatland. We've talked like about so much about life, bro. That's normally what my streams are about. We knock out some Wordle, which we should finish actually. Should actually finish this before I end the stream. And we talk about life. If you don't know, we've knocked out 642 Wordles, bro. It's pretty crazy. The real meat is the Planck length stuff, and the C space / small / large black hole, white hole, black hole particle geyser stuff. White hole? Hold on, bro. All right, hold on. You just kind of cooked me a little bit. White hole?
Back in the 1970s, when the mathematics of black holes was being explored and formulated, people noticed that...
Yeah, Forever Free, do you ever go outside and look up at night and look into the sky? What do you think about, bro? When you look out in the stars and you think about this life, does that ever make you think? Or is it kind of like, nah, you're just kind of chilling, you know? It's okay if you're chilling.
Equations that give you a black hole. Back in the 1970s, when the mathematics of black holes was being explored and formulated, people noticed that the equations that give you a black hole have a legitimate opposite solution to them. So let me test your 9th grade math
An
knowledge.
opposite solution to a black hole. See, this is what I was saying, like how black holes don't make sense to me, because how can all this, unless it creates a wormhole, right? If a tree falls in a forest and nothing is around to perceive it, it isn't. Right. But what if we come at a later date, like, for example, you know how light travels, like it's going to take us 1 million years for us to finally see something? What if we come at a later date and we see that tree has fallen? Doesn't that mean that the tree has fell? The basic explanation is that you can't measure something without changing it. Ooh, that's a great way to put it. Thank you for simplifying it for my dumb brain, bro. the basic explanation is that you can't measure something without changing it. It's interesting to think about. The more fantastic explanation is that consciousness is the real foundation of all reality in a real physical way. So like our minds can actually change the way something happens. That's how creative thoughts are born, bro. You know, like I was saying earlier, you know how you don't know the next word that's going to come out of my mouth. Hippopotamus, right? Like you could have guessed like millions of words and eventually maybe you got to that point. But like we create thoughts. Like I could just say a bunch of different words, you know? I definitely do. You definitely look outside, bro. It's so fun to look outside and look at the sky. It's one of my favorite things ever. Or an observer. Really, I think about life and how it started Forever Free. That's what I like thinking about. Or an observer changes light from a wave of possibilities to a single event. It collapses the wave function. Schrödinger's cat. You got some decent sky pictures? Love that, bro. Hello, Tank. It is a good morning. The tongue can bring life or death. Like we can speak things into existence, like we create the existence. Interesting.
You ready? Okay, what's the square root of 9? 3. Back in the 1970s, when
White
the
hole.
mathematics of black holes was being explored and formulated, people noticed that the equations that give you a black hole.
I need
have
Snaky
a li-
Penguin Dragon to be here, bro. He would love this. Or he would do some numbers for me.
People noticed that the equations that give you a black hole have a legitimate opposite solution to them. So let me test your 9th grade math knowledge. You ready? Okay, what's the square root of 9?
3. I don't know.
Okay, so what's 3 times 3?
9.
Negative 3 times negative 3.
Also 9.
So 9 has 2 solutions, doesn't it? Square root of 9 is negative 3 and positive 3. So some questions in science, the mathematics of them reveal that there are 2 answers that are completely authentic and legitimate. And when people were studying black holes, a second solution emerged.
With every action, there's a
black-
reaction. That's what my brain is computing. With every action, there's a reaction. So that's what I'm saying. If we go to the beginning of time, the Big Bang, there's something still banging out there. Bah, bah, bah. Or there's something still out. You know.
Hole is except the opposite of that. So things only ever came out of this authentic and legitimate. And when people were studying black holes, a second solution emerged. That was everything a black hole is except the opposite of that. So things only ever came out of this
So the black hole traversed through it. White hole, you come out of it.
space. So it would be white. If people were studying black holes, a second solution emerged. That was everything a black hole is except the opposite of that. So things only ever came out of this space. So it would be white if you were to look for it in the universe. So they said, let's look for these things. And people thought maybe quasars, which are very bright, distant objects in the universe, maybe those are the white hole versions of black holes. And then they said, we have a white hole and a black hole. Maybe they're connected. And this was the introduction of a wormhole. A wormhole would connect a white hole to a black hole. So we looked for the properties of a white hole. Quasars did not satisfy those properties. We kind of gave up on them. Back in the 1970s, when the mathematics of black holes was being explored and formulated, people noticed that the equations that give you a black hole
Solid
have a
tank, I
legitimate
swear,
opposite
just
solution to them. So let me
Isn't it crazy how I was
your
just
9th
saying that?
grade
Like,
math hole versions of black holes. And then they said, we have a white hole and a black hole. Maybe they're connected. And this was the introduction of
and the only reason why we lost, like, we looked out there.
wormhole would connect a white hole to a black hole. So
Hold
we
on.
looked for the
properties
of a white hole. Quasars did not
My heart's beating fast.
satisfy those properties. We kind of gave up on them. Back in the
We gave up on
white
it.
hole, quasars did not satisfy those properties. We kind of gave up on
But we know when we're looking at stuff, it takes billions of years to get to us for us to see it. What if we just haven't seen it yet? What if we haven't seen this connected amount of tube?
Back
And what if it's the magnetic? What if it's the cosmic ray background or whatever?
in the 1970s, when the mathematics of black holes.
That is crazy to think about. That is crazy. Equal and opposite. It's even spookier because it's dark matter. Black and dark is the world. Chair surfing? Yo, if you look at the bottom, you see my little dude down here. White hole isn't white hole, it's dark matter. Dark matter.
So you've probably heard of black holes.
We'll end it on white hole. We'll end our night on a solid white black hole.
The dark and scary
What?
vacuum cleaners of space. But have you heard of white holes? White holes are essentially the opposite of black holes, a region in space where nothing can enter. Objects from the inside of a white hole can exit, but they can never get back in. These were first predicted by Einstein back in 1915, but we are still yet to find any in the universe. Some astronomers believe they don't exist, and others believe they must exist. I guess only time will tell.
Sure.
Back in the 1970s.
What? White hole? Huh, do a little dark matter. Do a little dark matter? We're at the event horizon, so to speak. White hole isn't a white hole, it's dark matter. So a little dark matter. We know so little. We know so little new theories and discoveries happen. We know so little. New theories and discoveries happen constantly. It's so exciting to be alive right now. And that's so interesting. What also sucks is like these discoveries kind of don't get taught to us because it's like a security hazard. So think about this. If the government knew right now that we had aliens, right? Aliens visited us, right? And we have them right in our capture or something. How do you think the mainstream human people, like every person, would react to that? Would that not cause a like constant fear over everybody? So then you ask yourself, like, you know, like, wouldn't that just, I don't know, would we ever know? So think of the great discoveries that we don't know about. I mean, think about Area 51, bro. That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. And I was talking about clones earlier, yo, Forever Free. I'm telling you, we talk about some crazy stuff and not just like talk about it, like we actually go in depth. Do you know that the clone was the Dolly sheep or whatever? I think it was created in 1995, something like that, right? And they told us about it only 6 months later, right? Like the thing was born alive for 6 months being, and then they said, "Oh yeah, we cloned a sheep like 6 months ago." Oh yeah, guys, we cloned a sheep, right? So imagine how long they've been working on that for. Is Sheffy here? No, Sheffy's been crashed out for a while. I do believe Sheffy works, so me streaming so late is kind of, it's crazy that he shows up. I really appreciate that. I believe he has to get up like kind of early. But yeah, so they had these clones, right? Just imagine how long they've been working on this cloning stuff, right? But now think about it a little bit longer, Forever Free. Imagine they cloned somebody, like Solid Tank said in the chat. He said this a while ago, but he's like, so I brought up, like, what if they started cloning humans, right? Solid Tank said, like, bro, it's like they have to be, because like it's like we should know how to, right? Because like what if we could use them as like donors and for limbs and, you know, lungs and stuff we need? So imagine that there's actually clones out there living right now. I didn't say hi like normal. Yo, what's up, Black Regulus? It's okay. Yes, and they also had a two-headed sheep. Look it up. Two-headed sheep clone? Or two-headed sheep? Two-headed sheep clone? Iceland's two-headed lamb? That's crazy. How does that even work? But you know, like, well, I think this is like some mutation in the body. But like, imagine this mutation took over the world somewhere. Yo, this is kind of insane to me. Imagine this mutation. You know how our dominant mutation, whenever we have, like, you know, fornicate, what? Whenever, you know, whenever we have babies, it's like our DNA is like normal, right? Not or normal, whatever. Imagine the DNA was like this to happen all the time on like a different planet or something. That's crazy. That's scary to me to look at, bro. I gotta be honest. That's kind of scary to me. Or Two-Faced. Oh, Sheffy or Two-Faced? Two. I have a two-headed python. Do you actually have a two-headed python? God loves you, brother. Thanks, Jim. I appreciate that. Jim is reclaimed. Thank you, Jim. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate that. And corn snakes. Well, you have a 2-headed python. All right, shout out to Black Hole. Shout out, man. It's been a fun, very fun stream. Let's knock out this Wordle, and then we're gonna wrap this Johnson up. Sorry, I had the music kind of low. Actually, let's put it on a chill vibe. Let's go to a little chill vibe action. A little chill vibe action. Jim is reclaimed. Appreciate that song. No, I have them in the past. Oh, dang, actually. Do you have a picture of that? I'd love to see that. If you could post that in the Discord, bro, I'd love to see that. Did you see this AI Forever Free? Forever Free. I don't know if I showed you this real quick, but look at this. This is AI, bro. A buddy of mine created this AI. I think I showed
Dude,
it earlier.
I can't even see the letters straight.
While you're here, but yeah. AI, man.
Never.
Very crazy. This is what I mean when, like, you go outside, you look up at night. Like, do you look at, like, we're on a rotating rock, you know, going through space. Life is crazy. Watch me figure this out, though. Hopefully. Blank R-O-O L. Groom. Is it a double O or a double L? Crown. Why am I feeling a double O? Drone, D, or no D? Oh, my bad. Hold on. Sorry, I forgot it looked like that. No D. If you look at the letters, you see these letters that we used are grayed out, right? The letters down here and up here, they're grayed out. That means they don't work. The yellow letters mean they work, but they're not in the right spot. For example, we got the O right here, right? That means the word has to have a O in this spot. The R is a correct letter, but it's not in the right spot. So, like, we can put it right here. Floor. I like that. I like floor because it lets me know the double O. And it also gives me an L. And if it's not either one of these, I can start. Is this maybe? This isn't bad, actually. Could be this. I'm scared of a double L or a double O situation right here. And if I guess a bunch of letters, kind of bad. If there's no L and there's no double O, I'm good. And I got 3 words to guess letters, right? If I guess letters now, then I have to do double O, double L's. Be a little scary. This still doesn't tell me if it's a double L or not, though. It's interesting. Flower. I wouldn't go U because I would need to know if there's a double O. Crown. C-R-O-W-N. C-R-O-W-N. I'd get 4 letters, though. C-R-W-N-N. It's 4 letters. What am I getting here? F-L. I'm getting 2 letters, but doubles. Nah, because used U. Yeah, I did use U also. Let me just gamble. I'm feeling something weird. Perfect. So it knocked out both possibilities for me. That was as good as possible. Thank you. This is going to be the last word of the night. Perfect. End on a 3. That was great. So it let me know there's no L and there's also no double O. So now I could go crown. C-R-O-W-N. Could be it. Grown. Your. Could be grown. Brown. Oh, bro, I thought that was it. Sorry. Who? Crone? Troop? Ooh. So also, one more thing. Troop. So it couldn't be double O anymore. Oh, you're talking about up here? It could. I could have sent Troop. Troop. Yeah, I could have did that. You're right. I could have sent Troop. Yeah, you're right. I could have. I went with floor because I think the words are more common. Think you got a crone? Right. There's no other. There's just no other, right? Kronk. Fade. Let's wrap this Johnson up, bro. I'm glad we got that one. Man, what a fun stream. 5 hours and 5 minutes, bro. We literally yapped about life for like 4 hours. What a fun stream. Anyways, that's the last word of the night. We've been yapping about life. We've been bopping. We've been doing all kinds of stuff. It's been a freaking good one, bro. Let's wrap this Johnson up. Cue the outro. Doing the outro. I need to like press a button where it says like cueing that. I'll eventually have that one. Anyways, wow, what a stream, bro. What was this painting? Oh yeah, there's an object that's flying from out of our universe. It's not from our universe, and it's coming out of our universe, I believe. What was it? I forgot, bro. It's coming out of. It's coming on us, something like that. There's something that's coming from out of the universe. The third ever object, something like that, and it just flew past us. So. What was this about? I really don't remember. From out of our solar system. That's what it was. Not the universe. I'm sorry. Our solar system. So our galaxy is like our solar system. So this is from another galaxy essentially. Which makes me think, what is the space in between galaxies? When something is not in orbit, what is the space in between not being in orbit? Very interesting. Anyways, we'll maybe yap about that one on the next one. Anyways, do some shout outs. Just play it. Shout out Solid Tank, shout out Drispy, shout out Forever Free. Shout out to Regulus Black. Shout out to Snaky Penguin Dragon. Shout out to Orion. Shout out to Taliban. Shout out to Rascal Boyd. Shout out to Dean. Morlin, I think. Let me see. Shout out to... There's so many people. Tori. Fast Boy. I can't scroll up anymore. Shout out to Tori, Fast Boy, Yuhi, Christopher Charles, Charlie, Caden, Camden made it today. There's like 5 people that showed up instantly. Even Solid, like, appreciate y'all so much for that. There's a lot of people that showed up today, bro, and I don't want to miss anybody, and I know I'm about to. Who am I missing, bro? Please help me. I know I'm missing a bunch of people. Another epic stream. Appreciate that, Solid. Really grateful for you, bro. The Big Empty. It's scary, Just Speed. Thanks for stopping by my live earlier, bro. I got you, Forever Free. I seen you were live. I was like, bro, let me, you know, stop by and show some, you know, maybe, you know, show some respect. Forever Dream and Miss Tammy for sure. I'll get them in the next outro. Bro, in Interstellar? Yo, Iker C, bro. Hold on, pause this. Yo, Iker C, bro's in Interstellar. I don't know if you're trolling or not, or I don't know if you've seen my streams. This is the outro right now. Bro, all we do is talk about life and space, and if you ever go outside and look up at night and look at the stars and think about life, start watching my streams, bro. Pull up to a stream. I promise you, ask some questions and we'll have an incredible time, buddy. No joke. Iker C. Do that, bro. Anyways, we're talking about life right here. There's something that flew out of our solar system into our solar system. The third ever object. It just happened recently. But yeah, anyways, keep this thing. Let's wrap this Johnson up. We do a little bit of bopping. We do a little bit of life talk. We do a little bit of everything, you know. Shout out to Yuhi, Snaky, Robin, Tony, Mono. Robin did show up today. Tony, Mono, Sean, you're right. Check out that dark matter. Oumuamua. Yo, Drispy, come by tomorrow and ask me about it, please. Please remind me tomorrow, bro. I stream every single night for like literally 3 or 4 hours, which is kind of crazy. I started off at like 1 or 2 hours. But anyways, pull up, bro. I'll be live again. Please ask me about that. I'd appreciate that. Anyways, let's go to the, there's so many people I probably missed that showed up today. Thank you so much. I'm sorry. I appreciate your time. Very grateful. Thank you. Let's go to the Discord. Shout out the Discord, of course, you know. Slowly growing. We got a bunch of cool stuff going on. We got AI. We got pet pics. We got art. We got arguments. We got a random argument earlier that was making me laugh so much. We just be vibing, you know. We just be vibing in the vibing Discord. Anyways, shout out to Discord. Shout out to Arcane. That's a bot. Like I say, AI might take over one day, so I want to be one of the first ones to say thank you to AI. Shout out to Damien. Shout out to Silva. That's me. Shout out to Aster. Aster made it to the stream, I believe. No, he made it to Charlie's stream. I seen Charlie earlier. Shout out to Blur. Shout out to CEO of Random. Shout out to Charlie. Shout out to Sheffy. Shout out to Christopher Charles. Shout out to Caden Martin. Shout out to Crip Brothers. Shout out to Cupcake. Shout out to Forever Free. Shout out to Green Sharks. Shout out to Guess What? Europe. I didn't say it. He says it. Shout out to Happy Feller. That's Monochrome Man in the chat. Or Sean. Shout out to Infinite Black Hole. Shout out to J-Dog. Shout out to J-Mo, Lamo. Shout out to Cam. Shout out to Cam Din. Shout out to Kingman. That's Ben. I think Ben made it today. We start that time. Almost done with this Johnson. What? Shout out to Lexi. Shout out to Master Scion. Shout out to Nah. Shout out to Neo Tesla. Shout out to Orion. Shout out to Pain Reincarnated. Shout out to Peterson. Lil PP wasn't at the stream today. Shout out my boy Peterson, aka Lil PP. That's what he goes by. Not me. Shout out to Quarters CP3. Rest in peace, Quarters CP3, man. Shout out to Reverend Dream, the champ. Shout out to Robin Mooney. Shout out to Snaky Penguin Dragon. Shout out to 420. Shout out to Speech. Shout out to ST. That's Solid Tank. Shout out to the Destroyer. That's Memphis. Shout out to Yuhi and Yuhi Zol. Shout out to Headcat, Bananarama. Shout out to Bananarama. And last but not least, shout out to Alistair. We're all gonna make it, bros. Thank you for that. You're awesome, bro. Thank you, bro. I really appreciate you. We're building something special here. I'm not joking. Shout out to Forever Free. Shout out to Forever Blue Roses. Shout out to Reddit. Shout out to Star. Shout out to Kumar. Shout out to my first ever mod, Alex. Shout out to Kendra. Shout out to Kendra's aunt, Kendra's Nana. Shout out to CP3's coworkers, Mary. Shout out to Steve. Shout out to the guy that chose the wrong cup of Indiana Jones. Shout out to DiGiorno Stuffed Crust Pizza. Shout out to Jason Statham. Shout out to Tracy Bennett and the lady that made connections, Aaliyah Wu or something. Shout out to the Military Goat. Shout out to Algonquin Googleology. We need to create some new ones. I feel like I haven't remembered some new ones in a while. DiGiorno Stuffed Crust Pizza is a new one. Shout out to Bossive Ben and his dick. Shout out to Benedict Arnold. Who am I missing, bro? I know there's a lot of people. Usually Snaky helps me, but he's been crashed out. Anyways, if I missed you in the outro, I apologize. Really appreciate your time. Very grateful for that. Thank you. Really appreciate that. Let's do our quotes and wrap this thing up. Last restart. Let's be quote number 1. If you can prevent it, why tempt it? A lot of stuff in life you'll be able to prevent as long as you don't tempt it. For example, depression, sadness, anxiety, etc. You can't necessarily prevent that, right? Maybe that wasn't the greatest example. But in my head, like, if you prevent yourself from going down those thought loops, you can prevent it, right? That's what I'm trying to get at. That's where I try to connect that. Like, if you go down these negative thought loops, what are you going to cause? Depression, sadness. Try to break out of that. Think happy thoughts, positive. Be grateful for what you do have rather than what you don't have, right? Stuff like that. If you can prevent it, why tempt it? Also, if there's 4 bad people and you're going to go hang out with them, some bad things might happen, right? You're tempting it. You can prevent that. Don't tempt it. Quote number 2, stress. Stress is pain for the brain. Along the lines of sadness, depression, what does stress do for you? It doesn't help you, only harms you. Stress is pain for the brain. Be easy on yourself. Life is hard. Last quote, time. Time is the most valuable thing you'll ever have in this life. So thank you for spending some of your time with me. I do not take that for granted. Very appreciative of that. Thank you. And yeah, wise words of the day. Like I say, life is hard. Be easy on yourself. Be your biggest supporter. Be your biggest critic. Yep. That's about everything. 100. All right. Yeah. I think that's everything. I had a good time. I hope. Wait. I pointed at y'all and said I had a good time. That's probably not how I do that. I had a good time. I hope y'all had a good time. But unfortunately, it is that time of the show. The Silva Show. All right, everybody. I'm a nobody trying to be somebody. I'm out. Stress almost killed me 2 times, heart attacks. I hate to hear that, Forever Free. I really hate to hear that. And stress is very, your mind is very powerful. Let's put it like that. And what does stress do? Stress damages your mind, right? It only brings you down. It only harms you, right? So try to break out of that sadness. Believe me, when I'm sad and I start feeling down, I got to tell myself, break out of it. All you're doing is making yourself sad, right? So be easy on yourself. Life is hard. So, yeah. But also know when to call yourself out. Be your biggest supporter and your biggest critic. What's good, fam? Lucifer. In the stream right now, buddy. Glad you made it, though. Glad to hear you and glad to see you. But yeah, this is literally the very end of the stream. Did my outros and everything. Shouted you out, Lucifer. Glad you made it, bro. Glad you made it, bro. Truth? Yeah, hear that for free. But yeah, I really appreciate y'all. Thanks for giving me this outlet. Thanks for being early subscribers to the show, because one day we are going to make it big and y'all will be a part of that. So thank y'all. I appreciate y'all. Thank you for your time. Very grateful for that. I hope y'all have a good night. I hope y'all have a good day tomorrow. And if I don't see y'all tomorrow, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. Love y'all. Bye.